Welcome to the final part. Everything Bella tried to hold together is falling apart, and her version of it comes with a price. This is where her story breaks, heals, or changes forever. Let's finish the journey. BPOV. Don't go to work, Edward murmurs when I start to scoot out of bed. Rolling toward me, he clamps his arm across my waist and pulls me backward. I have to. Baby, please. The vibration of his deep, raspy voice rumbles through my back. Exhaling, I close my eyes and smile as he buries his face in my neck, kissing slowly toward my shoulder. Edward, I breathe. He slides his hand up to my chest, grunting quietly when he skims his fingers across my nipples. God, it all feels so good. His lips, his warm breath on my skin, his fingers, now spread wide across my lower abs, holding me in place as he pushes his hips against mine. There hasn't been any of this since Christmas Eve, which was only 2 days ago, but they were 2 very long days spent at Carlisle and Renesmee's. We got back to the condo after midnight both nights and went straight to bed to sleep. It's Friday. You're not even supposed to work on Fridays, he reasons. I told you, Jess is out of town, I explain as I roll over. Besides, you're working, too. He grins lazily at me and I suddenly realize that looking at him might have been a mistake. He's ridiculously handsome. Messy hair, unshaven jaw, piercing green eyes. I reach forward to scrape my knuckles over the stubble on his chin. Not till noon, and training the new bartenders will take 3 hours, tops, he replies, taking my hand and kissing my fingers. Still holding them, he lowers his head to my chest and brushes his open lips across my collarbone. Stay, you don't fight fair, I moan, breathing rapidly. I wiggle my fingers away from his to bury them in his hair. He chuckles quietly against my skin, then rears back to look up at me. Ballerina, I've been in fights before, he responds, gliding his fingers slowly along the neckline of my tank top. This is way better than fighting. He slides his hand down to cover my breast, squeezing gently. Arching my back slightly, I push myself farther into his hand as he circles my nipple with his thumb. Stay, he murmurs, kissing my chest again. I can't but I want to. Oh, God, I whisper, breathing hard. Compromise, he asks, rolling me onto my back and lying between my legs. He rocks slowly, gently against me. Give me 15 minutes, then I'll make coffee while you shower. I'll even drive you to work. I'll be late, I protest, trying to talk while he's kissing me. But I already know I'm going to agree even if it means I don't get to work on time. I drive fast, he retorts, smiling against my lips. You won't be late, MMMKAY, I mumble, then giggle when he kisses me eagerly. It only takes a second for my amusement to fade and be replaced by desperation as I pull at his clothes. Edward is more patient, taking his time, kissing the skin he uncovers on my stomach and my breasts until I'm writhing underneath him. Finally, when there's nothing between us, he props himself up on his elbows and pushes into me unhurriedly, keeping his eyes on mine. As we move together, I keep watching him, wrapping my arms around his chest as he shifts higher, his pelvis pressing my clit with every stroke. Ah, I breathe, arching up to kiss his neck. When I lie back, he increases his pace and my hips jerk uncontrollably as I come, digging my fingers into his back. Oh God, Edward, Jesus, baby, he groans, thrusting faster until he comes. Gently, he collapses on top of me and I feel his fingers, his lips in my hair. I tighten my arms around his chest, smiling against his skin as my heart rate slows. He pulls out of me and rolls to the side, grunting quietly and chuckling as he looks at the clock on his nightstand. 12 fucking minutes, shit, that's embarrassing, he grumbles, but he's smiling as he reaches for me. Amused and glad that we have a little time to lie here, I scoot toward him and rest my head on his shoulder while he glides his fingers up and down my back. Isn't this better than working? Laughing, I place a kiss over his heart and slide my leg between his. Of course it is, but I have to go in today. Arrow already made a big deal about letting me have the day after Christmas off out of the goodness of his heart. Arrow doesn't have a fucking heart, he mutters, stilling his hand. Do you want to talk about what's going on with you and Arrow? I ask the question quietly, afraid it will upset him. We haven't talked about it for several days, but each time we do, he cusses and abruptly changes the subject without telling me much. Nothing to talk about. I made a fair offer. He's being a dick. End of story. He sighs heavily, then resumes stroking his hand up and down my back. He won't even discuss it. He said he'd think about it, but he's fucking lying, he seethes. Now that he knows I want to buy the buildings, he won't even consider it. I hear Edward's heart pick up speed under my ear. I tilt my head back to look at him, then frown when I see that he's scrubbing his other hand across his face. He's either upset or he's hiding something. Edward, I begin. Ballerina, I really don't want to get into this first fucking thing in the morning, he says, lowering his hand, pleading with his green eyes. Can we talk about it later? I prop myself on my elbow and nod. Sure, I answer, but I'm disappointed that he won't tell me, almost as disappointed as I am in myself that I'm not completely honest with him about Arrow. He lifts a hand to my hair as I lean down to kiss him. I have to get up. What if I cook breakfast, too? Will you stay then? He asks, smirking slightly now that we're off his least favorite subject. No, I answer reluctantly, dragging my hand across his upturned lips before I roll over and sit on the edge of the bed. I turn to smile at him over my shoulder. But if you hurry with the coffee, you can shower with me. I'll wash your back. He throws back the covers and winks at me before he gets out the other side of the bed. Deal, he agrees. Still smiling, I stand up and watch him walk out of the bedroom. Hey, ballerina, the rest of me is pretty dirty, too. Want to wash anything else? He doesn't turn around in the hallway, but I hear him chuckling. I don't answer, but I laugh softly as my eyes follow his progress up the hall. I love that he walks around naked. I love staring at him while he walks around naked. I guess he's not the only dirty one around here. A little over an hour later, Arrow walks into the law office. Oh, Bella, he says, sounding surprised to see me sitting at my desk. I didn't see your truck in the parking lot, so I assumed you weren't here yet. I'm here, I reply needlessly, continuing to type the brief I've been working on since I got here. Arrow disappears into the employee's kitchen and returns a moment later without his coat, but with 2 cups of coffee. He sets one on my desk. Black, right? He asks. Actually, I like milk in my coffee, I answer, keeping my eyes on my computer screen so I don't roll them. But it's fine, thanks. Truck in the shop. I warned you that antique cars aren't reliable, he says, propping his hip on my desk. No, my truck is running fine, I reply, hesitant to admit that Edward drove me here. Ah, so the bartender gave you a ride. In more ways than one, I presume. He sneers. Gasping, I whip my head to the right to look at him. I can feel my mouth hanging open in shock. My face scrunches in disgust. Arrow, that's it's so inappropriate, I stammer, embarrassed that my voice is shaking, quivering with anger. But I'm afraid I sound weak. Come on, Bella, we're both adults here, he scoffs. Anyway, I'm just trying to protect you. Prepare you. I know Cullen know his type. Maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do. Arrow, I say slowly, swiveling my chair to face him. I'm still agitated, but I'm hiding it better now. My voice is steady, steely this time. Or perhaps it's you, Isabella, who doesn't know him as well as you think, he responds, smirking. I know him, I huff. Did he tell you that he's trying to buy your building? He asks, raising his eyebrows. Yes, of course he did. Arrow, sipping his coffee, HMMS and nods. Of course, he remarks condescendingly. Then he leans across my desk, speaking more quietly. And did he tell you about my counteroffer? No, he didn't. My heart jumps into my throat. My chest rises and falls rapidly with my quick breaths. I search Arrow's beady, black eyes for any sign that he's lying. He looks smugly back at me, knowing that he's got me rattled, seemingly reading the look on my face with ease. I guess he kept that particular discussion just between us, he smirks as I lower my eyes to my desk. I wonder why he wouldn't tell you. I wonder what I asked for that he was afraid to share with you. What could it possibly be? I know Arrow mentioned the counter-offer for a reason. I understand that he's trying to make me question why Edward didn't tell me. Trying to make me worry about what else he's not telling me. And I hate that the bastard's succeeding. Trying to calm myself, I pick up my coffee and take a drink, fighting the urge to make a face as I swallow the bitter liquid. No matter, he continues, setting his mug on my desk. You and I have something to discuss as well, don't we? What? Still shaken by what he's already told me, I blink quickly as I look at Arrow again. I can't think straight, my mind consumed by speculation about what Arrow wants from Edward from me. I don't realize what he's talking about as he stands and takes several folded pages from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. When he hands them toward me across the desk, I reach for them, pulling my hand away when he purposefully brushes his fingers along mine. It's the renewal of your lease on the building, he explains as I unfold the papers and look down. My jaw drops. My rapidly beating heart stalls. My shoulders drop in defeat. Arrow, this renewal is for a year, I say flatly. Yes, you sign for 12 months and, in return, I'll leave the rent at the current rate, he offers. No, this isn't what I wanted. A year, I'll be stuck there and here for another 12 months if I agree to this. But we talked about a 6-month extension, I reply, still dumbfounded. Why am I so shocked? I know what kind of man Arrow is and I should have expected something like this from him. I assumed you'd jump at the chance to freeze your rent for a year, he replies. I'm doing this as a favor for you, Isabella. I've had several other inquiries on the property. As I scan the language of the contract, he walks around my desk. I don't notice what he's doing until he's standing directly behind my chair. Startled, I jump when he leans down over me, resting his palms on my desk and trapping me between his arms. His chest presses against my back as he looks over my shoulder, his face so close to mine that we're practically cheek to cheek. I drew up the lease myself, he says, turning his head slightly, his coffee breath fanning my face. Of course, if the terms aren't to your liking, I'd be willing to discuss other options with you. What kind of options? I asked hesitantly. Why don't we go somewhere private this afternoon? I'm sure we can come to a mutually, pleasurable conclusion, he answers. Arrow, I'm not sure what you're suggesting, I lie, swallowing loudly. Our conversation is interrupted by the ringing of the phone, thank God. But Arrow lets it ring twice before he pulls away from me, brushing his arms against my shoulders as he stands. When I answer the phone, I'm relieved to hear Mr. Jenks, one of Arrow's biggest clients, on the line. Arrow will have to take the call. After I tell him who it is, he picks up his coffee cup from my desk and walks toward his private office. Lunch, Bella, he remarks with his back to me. I was suggesting we have lunch and discuss your lease. That's not what he was proposing, and we both know it. I guess I don't see the point in signing a year-long lease if Edward might buy the building, I say, hoping I can reason with him, but I should have known better. I'll probably sell Cullen his building. But I don't think I want to sell the one you're leasing. I believe that building can be very profitable for me, he replies, stopping in the doorway and turning to face me. We'll leave for lunch at noon. He shuts the door softly as I stare at it in open-mouthed revulsion. Oh, my God, what am I going to do? For the rest of the morning, Arrow is all business. He doesn't have much choice since there are clients in the office most of the time. He doesn't say anything else inappropriate, he doesn't even talk to me except to ask me to bring him a file. But I watch the clock creep toward 12 o'clock with a knot in my stomach, a throbbing in my temples. I can't concentrate on my work and find myself reviewing the same page of the brief over and over. After Arrow's last client of the morning is gone, he appears in his doorway, leaning casually against the frame. Ready, Bella, panicking, I glance at the clock. It's not noon yet. My heart hammers in my chest as I try to think of a way to stall. Let me finish this paragraph, I mumble, pretending to be engrossed in my work. I sigh in relief when the office door opens a few seconds later and my guardian angel appears in the flesh. Surprise, B. I brought you lunch, Alice calls as she comes through the doorway. She freezes, feigning surprise when she sees Arrow beside my desk. Oh, hi, Mr. Volturi. Hello, he says, not able to recall her name, I'm sure, even though Alice has been here several times. Alice Whitlock, she says as she sets down the takeout containers on my desk. I'm sorry I didn't bring you anything, Mr. Volturi. I assumed you'd be off spending time with your wife and children for the holidays. She says it sweetly, giving no indication that I texted her this morning and begged her to be here with lunch before noon. Arrow glances toward me, and I can see by his expression that he's suspicious about the timing of Alice's arrival, but he's also smart enough not to make a scene in front of her. He curls his lips into a smile as he looks at her again. "No rest for the weary," he replies. "Or the wicked," she asserts, laughing lightly. Her wide eyes and innocent tone allow her to get away with the remark, but I see the way his lips tighten. He knows her words were aimed at him. "Would you like half of my cheeseburger, Mr. Volturi? It's from the full moon. It's huge." She opens the styrofoam box to prove it. He leans forward enough to see the burger, then wrinkles his nose in distaste. "No, thank you. I have work to do." He glares furiously at me before he strides into his office, turning to rake his eyes over me again as he shuts the door with a controlled, soft click. Alice pulls up a chair in front of my desk and sits down. "Spill," she whispers. "Not here," I answer as she sets my lunch in front of me. I look down. It's a BLT with fries. Almost every Friday I eat lunch with Edward at the bar, and almost every Friday I order this. He laughs at me when I pretend to look at the menu before ordering the usual. "You didn't see Edward at the full moon, did you?" "As a matter of fact, I did," she answers, keeping her voice quiet. "He made your lunch himself." Closing my eyes, I swallow and close the lid on my sandwich. I'm too nauseated to eat. "Do I need to stay here the rest of the day?" she asks, her tone low and somber. I shake my head and open my eyes to meet her deep blue gaze. "No. Arrow has appointments all afternoon. He'll leave me alone, and Edward is picking me up at 4. We both turn our heads as Arrow's office door opens. "I'll be back for my 2 o'clock, he barks, not looking at either of us as he stalks past. I want that brief finished and on my desk. Before I have a chance to answer, he's out the door, shutting it soundly behind himself. Once he's gone, Alice demands to know what's going on. I struggle to keep my eyes on hers as I relay what Arrow did, what he said, how he said it. After I've told her everything, she sits still, blinking slowly at me for an entire minute. "You have to quit, B," she finally whispers. "I can't. You can live off the other money," she urges, but I cut her off. "If I quit right now, there's no way Arrow will sell either of the buildings to Edward," I say, looking down. "He'll refuse just out of spite. Edward won't give a shit about that. But he should," I argue. "It's his business. He's dumped a lot of money into finishing the upstairs bar. I think I can outsmart Arrow. I just need to figure out how." "Bella," she warns. "He only did it because Jess isn't here. She'll be back Monday," I say firmly, raising my eyes to meet hers again. This is his pattern. He's not stupid enough to say anything in front of others. And he wouldn't force me to, you know. He doesn't want to go to jail. No, he just wants to coerce you or blackmail you," she says exasperatedly. "That's so much better. He's practically a shoo-in for sainthood." She rolls her eyes and slumps back in her chair. Sighing heavily, I raise my fingers to rub my temples. "Look, Alice, I know it sucks, but I will find a way out of this without ruining Edward's business." "What about Studio B?" she asks quietly. "It's your dream." "I won't give up," I answer, shutting my eyes briefly. "But I can move my business without losing much of my investment." "Edward can't." "What are you going to do about the lease? Won't Arrow be tipped off if you don't sign it?" "I don't know. I have to think about how I'm going to handle it." I dip my head slightly, looking at her from under my brow. "You can't tell Edward about any of this." "I know I can't," she retorts. "That's your job. As soon as they work out a deal for Edward's building, I'll tell him. I'll quit working here," I insist. "Edward's going to be so hurt, so mad that you didn't tell him," she says, looking at me sadly. "Don't wreck what you two have going, B. Not over an asshole like Volturi." I won't. Even as I say it, I'm not sure if it's a promise or a prayer. I look nervously at Arrow's office door and wonder if I should interrupt. Since Claire O'Rourke barged her way into his office and slammed the door 20 minutes ago, the volume of their conversation has steadily increased. Claire is the opposing counsel in Arrow's biggest case and has been here twice in the last couple of weeks trying to work out a settlement. Judging by some of the curse words I've heard through the door, I don't think they're close to an agreement today. But just as I start to get up, The door opens and Claire steps out, turning around to grasp the doorknob. "Ero Volturi, you have no shame," she says, her voice low and full of venom. "You are a cold-blooded, cocksucking weasel. Someday you'll get what's coming to you. I only hope I have a ringside seat for the show." She pulls the door closed, rattling the frosted glass pane. Clearly agitated, she huffs out a breath as she walks toward me. She sets her briefcase down in front of my desk while she puts her coat on. "Sorry, Bella, that boss of yours is such a snake. I shouldn't let him get to me, but he's just so aggravating," she says. "Why do you work for him?" Smiling sardonically, I shrug, hoping for one of those ringside seats. She chuckles lightly. "You let me know if you ever think it's showtime." She picks up her briefcase and starts to walk toward the door. I bite my lip nervously, wondering if the crazy idea blossoming in my head is a good one. Before I lose my nerve, I speak up. "Claire," I say quietly, waiting until she turns around to continue. "Would you like to have coffee sometime?" She studies my face intently, then slowly nods. "I have court Monday morning, but how about Tuesday?" She asks. We agree on a place and time, and when I get into Edward's car 20 minutes later, I'm still smiling. "Hi," I say, leaning across the console to kiss him. "Hey, ballerina," he replies against my lips. He pulls back slightly and searches my eyes. "You okay?" "When Alice came in earlier, I got the impression that you were having a bad day." "It was a crappy morning, but I'm good now," I answer honestly, hoping he'll drop the conversation there. Edward tilts his head to the left, sliding his eyes away from my face to look over my shoulder. "Fucking Volturi," he mutters. I twist around and see Ero standing on the sidewalk staring at Edward's car. When I turn back around, Edward's jaw is clenched. He faces forward again, putting the car in first gear and mumbling curse words under his breath. Frowning, I watch as he looks in the side mirror before pulling away from the curb. He's even more irritated with Ero now than he was this morning. "Edward, did something happen with Ero today?" "No," he answers tersely. "How come you didn't tell me about his counteroffer?" I ask. "What are you talking about?" he asks, glancing quizzically at me as he shifts to second gear. "I told you he said he'd think about my offer. That was the end of our negotiation." "Oh," I reply and then look down at my hands in my lap. "He said he asked you for something." "Nope," he replies, his tone clipped. "He didn't." I look at him out of the corner of my eye. His face is a little red, there's a tick along the side of his jaw like he's grinding his teeth together. We ride in silence for a minute before he blows out a breath and reaches over to put his hand on my thigh. He squeezes gently as I cover his hand with mine, sliding my fingers in between his. Turning my head, I stare out the window and think about what Ero said to me this morning. I know he's trying to cause trouble for Edward and me. I know he could be lying. But Edward has been so tight-lipped about his meeting with Ero that I wonder if he's holding something back. Or maybe I just assume he is because I feel guilty for what I'm holding back. When we stop at a red light, I look over at Edward. He pulled my hand to the stick shift with his when he downshifted, but now he's scrubbing his other hand across his face. He looks upset or worried. I don't want to be the reason he looks that way, so I lean over, resting my head against his upper arm. He kisses the top of my head, and then accelerates when the light turns green. "I believe you," I say quietly, and it's almost true. I wait anxiously in the booth of the coffee shop Tuesday morning, watching the door and absently stirring my coffee with a spoon. Claire should be here any minute, but she's not the one I'm watching for. It's Ero. When Claire suggested meeting for coffee at this place, I readily agreed. But yesterday, I began to worry that meeting her in the diner on the same block as Ero's law office could be reckless. If he saw us, I think he'd be angry. Then again, screw him. I can talk to whomever I want, and maybe it would make him nervous to see that Claire and I are friendly. Either way, it's making me bite my lip and wonder if this was a mistake. Since Friday, I've been in a near constant state of unease. Even though neither Edward nor I mentioned Ero again after the uncomfortable conversation in his car, it seemed to hang between us the rest of that night. By Saturday, things with us were back to normal, but I had flashes of heart-pounding, stomach-clenching anxiety throughout the weekend. I need a plan and I need it fast. While I'm still watching the door, I see Claire come in. She smiles slightly when her eyes land on me and she makes her way toward the table. We exchange hellos and talk stiltedly about the weather for a moment until the waitress brings her a coffee and a cinnamon roll. "You're so tiny. You probably never eat anything like this," she declares as she spreads a napkin on her lap. "I do, too," I insist with a smile. "But I'm not very hungry this morning." "Do you have big plans for tonight?" she asks interestedly. "Please say yes. My husband and I haven't been out for New Year's in 3 years ever since we had kids. I need to live vicariously through someone." We both laugh as I nod. "Yes, my boyfriend owns a bar, so we'll be there," I explain. "He's working, but they're having a band and my best friend will be there with me." We talk for a few minutes about the bar, then she asks me for the name. "I've heard of that place," she says, pursing her lips a little. "Doesn't Arrow own that building?" "I think he's the one I heard about it from." "Yes, and he owns the building next door where my dance studio is," I respond. "Oh, my," she says, setting her fork down with a clank. "Showtime, huh, Bella, let me stop you before you say anything else. If you're going to say anything you don't want repeated, we need to make an agreement right now that I am your legal representative and you expect this conversation to be privileged." "Oh, okay," I frown, wondering if I'm now going to be charged $200 for this cup of not that great coffee. "Pro bono, of course," she adds softly. "It's just a formality, but I want you to be protected. And now that we have that out of the way, tell me what Arrow's up to." I start talking, worried that my words are coming out in a jumbled mess, but she seems to be getting it all. She stops me several times to ask for clarification. When I've finished, she meets my brown eyes with her own. "I'm going to give you my professional opinion first, okay?" she asks, continuing when I nod. "If you choose to file a sexual harassment or hostile work environment case against him, it's going to be your word against his. He hasn't allowed any witnesses to this behavior or put anything in writing. It will be difficult to prove, and you'll be dragged through the mud, especially with Arrow on the opposite side. He's the slimiest lawyer I've ever had the misfortune to know." "That's basically what I figured," I remark. "Start documenting, Bella. Every time he says something inappropriate, every time he puts his hands on you, brushes up against you. Write it down," she advises. "That is one thing that might carry some weight if you ever go to court." "Okay, I'll do that," I agree. "Now, for my personal opinion. You need to get out of there as soon as you can," she says, leaning forward across the table. "You give it a month or two, but if there's no movement on the building sale, quit." Okay, I answer. "What about the lease he wants me to sign?" "Sign it. I can get you out of it if I have to," she shrugs. "Arrow is nowhere near as smart as he thinks he is. He's devious though, don't underestimate that." "I won't," I reply, relaxing a little since I feel that I have an ally who's on equal footing with Arrow. "Now, can we talk about something else? I have to leave in a few minutes, and I really do like you, Claire." This asking you for coffee wasn't just about Arrow. "For me either, Bella," she smiles. For the next 15 minutes, neither of us mentions him. And by the time we leave the diner, we've traded cell phone numbers and plan to have coffee again next week. Same time, same place. I ask as we part ways on the sidewalk outside. "Sounds good," she agrees. "And Bella, I expect to hear all about your New Year's kiss, so you'd better make it a good one." "I intend to," I laugh, hugging her when she moves toward me. As I turn away to walk down the block to the law office, I feel lighthearted for the first time since last Friday. I still don't know if I'll be able to outmaneuver Arrow, but now I think I have a chance. It's almost 12 hours later when I open the side door of the bar and stop short as I run into a solid wall of people. It's even more crowded than it was for the Halloween party. I smile widely, knowing that Edward will be pleased with the turnout. "Bella," Alice chides, bumping into me from behind. "You can't do that, sweetheart." "I don't think she had a choice," Jasper says loudly, able to see over both of our heads. I push my way in a few feet, craning my neck toward the bar. In the dim light, I find Edward, smiling, working. I keep my eyes on him for a few seconds, but he's busy and doesn't look my way. "Oh, my God, it's about fucking time," Rosalie yells, pushing through the sea of people to get to us. "Hi, Rose, I say loudly as she appears in front of me. Come on. She latches onto my wrist and turns back around, ordering people to move out of her way. I reach behind me for Alice's hand and pull her along, too. I had a hell of a time holding this table. She leads us to a table for 6 in the middle of the bar, not too far from the dance floor, but still close enough to the bar that I can see Edward. Or I would be able to if there weren't so many people in the way. I don't think there's going to be much table service, Rose announces. But I'll have Edward bring you beers to get you started. Thanks, Rose, I smile, turning to hug her. Happy New Year. Yeah, I'll be happy in about 6 hours when we close, she laughs, returning the hug. I'll watch for Jake and Leah and send them this way. When Edward approaches soon after, I stand up to hug him. I haven't seen him since I left the condo early this morning to meet Claire. Hey, ballerina, he says, smiling at me as he sets a bucket filled with ice and beer bottles on the table. He kisses me quickly before wrapping his arms around me to pull me in close. You look great, thanks. You, too, I whisper in his ear. You know those are my favorite boots, he breathes in my ear, sending a tingle down my spine. Yeah, I know he likes the motorcycle boots. Alice had a little fit when I wouldn't wear the spiky heels she picked out for me, but Edward comments on the boots every single time I wear them. And I think they look good with my dress, even though Alice was mad about that, too. No matter how many times I tell her that tight dresses covered in sequins aren't me, she insists on trying to get me to wear them. I know, I reply, arching back to look up at him. He bends down to kiss me again. Hey, hands off my sister. Pulling away from Edward, I turn to look at Jake and Leah. You're not my brother, Jake, I protest, laughing. Close enough, he shrugs. Hey, Edward. Hi, Jake. Leah, Edward answers as he and Jake shake hands. Hey, Bells, Mom and Dad asked a ton of questions about Edward when I was home for Christmas. I told them to drive down one weekend and meet him, Jake says as he hugs me. Jockey, I groan. Don't worry, I told them he's cool, he replies. Then he adds teasingly, you owe me $20. Shut up, dork, I chuckle, punching his arm playfully when I pull away. Beside me, Edward is laughing, too. I need to get back behind the bar, he says, turning toward me. But I'm only working till 11:30. Emmett and Rose will take over after that. Really? I ask excitedly, reaching for his hand. How did you get them to do that? They owe me. When they first got together last New Year's, they locked themselves in my office for almost an hour and left Lauren and me alone tending bar, he says with a smirk. This is my reward for not firing their asses. I smile against his lips as he kisses me again before he walks away. We sit at the table drinking for the next hour and a half. As soon as the band starts, Alice, Leah and I grab our beers and get up to dance, leaving Jasper and Jake at the table. You guys have to save me at midnight, Leah says loudly, leaning close to Alice and me so we can hear her over the music. Jake wants to go to the car and have sex. Oh, God, I love car sex, Alice moans, grabbing Leah's arm. Why don't you want to? In the parking lot of a bar. I don't know, she shrugs. It just seems cheap or hot, I add, then clamp a hand across my mouth. Both of them turn to look at me. Are you drunk, Bella? You never talk about this stuff, Leah remarks. Yeah, she's definitely tipsy if she chimes in, Alice grins. Fess up, sister, Leah demands. I want to hear about sex with the beautiful one. She pauses to take a drink of her beer. It's good, I say. Good, she asks, eyebrows up, beer down. Yeah, it's great, I nod. Shit, I think I'm drunk. I can feel my brain pushing me to tell them how I really feel and I know I'll regret it later. When the band segues into a slower song, Alice pulls Leah and me over to the side of the dance floor where we can continue to talk without the guys hearing. Is it wild? Leah asks. No, I shake my head. I glance toward the bar and see Jasper sitting on a barstool talking to Edward. Edward is leaning on his elbows, his head bent across the bar. Have you tried all the positions in that booklet we got the night we went to Whispers? Alice laughs, drawing my attention back to the conversation. No, I repeat. Pretty much just the one, position. Hold up. Edward motherfucking Cullen, with the reputation he has, is the missionary man. Alice wraps one arm across her waist and bends forward to laugh. Don't laugh. The sex is good. It's very sweet, very gentle, and mostly very horizontal, I admit. God, I sound like a bitch. No, B. I get it, Alice replies, squeezing my arm. Jasper did the same thing. It's like they get some reformed man-whore disease. Really? I ask hopefully. Alice's statement makes me feel better because she tells me all the time about how great their sex life is. Really? She smiles. Jasper never would admit it, but I think he was trying to prove to me, or maybe to himself, that he was capable of being a good boyfriend. He just thought being a good boyfriend meant he had to be gentle and boring. How do you get him over that? Leah asks. Lingerie and dirty talk. Worked like a charm, she shrugs. And then, because she's Alice, she overshares. That night we had the most wild, earth-shattering, I think I could die from pleasure sex. She sighs and holds her cold beer bottle against her forehead. Leah glances over at our table where Jake is sitting alone and sighs. I turn toward the bar and see Edward looking back at me. I smile, but he doesn't. I can't read the expression on his face. He doesn't look mad, but he's definitely not happy. Bella, don't be upset about the sex, Alice scolds, tugging on my arm until I rip my eyes away from Edward's and look at her. I'm not, I mumble. But I'm completely unsettled by the look my boyfriend was just giving me. I lift my beer and drink the rest of it down, then follow when Alice starts to walk toward our table. When I turn to look at Edward once more, his attention is back on Jasper. Shots, Leah exclaims when we get to the table. Rose brought them for us. Drink up, girls, to mind-blowing sex, Alice yells, raising her plastic shot glass high. Even Jake will toast to that, and we drink the shots at the same time. It doesn't take much prodding from Alice for me to do another. When Alice and I weave our way through the crowd 20 minutes later, Jasper and Edward aren't where I last saw them. Where'd they go? I ask Alice, stopping and swaying slightly on my feet. I don't know, she says, stopping and swaying slightly on her feet. Wait, is she swaying or am I swaying? Not sure. Come on, Bella. The bathroom line is gonna be so long and I really have to go. She's right. We have to wait a while for our turns, and when I come out of the bathroom, Alice isn't in the hallway. I guess she didn't wait for me. I stop at the end of the bar and boost myself up to kneel on an empty stool, then look down the bar, searching for Edward, but I only see Emmett and the 3 new bartenders. I smile at Emmett as he approaches me. Happy New Year, I say, bending down slightly to kiss his cheek when he leans across the bar to me. Back atcha, tiny dancer, he answers. Need a beer? Sure, I reply as I slide off the stool and stand on the floor again. Standing on my tiptoes, I rest my crossed arms on the bar. Edward's in the back if you're looking for him, Emmett remarks as he sets a bottle in front of me. He props his elbows on the bar, too, and then leans forward to speak quietly quietly for Emmett, which is still pretty loud. He's pissed at Tanya. I don't know what she did this time, but he looked like he was about to lose it. She's back there, too? I ask. When Emmett nods, my stomach clenches reflexively as jealousy flashes through me. I know it's stupid, he can't stand her. But that's never stopped her from trying. And the thought of them being alone in his office bugs me. I smile though, and shrug as I answer Emmett. I'll leave him alone then. I'll catch him when he comes back out. Emmett moves down the bar to wait on someone else, so I turn to walk back toward our table. Excuse me, I say as I twist sideways to slip through the crowd. I'm not really looking at the faces I pass, intent on getting back to my seat, so I'm surprised when someone grabs my upper arm and says my name. His grip is tight and stops my progress immediately. I stumble backward a step, causing some of my beer to slosh out the top of the bottle and onto my chest. Hey, I turn to the right to face the grabber. It's James. Hi, Bella, I was wondering if you'd be here tonight, he says. Luckily, I haven't seen him since that night 4 months ago when I came here with him to make Edward jealous and then Edward left with Kate and then Rosalie had to save me from James at the end of the night. Oh, hi, I reply, stepping back and gently pulling my arm away. Can I buy you a drink? He smiles. Just got one, thanks, I answer, holding up my almost full beer. I'll get your next one then, he says as I look around anxiously for Alice or Jasper or Jake. But I'm mired in the middle of the crowd. Unless you're here with someone. Yeah, Edward, I reply, turning toward him again. You're fucking kidding me, he barks derisively. That son of a bitch. I knew it when he got me kicked off this delivery route for talking to you. What? I ask, frowning up at him. I have no idea what he's talking about. Edward called in a favor with the distributor and boom. I'm off the suburb circuit and driving fucking downtown all day, he says snidely. You didn't know he did that? No, I didn't. I'm sure it didn't have anything to do with me, I offer, shaking my head at him. Jesus, you really are as naive as you act, aren't you? He asks condescendingly. It had everything to do with you. I had a feeling he wanted you for himself even though you're not really his type. Why is everyone always telling me that? Irritated, I roll my eyes at him as I take a drink of my beer. There, he says, lifting his chin in the direction of a tall, blonde woman standing nearby. That's his type, or the one next to her, or any of the blondes here wearing short skirts. Edward and I have been dating for a couple of months, I retort defensively, narrowing my eyes at James. I'm pissed at him and I'm a little pissed at Edward, too. He's your boyfriend, he scoffs, throwing his head back to laugh. What a dumb shit. Edward Cullen doesn't have a faithful bone in his body. That's enough, James, I seethe, backing away from him. I'm not going to stand here while you insult Edward. I turn to walk away, almost making it out of the crowd before he grabs my upper arm again, gripping more forcefully this time. I wasn't insulting Edward, sweetheart, he says when I face him, yanking my arm from his fingers. I was insulting you for believing he'll treat you differently. Turning my head to the right, I spot Edward. He's finally back behind the bar and glaring in our direction. Okay, asshole, it's time for you to move away from her before my brother sees you, Rose interjects, pushing her way between James and me. I don't interrupt to tell her that Edward's already watching. Go, Bella. When I turn toward the bar, Edward is talking to Ben, one of the new bartenders. Immediately, Ben looks at where Rosalie and I are standing, then rounds the end of the bar, heading straight for us. Edward is staring at me again. I start walking toward him, and he moves to the end of the bar to meet me. Ben is gonna get James out of here, he says, bending down to speak lowly to me. He won't bother you anymore. I didn't say he was bothering me, I snap. Yeah, he retorts, raising his eyebrows. Well, he was fucking bothering me. Taking a step back, I look up at him, feeling the alcohol-fueled, irrational anger race through my veins. I know I'm acting like a bitch, but I'm tired of hearing about Edward, his type, his past from everyone. I need to talk to you in private, I say. I tip my beer bottle up to finish it, then set it on the bar. He lifts both hands to scrub across his face. Of course you do, he scowls as he lowers his hands. That's exactly the kind of fucking night it's been. Let's get it over with. He leads me down the hallway toward his office, pulling his keys from his front pocket. He unlocks the door and pushes it open, standing aside to let me walk in first. After he follows me in, he kicks the door shut with his foot and walks to the front of his desk, then sits back against it. I stand several feet away from him, arms crossed over my chest. You coming closer? He asks quietly. No. What the fuck did I do, Bella? Is this about James? He asks. When I nod, he continues. He's a prick. Over the last 2 years, he's screwed every woman who's worked for me except Rose. I don't want him anywhere near you. And I don't want you trying to control my life, I remind him. No shit, he retorts. Message received loud and clear. Jesus. He lifts his hands to scrub across his face again. Then stop treating me like a possession, I say through gritted teeth. I don't want to fucking possess you, he says, closing his eyes. He pushes his hands into his hair and shakes his head. Why can't you understand that I just want to protect you? Why can't you understand those things feel the same? I ask. Either way, it's you doing things that affect my life without telling me. Bullshit, Bella, he says as he opens his eyes. His usually bright green eyes are dark and furious. I've seen that look in his eyes before, but this is the first time it's been aimed at me. Don't project all your crap onto me. I haven't interfered at fucking all since you asked me not to. I haven't stepped in with Arrow, although I should. I can handle Arrow, I reply firmly. You certainly must think you can, he responds slowly, his tone dripping with anger, since you aren't fucking telling me the stuff he's been saying to you. I take a step back and lower my arms, wrapping them across my queasy stomach. Wishing I'd never started this argument, I struggle to keep my eyes on his, swallowing nervously under his unyielding glare. Jasper, I whisper, suddenly realizing why Edward was looking at me so strangely while Jasper was sitting at the bar. Edward takes a deep breath and blows it out slowly. His hands, resting on the desk on either side of his hips, clench and unclench several times. He nods, and then bows his head to look at the floor. How do you think it makes me feel that you tell everyone else in your fucking life about the crap Arrow does, but don't tell me? He asks, his voice still angry, but quieter. It feels shitty, Bella. It feels shitty to hear it from fucking Jasper. I didn't tell Jasper, and I couldn't tell you, Edward, I say, trying to explain my wayward logic. I was afraid you'd say something to him ruin your chances of buying these buildings. Why do you think I keep working for him? I can't quit until it's all settled. Or until he finally does something horrible to you, he seethes, fixing his stormy gaze on me again. I don't think he will, I whisper. He exhales in a disgusted puff. Fine, he mutters. We'll keep doing this then. It seems to be working just fucking great. He pushes himself off the desk and stomps toward the door, muttering curse words under his breath. Edward, wait, I gotta get back to work, he snaps, not stopping or looking back at me. He opens the door and walks into the hall. Shut the door when you come out. I wait a full 10 minutes in Edward's office before I step into the hall, closing his office door behind me and making sure it's locked. As I pass by the bar, I get a glimpse of Edward way at the other end, but again, he doesn't look at me. When I sit back down at the table, everyone seems to understand that Edward and I are fighting. No one asks about it at all, but Jasper apologizes. It's my fault, not yours, I offer, shaking my head. I knew I was being stupid to keep it from him. I didn't know you hadn't told him. By the time I figured it out, I'd said too much, Jasper says, putting his arm around me and pulling me in. He kisses the top of my head before releasing me. The party at the table continues, but I switch to Diet Coke. I don't feel like drinking anymore. I spend most of the next hour watching Edward, but it's not like it usually is when I'm here and he's working. When he winks at me, licks his lips and raises his eyebrows until I laugh. He's completely avoiding any eye contact with me. Twice I see him go out the side door carrying a pack of cigarettes in one hand and a tall glass of amber-colored liquid, probably whiskey, in the other. The first time he comes back inside, he doesn't look at me. But the second time he does. Our gazes meet and hold, neither of us smiling at the other. I try to participate in the conversation at the table, but I'm not really paying attention to what they're saying. I mostly just laugh when they all do and drink Diet Coke until I'm not tipsy anymore and there's a faint throbbing across my forehead. When everyone else goes to the dance floor, I stay seated, and then watch warily as Tanya comes toward me carrying a drink. She's never nice, so I'm always suspicious. Here, hun, just the way you like it. She smirks, setting the soda without lemon in front of me. She plops down in the chair beside me, uninvited. I tried to tell you. Edward is not monogamy material. Go away, Tanya, I say tiredly, bending forward to take a drink from the straw even though I don't trust her. Maybe if she slipped something in my drink, I can fall asleep and wake up in 2 weeks. I knew he'd give you the boot eventually, she continues. Jesus, how pathetic is it that you're still here? He's done everything but kick you out of the bar. At least have enough pride to leave now that he's broken up with you. We didn't break up, I say passively. Really? Because he certainly seems to be enjoying himself with the blonde at the bar, she retorts snidely. I try to stop myself. I know she's baiting me, but I glance up anyway and follow her line of sight until I spot Edward. He's standing at the end of the bar talking to a woman in a shiny, short dress. She's laughing, hanging on to his arm. He doesn't really look like he's happy, but he's not making any effort to get away from her either. God, I'm gonna throw up. Tanya, I've been covering your fucking tables, and you're back here harassing my brother's girlfriend. Rosalie asks incredulously, appearing on the other side of the table to yell at the bitch. Either go cover your section or get your shit and leave. Tanya huffs as she stands, but she smiles smugly as she walks away. Don't let her get to you, Rosalie advises. She's not, I say, shaking my head. I look at Edward again. Now he's sitting beside the blonde, turned sideways on the barstool to talk to her. And he's got another tall glass of whiskey. What the fuck is he doing? Rosalie mutters when she twists around to look at him. Fucking idiot. She stomps away toward Edward, but I don't want to watch. I get up and scoot around to the other side of the table so I don't have to look at him. Between the loud music, the rapidly approaching sobriety and the boyfriend who might not be a boyfriend anymore, my head is pounding by the time everyone else sits down. I ask the girls, but no one has any ibuprofen with them. Alice flags Rosalie down and asks her. Here, Rose says as she hands me her keys. There's some in the top left drawer of Edward's desk. Help yourself. I don't want to go into Edward's office, I grumble, trying to give back the keys. Quit being such a girl, she scolds. He won't even know you're in there. Come on, I'll distract him so you can sneak by. As promised, Rose wedges herself in between Edward and the blonde. Well, that's not what she promised, but she does it anyway. And while she's got his attention, I rush by carrying my drink in one hand and Rose's keys in the other. In Edward's office, I quickly find the medicine and pour 2 pills into my hand, then wash them down with Diet Coke. I drop the bottle back in the drawer and push it shut. When I look up, Edward is standing in the doorway. What are you doing back here? I ask. My office. What are you doing back here? I needed something for my head, I answer. Rose sent me back here. Rose sent me back here, too, he says, walking into the room. I should have known she'd do something like that. Tricky bitch. I was just going, I mumble, stepping around the side of the desk. After a few steps, I realize I left my drink on his desk, but I'm too focused on getting out of here to go back for it. Just as I get to the door, he reaches around me and pushes it shut. Edward, what? I start as I twist around to face him. His lips are on mine before I can finish speaking. He sweeps his tongue into my mouth, tasting of Jack and cigarettes, and I grip the front of his shirt as he grasps my shoulders. Off balance from turning so quickly, I stagger backward, pulling him with me. When I land against the door with a thud, I grunt into his mouth. He kisses me passionately, moving his mouth with mine, pressing his chest against mine. Moaning, he shifts his hands to my back, sliding them down around everywhere. As we continue kissing, his hands skim across my ass up my sides to rest under my arms back down to span the sides of my hips up to thread through my hair. I can't breathe after a few minutes and wrench my lips away, gasping loudly and letting my head fall back against the smooth wood behind me. His heart is thumping wildly under my hand. His hot, panting breaths beat against my neck as he trails his mouth down toward my shoulder. Fuck, I want you, he murmurs. He pulls the fabric of my dress away from my collarbone and latches on to my skin, sucking powerfully. Oh God, Edward, I groan, digging one hand into his hair to hold him in place. He pulls rhythmically on my skin, pausing to soothe with his tongue several times. When I whimper, he stops, kissing his way up my neck again. Desperate for more, I wrap my arms around his waist, and then slide my hands into the back pockets of his jeans, pressing his hips to mine. Please, I whisper, and am instantly rewarded when he rocks against me. He glides his lips along my jaw as we move together, slowly at first, and then faster. Edward, God. My words are muffled when he kisses me. Fuck, he exclaims quietly, pulling his lower body away. He rests his forehead against the door near my shoulder. I can't fuck, I shouldn't do that to you. Still breathing hard, I take my hands out of his pockets and let them fall to my sides. We stand in silence for a minute before he rears back to look at me, lifting one hand to cup the side of my face, tracing his thumb along my bottom lip gently. I'm sorry, he says lowly. For what? I ask, fighting back tears. Treating someone like you that way, he says. His eyes are still glazed with lust and alcohol as he looks into mine. I'm sure he doesn't realize that he hurt my feelings, that what he just said implying that he could only have sex in such an impassioned frenzy with someone not like me both offends me and pisses me off. And my head still hurts. Through my haze of pain and anger, I hear the countdown to midnight on the other side of the door, followed by yells of, Happy New Year. Smiling, He leans forward to peck my lips. It's the new year, he says needlessly. I roll my eyes, but kiss him back even though it's not really the kiss I was anticipating getting from him at midnight. Let's go back out and sit with your friends for a while, he suggests. I'm done working. Okay, I agree, trying not to let my face show how upset I am. At the table, I continue to drink soda while Edward goes back to whiskey. Although I'm glad that he seems to be enjoying himself with Jake and Jasper, I'm annoyed that he's not paying much attention to me. Alice says it's the alcohol, and when I think about it, I've never been around Edward when he's been drinking like this. I follow him when he goes to the bathroom later. He's a little unsteady on his feet. When he comes out, he looks happy to see me in the hallway. Ballerina, he smiles, wrapping his arms around me. He holds me too tightly, and then loses his balance, almost knocking both of us down. Edward, I think we should go, I say as I get loose and take a step back. You gonna take me home in your truck? He slurs. I didn't bring my truck. Remember, I rode with Jasper and Alice, I remind him. He nods and I led him back out to the bar. Stand right here, I'll get my purse. He nods again. At the table, I hug everyone goodbye and get my coat and purse, then make my way back toward Edward. But he's not where I left him. Half exasperated, half amused, I keep walking looking. Oh, for the love of God, I mutter when I finally find him leaning against the wall beside the door hugging the same short dress wearing blonde. Newly irritated, I push my way through the now smaller crowd, but the blonde has moved on by the time I get to Edward. Where's your coat? Car, he answers. He gives me the keys when I ask for them and follows me outside. Once I get him settled in the passenger seat, I get behind the wheel and buckle up. The engine rumbles to life when I turn the key, making the pedals hum under my feet. When I twist around to look behind the car as I back out, I see that Edward's eyes are closed and he's leaning his head back against the seat. My baby is driving my baby, he mumbles, smiling slightly. It would be cute if I wasn't annoyed, but I am, so I roll my eyes and remain quiet. After that, he doesn't speak, and I turn the radio volume down since it looks like he's sleeping. As I pull into the garage entrance of his building, I reach up to get the key card from the passenger visor. He shifts around and opens his eyes. You remember how to do it, baby? He asks groggily as I roll down the window and insert the card. Don't hold it too tight, just slide it right in. Again, I'd probably laugh if I wasn't grouchy. I shake my head and ignore the comment, and then drive inside once the barrier gate lifts. The harsh fluorescent lights shine through the windshield as I turn down the first aisle and drive toward Edward's 3 reserved parking spots against the far wall. Since my truck isn't here, they're all vacant. You're not speaking to me? He asks as I park in the middle space. From the corner of my eye, I see him lift his head and look at me. When I don't answer, he continues talking, his words still slightly slurred. Guess not. Jesus Christ, you're still pissed about James. As soon as I set the brake, I unfasten my seatbelt and let it automatically retract, turning to face him as the buckle bangs against the window. He cringes either at the sound or, more likely, at the fear that I hurt his car. No, I'm mad that you have a double standard. You were so bugged by James talking to me that you threw him out of the bar, but you were hanging out with that blonde all night, I spit. I can't stand James in general. I'd have thrown him out earlier if I'd seen him, he says. His voice is controlled, but I hear the anger simmering underneath. What fucking blonde are you talking about? How many were there? I fire back, crossing my arms over my chest and leaning against the window. I'm talking about the one with the big boobs and short dress that you were all over every time I turned around. I wasn't all over anyone, he claims, raising his voice. He exhales loudly and slumps back in his seat, pressing the heels of his hands to his bloodshot eyes. If you mean Heidi, she dates the singer in the band. I've known them both since college, and she didn't know anybody else there tonight. Well, you didn't tell me that, I declare, still defiant even though it seems a little unfounded right now. Is that something you think you should have known? You think I should have told you? He fumes, lowering his hands and leaning across the console. Now you know how it feels. I fucking hate that you don't tell me anything. Feeling defensive even though I know he's right, I go on the attack, too. I hate that you pull away from me when the way you did in your office tonight, I sputter, fury rising again when embarrassed tears fill my eyes. You always slow it down and act like I'm breakable or something. No, I act like you're important to me. I don't want to treat you like you treated them, the other girls. I ask as I lean toward him. Why don't you want me that way? I fucking do, he yells, reaching for me. He digs his fingers into my hair, sliding them to the back of my head and pulling me forward. I go willingly, crashing my mouth to his, pushing my tongue inside and moving my lips frantically. I don't know how long we kiss this way, breathing heavily as we come together, break apart, then come together again. He drops his hand from my hair, gliding it down my neck, stopping to rub his thumb lightly over the sensitive spot under my ear. When he finally lowers his hand to my chest, I moan and reach for his forearm, digging my nails into his shirt as he grips my breast tightly. He doesn't linger there long though. We continue to kiss as he presses me back into my seat and skims his hand down the front of my body, all the way to my knees. As soon as he slips his hand under my skirt, I shift my legs farther apart, moaning into his mouth while he drags his fingers up the inside of my right thigh. In answer, he grunts as he reaches between my legs, stroking back and forth smoothly over my satin underwear. I clutch his shoulders as he moves faster, driving me closer to the edge, but then he stops. I pull my mouth away and open my eyes to find him staring at me as he works his fingers under the fabric. Gasping, I lift my hips as he pushes into me, barely giving my body time to adjust before he adds another finger, sliding them deliberately in out. I raise one hand to grip his hair and yank his mouth to mine, resting my open lips against his. He pants into my mouth as I buck against his hand, whimpering when he presses into me and holds still. I want in there, he says hoarsely, pulling his fingers out of me and hooking them in the front of my underwear. He tugs on them roughly. Get these off and get over here. As he sits back and reclines his seat, I slide my panties down my legs and then carefully over my boots. When I turn to look at him, he's pushed his jeans and boxers halfway down his thighs and is lying back, stroking himself. My lips fall open as I watch him, and for the first time, I want to put my mouth on him. He groans quietly as I lick my lips. Baby, you have no idea how much I'd like that, he growls, seemingly knowing what I'm thinking. But I'll never last that way right now. Come here. Gingerly, I climb over the console, steadying myself with one hand on Edward's shoulder and the other pressed against the window as I straddle him. He pulls at the skirt of my dress, sliding his hands inside and up to grasp my breasts. Arching into his touch, I let my eyes slide closed as he pushes my bra out of the way and captures my bare nipples with his fingers. After a moment, he sits up and I wrap my arms around his shoulders as we kiss breathlessly. He leans back slightly to look into my eyes. I'm still pissed at you, he says. I'm still pissed at you, too, I retort, even though I can't remember right now what I was so angry about. Fine, he responds as he lies back against the seat. Lift up. As I raise onto my knees, he pushes his shirt up, and then aligns himself with me. He closes his eyes as I sink down onto him, shifting his hands to the sides of my hips. Oh, God, I whisper, bracing my hand against the window again as he moves me, pushing me up and then pulling me forcefully back down as he thrusts into me. There's no slow, gentle build this time. It's fast, raw, uncontrolled. It's exactly what I want. Letting my eyes slide shut, I listen to the sounds our bodies make as we meet. I concentrate on the feeling of him sliding into me. Jesus fuck, he groans, his fingers digging into my skin. Are you close? No, I whisper, opening my eyes. Fuck, he repeats, louder this time, as he pulls me down and holds still. Lean forward. Okay, I breathe, resting my palms on the seat just above his shoulders. In this position, our faces are almost touching, and looking into his eyes is so intense that I want to shut mine again. But I don't. I force myself to look, to feel, even though I'm afraid he doesn't feel the same. He nudges me with his hands, urging me to move, so I rock against him twice, gasping with pleasure as I get the friction I need. He holds my hips tightly as he guides me again, moving me slowly at first, until I moan and go faster on my own. I stay quiet as I come, letting my eyes close and my mouth drop open. Jesus, he groans, and I feel him twitch inside me as he comes, too. Once my breathing slows, I press my lips briefly to his and then scoot off him, awkwardly pushing myself back to the driver's side. Edward's eyes are shut and he hasn't moved for a minute. I'm afraid he's going to pass out down here, so I say his name loudly and talk him into pulling up his pants. I grab my purse and our coats from the backseat as I get out and lead him to the elevator. Neither of us speaks on the elevator, or in the hallway, or when we get inside the condo. I let him use the bathroom first to clean up while I get him a bottle of water and some ibuprofen. After I get him to take the pills, I tuck him in, and then go to clean myself up. He's lying on his back and snoring lightly when I come out. I turn out the lamp and get in bed, rolling to face him and resting my lips against his bare upper arm. "My ballerina," he mumbles. "Meir, I'm right here," I whisper, but I push myself up as he wraps his arm around me. I lie back down with my head on his shoulder. "Don't leave me, don't leave," he mutters, his voice growing softer with each word. "Okay, I love you," he breathes. Inhaling sharply, I raise up again to look at him, but he seems to have gone back to sleep. Smiling widely for the first time in several hours, I stretch up to place my lips on his. "I love you, too." When I wake up in the morning, I'm not burrowed down in the covers like usual. Instead, the sheets are bunched at the foot of the bed and I'm covered by a heavy arm and leg. Edward is lying on his stomach, draped across me. And he loves me. Smiling, I trail my fingers lightly up his arm, but he doesn't move. He's really out, and he still smells like whiskey. Knowing he probably won't feel good when he wakes up, I decide to go make breakfast for him. He barely moves as I scoot out of bed. I pull the sheet and comforter up, tucking it gently around him, and then bending down to kiss his shoulder. In the bathroom, I brush my teeth and pull my hair up into a ponytail, then pull my t-shirt aside to study the hickey Edward left on my collarbone last night when we were in his office. It's purple and ugly, but I giggle lightly when I look into the mirror. There are parts of last night that didn't go as well as I expected, but other parts, his office, the car, his declaration in bed, that were so good they almost don't seem real. I'm happy as I pad softly up the hallway to the kitchen. I make coffee first and sip it while I start to lay the bacon in a pan. "Ballerina," Edward calls. I answer and then turn to see him standing in the doorway, looking panicked. I wipe my hands on a paper towel as he comes toward me. As soon as he's close enough, he wraps his arms around me and buries his face in my neck, breathing hard. "Edward, what's wrong? I thought you fucking left," he says, gripping me tightly. "Why would I leave? Jesus, baby, after the way I attacked you last night in my office and then," he pauses to swallow, "the car, why wouldn't you? I'm so fucking sorry I acted like that with you. But it's," I begin, but he interrupts me. "Don't you dare defend me," he says, rearing back to look at me. "I never should have treated you that way. Shit, don't cry." He kisses across my forehead to my left temple as I blink back tears. "I'm not, Edward," I insist. "I wasn't upset by it. I've never felt so. Did I do something else after we got up here?" he asks, cutting me off again. "I don't remember anything after, in the car." The euphoria I've been floating on since I woke up rushes out of me, replaced with disappointment, despair. New tears flood my eyes and threaten to spill over, so I bury my face in his chest, hoping he won't notice. "No," I croak, then clear my throat to disguise the fact that I'm upset. "You were fine." "Okay. Good," he says, exhaling heavily. "I'm sorry about the fight, too." I nod. "So am I. I should have told you about Arrow. We both should have done things differently," he says, pulling away to look at me. He wipes away the tears that leaked from my eyes and smiles at me. "Don't cry. We'll do better." "I know," I answer. I try to return his smile, but can't get my lips to move upward. Wanting time to regroup, I suggest that he go shower while I finish cooking breakfast. "Yeah, I feel like shit. I'm sure I smell like a distillery, too," he chuckles. "Let's just forget everything that happened last night, okay?" He bends down to press his lips gently to mine, and then releases me to walk out of the kitchen. I turn back to the stove, letting the tears come this time. "Hey, ballerina," he calls softly from the doorway. "Happy New Year." "MMHMM, I say, struggling to speak without breaking down. "Happy New Year." EPOV. Leaning forward under the stream of hot water, I raise one hand to rake through my wet hair. I feel like shit. Fucking whiskey, I mutter. I don't know how much I drank last night. Enough to calm me down after I got fucking furious at Tanya for being such a bitch to the new staff. Enough to keep me from pounding James for putting his hands on my girl. Enough to numb me after I found out my girl hasn't been telling me shit. Fucking arrow, I say, louder. I never intended to fight with Bella last night. Knowing she was pretty tipsy, I tried not to react when she was bitching at me in my office. But I was pissed that she'd been lying about Arrow, and eventually I couldn't hold it in anymore. I figured she would have a reason for not telling me, and she did. A fucked up reason, if you ask me, but I sort of understand why she felt like she couldn't talk to me about it. I know I fucked up, too, though. My memory of the ride home last night is hazy. I remember parts of the argument in the parking garage. And I've had enough flashbacks of the sex of gripping her tightly and moving her roughly to know I wasn't gentle with her. And, of course, thinking about it now has my dick twitching. Christ, pissed off, hung way the fuck over, and horny. Fucking asshole, I mumble, sighing disgustedly at myself. Turning to the side, I lean back against the cool, tile wall. I close my eyes and try to remember what the hell happened after the sex, but no matter how hard I concentrate, my mind only repeats the shit I already know. Fighting, sex, waking up alone in my bed. That's all I got. The stench of stale alcohol fills the steamy shower, coming out my pores even after I try to wash it away. Nauseated by the smell, I adjust the temperature dial until the water is cool, but it doesn't really help. I need to fucking lie down. My legs are shaky as I wrap a towel around my waist and walk out to the bedroom. Bella's side of the bed is closer and I flop face down on her pillow, inhaling her scent. Jesus, this feels better. If I could just stay here for a few minutes, then I think I could get up. I don't move until I feel the cool sheet cover my back. Ballerina, I mumble, turning my head. I crack one eye open to look at her, but it slides closed again almost immediately. Shish, sleep, Edward, she whispers. Her fingers brush lightly across my shoulder as I drift back to sleep. A couple of hours later, I wake up feeling like I might fucking live after all. I get dressed and brush my teeth, wondering what the hell I should say to Bella. Stalling, I hold my hands under the faucet and then run them through the top of my hair, pulling at it until I'm satisfied with the way it looks. Finally, I leave the bedroom and walk slowly up the hallway, both relieved and nervous when I see her sitting on the couch. Even though she's not facing me, I know she hears my bare feet on the hardwood floor. Feeling better? She asks, twisting around to look at me. Yeah, I answer with a half smile. There's a plate in the oven for you. And the coffee's still hot, she says, turning away from me again. Want me to get it for you? No, I'll do it, I reply. I mumble something about being back in a minute and go into the kitchen. Suddenly realizing how hungry I am, I stand at the counter and eat the eggs quickly, and then pour myself coffee. I grab a strip of bacon as I head back out to the living room. She looks up as I sit down on the other end of the couch and we both turn sideways to face each other. Thanks for breakfast, I begin, unsure where this conversation is going to go. I swallow a big drink of coffee, then lean over to set my mug on the table. You're welcome, and for letting me sleep. You needed it, she nods. Jesus. The last time we faced each other this uncomfortably on the couch was last fall when she was the one with the hangover. But the rest of the details are eerily similar. Sitting on opposite ends of the couch, Bella is covered with the white fur blanket, and I have no fucking idea what to say. Reaching up, I scrub my hands across my face and blow out a breath. Ballerina, I really am so fucking sore. Please don't apologize again, she whispers, interrupting me. I get it. You regret everything that happened last night. Lowering my hands slowly, I look at her. Her head is bowed, her eyes downcast as she picks at the blanket. I regret that I hurt you, I answer. I'm sorry I hurt you, too, she replies flatly, shrugging. Worried by the distant tone of her voice, I study her. I don't think she's crying, but she won't look at me. Jesus, I wish I had taken some medicine before I left the kitchen because my fucking head is pounding. I press the heels of my palms just above my eyes to relieve the pressure, letting my head hang back for a minute. Fuck, I don't know how to fix this. When I lift my head, she hasn't moved. Leaning forward, I put one hand on her leg. Bella, I say softly. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't pull away either. Sliding my fingers over her covered knee, I squeeze gently. Baby, please talk to me. She raises her eyes, looking up at me from under her brow. I don't know what to say to you, she mumbles, her voice quivering slightly. Come here please, I say, holding my hand toward her. As soon as she reaches forward, I close my fingers around hers and tug gently. She lowers her eyes again, but she comes willingly, and I use my other hand to help untangle the blanket around her. As I lie back, I spread my legs apart to make room for her in between. She settles against my chest, and I cover her up again before I wrap my arms around her. I don't want to think about last night anymore, she whispers. Okay, I answer, kissing the top of her head. I know we need to talk about some of this shit, but I don't want to make anything worse right now. We sit in silence again for a few minutes. It's not unusual for us to lie together like this when we watch TV. It is unusual for her to keep her hands on the couch instead of on me. And she's never this quiet unless she's fallen asleep on top of me. What should we do today? I need to go home, she answers. I have laundry and stuff. Okay, I'll drive you whenever you want, I reply, nervous again because she sounds like she wants to get away from me. I could hang your sculpture for you today. If you want to, she says. She pushes herself up and climbs off the couch off me. I'll get dressed. Ballerina, I plead softly as she turns to walk away. I'll be ready in 5, she answers without looking back at me. She's quiet during the drive to her place. She's quiet as I hang the sculpture. She's quiet as I rifle through her freezer looking for something to eat. Finally, she says she's going to take a shower. While the crappy frozen pizza is cooking, I walk to her stereo and turn it on, scrolling through the playlists on the attached iPod. When I see the hip-hop list, I push play, and suffer through 3 terrible songs before Bella comes out from the bathroom. What are you doing? She asks. Fixing lunch, I answer, turning away from the counter where I'm cutting the pizza to look at her. I meant the music, she responds, frowning at me. You don't like hip-hop? Not really, no, I shrug, turning back to the food. But you do. She gets plates from the cabinet, and then comes to stand next to me. Someday I'll find a way to make you like it, she insists, reaching in front of me to pick a mushroom from the pizza. She smiles slightly at me as she puts it in her mouth. I don't fucking think so, but since that's the most regular sounding sentence she's spoken to me all day, I'm not gonna fucking argue about it. Instead, I smile back at her and lean down, pressing my lips softly against hers. We spend the rest of the day together at her place, but things are still weird. We're overly polite to each other. Our conversations are superficial and strained. The only things that amuse her at all are my hangover and the way I smell. I shower again before bed, hoping to wash off the lingering stink. When I walk into her bedroom in just my boxer briefs, she's already lying down, facing away from me. I know she's tired and she has to work tomorrow, but I doubt she's asleep yet. Pulling the covers back carefully, I get in bed and roll toward her, curling myself up behind her. Ballerina, I say against her shoulder as I wrap my arm around her waist. I'm not even sure what I want to say to her. Yeah, her voice is hushed. I press my lips to her skin and clear my throat softly, hesitating, stalling, trying to figure out something to say besides, I'm sorry. As the silent seconds tick by, I hear her sigh heavily. Then she cuts off any further conversation. Good night, Edward. She burrows down into the bed, pulling her pillow with her. I keep my hand on her, but I don't follow her down like usual, unsure if she wants me to. Night. Saturday night. I sit on a stool at the full moon, nursing my beer and watching Emmett and Ben tend bar. I've been wasting time over here while Bella's next door working on dances for her classes. I was planning to take her out tonight, but she insisted that she'd had these plans with Alice for weeks. So I offered to drive her here and leave her alone for 3 hours. In return, she agreed to leave at 9, which is 10 minutes from now. Blowing out a breath, I drag my hand through the top of my hair twice, and then drain my beer. You want another, M asks as he trashes the empty bottle behind the bar. After I shake my head, He props his elbows on the bar and studies me. You're quiet tonight. What's the matter? Trouble with Tiny? I shrug sullenly. I try to ignore his eagle-eyed stare, but after a few seconds, I crack. Yeah, I guess. She's acting weird, blowing me off the last couple of nights. You were working the last 2 nights. No shit, dickhead, I sneer, shaking my head at him. But she wasn't. I thought she'd hang here with me since the studio is still closed for Christmas break, but she went home early both nights instead. He's frowning at me like he thinks I'm fucking crazy. Maybe it sounds that way, but I feel it. She's pulling away from me. You do something to piss her off. Yes, I did, but I'm sure as shit not telling him the intimate details from New Year's Eve. I shrug one shoulder and drop my eyes to the bar top. That bad, huh? He asks, apparently reading the look on my face. Well, grovel. Tell her you're sorry. I have. She told me to stop apologizing. I grumble as I raise my eyes to his again. That makes him laugh loudly. Irritated, I stand up and grab my leather jacket from the stool beside me. I'm gonna go see if she's ready to leave. Okay. See you, he says as I turn away. Don't worry about Tiny. She'll get over whatever asshole thing you did. I wave over my shoulder as I walk toward the door. When I get outside, I see Alice's car still parked beside the studio door. Sighing, I walk to the side of my building and pull a cigarette from the pack in my jacket. Once it's lit, I inhale deeply and lean back against the brick wall, staring at the windows next door. The lights aren't on in the room that faces the parking lot. They haven't been any of the times I've checked tonight. The girls must be in the other dance room, which kind of surprises me. Bella has told me before that she feels claustrophobic in the smaller, windowless studio. She prefers the one I'm looking at, the same place where I first watched her dance last fall. As I take another drag, I remember standing in this exact spot, smoking, watching her. I didn't know her then, but I wanted to. Now I do know her, which is why I'm so fucking worried about the way she's been acting the last few days. She's definitely not herself when we're together. She doesn't smile, doesn't joke around, doesn't look at me the way she usually does. Letting my head fall back against the wall, I exhale and close my eyes. Fuck, it feels like it's all slipping away from me, and I don't know how to stop it. This fucking feeling is why I swore off dating for so long. When I hear the squeak of the studio's side door, I open my eyes and see Alice coming outside. After one last inhale, I push myself off the wall and drop my cigarette, stepping on it as I walk across the parking lot. I watch as she shuts the door and starts to lock it. Hey, Alice, I say when I'm close enough. Is Bella done? Oh, hi, Edward, she says, turning to look at me. No, but you can go on in. She pulls the door open and holds it for me. Thanks, I mumble as I walk inside. See you later. Have a nice night, she says with a giggle. I don't know her well enough to know if she's serious or if she's laughing because Bella's planning to dump me as soon as she sees me. Before I can turn around to look at her, she shuts and locks the door. The hallway and Bella's office are both dark. I hear music and walk toward the sound, knowing that what I thought was right, she's in the other studio. Standing in the doorway at the back of the room, I lean one shoulder against the frame to watch her as she turns in the middle of the floor. The overhead lights aren't on, so the only light in the room is coming from the white Christmas lights still strung across the ceiling. She doesn't stop, but I see her eyes land on me in the mirror each time she faces the front. Spotting. That's what she calls it. Looking at the same thing on each revolution. She taught me that word, too, so she doesn't get dizzy. Hi, she says quietly. Hey, ballerina, how are you? She asks. For the first fucking time since Wednesday, her voice sounds normal. She stops turning, but continues dancing. She rarely does this shit in front of me. I'm good, baby, I answer, watching her legs as she lifts up on the balls of both feet. Under the really short dress thing she's wearing, I can see those tight, black shorts that used to fucking kill me when I saw her running around in them. Well, they still fucking kill me, but it's a little easier to take now that I get to see her naked at home. You look fucking great, she chuckles quietly, huskily. I raise my gaze to meet hers in the mirror and we smile at each other. I hope this means we're getting past all the shit that happened earlier this week. Thank you, she finally says. Want to come in? Really? You never let me watch, I ask, raising my eyebrows slightly. I won't let you watch me teach, she corrects as I walk inside. I skirt around her to move to the front of the room. You can't be in here with a bunch of little girls. Or older girls. I would only watch you. No matter who else was in here, I say lowly, pausing to look at her as I grab the back of the wooden chair near the corner. I keep my eyes on her as I drag it to the middle of the front wall and push it up against the mirror. Can I sit here? Sure, she answers, smiling at me as I drop into the chair. I slump backward, crossing my right ankle across my left knee. Recognize the song? Yeah, I respond, listening for the first time. It's While My Guitar Gently Weeps, but it's a female singer, not the Beatles. Who is this? Santana, she answers, as she slides her foot on the floor in front of her and then lifts it up behind her as she turns. India, R.E. Remember the Halloween party? We danced to this song, I answer quietly, totally captivated by her. You remember, she says, sounding happy about that as she lifts up on one foot and raises her other leg straight up in front of her. She holds it there for a second, and then bends her knee and lowers it before immediately doing it again, lifting her leg to the side this time. It's fucking hot. Everything okay next door? My throat feels tight and I clear it twice before I try to talk. Yeah, I answer, squirming around a little. I was just coming to see if you were ready to go. Not quite, she answers, starting to turn again. I need to work on another dance a little bit. I would say that you could stay, but it's a hip-hop song. And you don't like hip-hop. I'll stay, I volunteer quickly, smiling when I hear her laugh. I like watching you. Okay, I'd like to hear what you think of it, actually, she says. It's right after this song. Now she's moving across the floor as she turns, and she suddenly jumps up in the air. You're fucking good at those jumps, ballerina, I say. She stops and smiles widely at me, her large, brown eyes shining. She hasn't smiled at me like this for days, and I feel my abs contract involuntarily as my heart picks up speed. They're called leaps, she reminds me. Right, you're a fucking good leaper then, I insist. She does several more, arching her back and neck. Since she's finally fucking talking normally to me, I try to keep it going. You like this kind of dancing the best? Not necessarily, she says thoughtfully, turning her way across the floor until she's in front of me again. For me, it's about desire. How I'm feeling in the moment. What I want. Sometimes I prefer ballet-controlled movements, carefully choreographed. Beautiful. Other times it's jazz fast and fun. Or lyrical. Letting my body really be moved by the music is so freeing. It's expressive, passionate, and hip-hop is newer for me, but I love the way it can be street or sensual or both. Somehow even when it's rough, it's still full of emotion. Jesus, it's a good thing she's still busy dancing instead of looking at me because my fucking mouth is hanging wide open. I guess not getting any for 3 nights has put my libido on high alert. I know that she's talking about dance, but my brain and my dick heard nothing but sex in that speech. Sometimes I'm just in the mood for something different. You know what I mean? She asks. I close my mouth and swallow, but don't answer. She pauses to glance at me. Edward. Oh, yeah, I agree, shifting around in the chair. I know what you mean. The song ends while I'm speaking, and she smiles softly before turning her back to me. Christ, it's fucking hot in here. My forehead is starting to sweat. Keeping my eyes on her, I lean forward and take off my jacket. As I sit back, I watch her pull the elastic band from her ponytail, shaking her head slightly as her hair falls down her back. I don't recognize the hip-hop song when it starts. She barely moves at first, only shrugging her shoulders with the music. As the bass kicks in, she swings her hips back and forth and lowers her ass toward the floor. When she's pretty low, she holds herself there, putting her palms on the ground. She slowly straightens her legs, and then skims her hands up the back of them as she stands, flipping her hair when she's almost upright. When she turns around, she moves quickly across the floor. For a minute, it looks exactly the same as when I used to watch her with Seth until she reaches for the bottom of that short dress thing she's wearing and pulls it off, tossing it to the floor beside her. Underneath, she's only wearing a black, lacy bra and those little fucking shorts. Blowing out a shaky breath, I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, trying to catch my breath, which isn't fucking easy because the way she's arching her back is making her tits look even better than usual. She spins to face away from me and takes several steps, stopping to shift her weight side to side. Then she circles her hips slowly twice. Jesus, what the fuck is she doing? She's thinking of this dance for one of her classes. Facing me again, she moves forward. I sit up, tipping my head back to look at her face as she stands in front of me. Baby, exactly who is this dance for? You, she whispers, breathing hard as she traces the fingers of one hand along my jaw. What do you think? I think I'm fucking starting to like hip-hop, I answer, reaching for her hips. Smiling, she twists away, out of my grasp. I'm not finished, she says as she backs up. I need to tell you something. Okay, I answer, watching as she dances across the floor and stops at the side of the support post in the room. I've been upset with you the last couple of days, she says as she swings herself around the pole. I know, I reply, trying like hell to pay more attention to what she's saying than what she's doing. But it's fucking hard. What happened Tuesday night in the car? She begins, standing in front of the pole now to face me. Won't happen again, I interject firmly, looking into her eyes. That's too bad, she responds lowly, sliding her back down the pole. As she stands up, my eyes drop to her legs, staring, barely breathing as she glides her hands up her inner thighs. Because I liked it. Stunned, I snap my gaze up to meet hers. Huh, I liked it, Edward, she says, walking toward me. I thought you were pissed because I wasn't gentle, I reply. No, she shakes her head slowly, bending down to put her palms on my thighs so her face is right in front of mine. You said you wanted to forget it. But you never asked how I felt about it. I lean forward to kiss her, but she stands and backs away once more. Baby, sex with you is always great, I respond hoarsely, watching her as she turns and shakes her ass at me. Then we agree on that, she says, smiling when she faces me again. She's standing about a foot in front of me and I want to fucking touch her, but I can tell she's not done talking. And the way you're so careful with me, Edward, you make me feel safe enough to tell you that right now, I'm in the mood for something different. She keeps her eyes glued to mine as she steps forward and drops to her knees in between my legs. Okay, nodding, I swallow loudly, then suck in a breath when she lifts my shirt up part way and leans forward to kiss my stomach. Hoping I'm right about where this is headed, I reach one hand behind my neck and yank my shirt up and over my head, digging my other hand into Bella's hair as her lips move across my abs, and then lower. She sits back on her heels to pull off my shoes and socks, and then pushes them aside. When she raises up, she spreads her hands across my chest, trailing them lightly down my skin as she bends forward again. Fuck, ballerina, I exhale, letting my head fall back against the mirror while she torments me with her lips and tongue. She looks up at me as she unbuttons and then slowly unzips my jeans. Groaning quietly, I push my jeans and boxers down to my knees, and then she pulls them completely off, looking down at the floor as she shoves them away. I like your feet, she whispers, tracing her fingers along the tops of them, ignoring the fact that my dick is sticking straight up right in front of her. She's nervous, I think. Bella, you don't have to. I want to, she insists, raising her eyes to mine. I'm just not sure how to make it feel good for you. Ballerina, I can fucking guarantee it's gonna feel good for me, I answer, then jerk my right foot away from her hand when she tickles the arch. She smiles at me, and then finally puts her mouth on me. Fuck, I close my eyes at first, but after a minute, I want to watch. Looking down, I slide my hands into her hair, pushing it back, groaning when I see her fucking perfect mouth wrapped around me. She keeps going, but when I feel myself getting too close, I stop her. Baby, wait, I say, holding her still. As she pulls away, she tilts her head up, frowning. Jesus, Bella, I want you. Come here. I stand up, pulling her up, too, and then crash my mouth to hers. Immediately, I wrap my arms around her back, unhooking her bra and pulling it down her arms. Before it's fallen to the floor, I cup her breasts, rubbing my thumbs across her nipples until she whimpers. I kiss down her neck to her chest, closing my lips around one breast and sucking strongly. Oh, God, Edward, she whispers, digging her nails into the skin of my shoulders. Please, please. Moving quickly, I straighten up and turning her again so that she's standing in front of me. She's facing the mirror, her knees against the seat of the chair, with my hands resting on her shoulders. Fuck, you're so beautiful, I say, bending down to speak in her ear, but watching her in the mirror. Grazing my fingers down her arms, I grab her hands and bend us forward, placing her hands on the back of the chair, and then kissing her shoulder before I stand up. Reaching for the waistband of her shorts, I slide them down her legs and press her feet apart after she steps out of them. I know she's wet and I can't fucking wait any longer, so I hold her hip with one hand and my dick with the other and push my way inside. Trying to give her time to adjust, I thrust slowly and shallowly a few times, watching her back heave with her breaths. When I feel her relax, I pull almost all the way out, then immediately bury myself again. Gasping, she reaches forward to brace one hand on the mirror as I press her forward. Hanging on to her waist, I drive into her over and over, listening to her sounds. I need to see your face, ballerina, I beg, waiting until she arches her neck to look at me in the mirror before I continue. Her eyes are darker, her lids heavy. She rolls her lips together and moans quietly as I slide in again. You feel so fucking good. You do, too, she breathes, pushing back against me. Realizing she's close, I reach between her legs to circle her clit. I keep my eyes fixed on hers until she comes, crying out and clenching the hand on the mirror into a fist. When I feel her legs trembling, I lift her to kneel on the edge of the chair. After only a few more thrusts, I come, holding myself all the way inside her and leaning over to wrap my arms around her tightly. As we catch our breath, Bella reaches one hand down to grip my forearm as I press my lips all along her upper back. Finally, I pull out of her and move us so that I'm sitting on the chair and she's sideways on my lap, resting her head against my shoulder. I'm going to make a mess on you, she murmurs against my neck. I don't fucking care. We'll shower when we get home, I reply, stroking my knuckles along her arm. We're gonna have to clean this room tomorrow. I feel her shake with silent laughter. I may not be able to teach in here anymore. I'll just think of you of this. I definitely won't be able to come in here without getting a fucking hard on, I say, smiling when she giggles. When did you learn to pole dance? She sits up to look at me, blushing slightly as she tells the story of the night the girls went to a strip club. I didn't even show you everything I learned, she smirks when she's finished. Christ, Bella, you're always trying to fucking kill me, aren't you? I groan, leaning my head against the mirror. You set me up for this tonight, huh? Alice and I really were working earlier, but, yeah, I had a plan for you, she admits quietly. A trap, I tease, tightening my arms around her. And I walked right into it. Are you mad? Jesus, baby, I answer with a laugh. No, I'm not mad. Let's go home. I want to roll around with you and I'm not doing it on a fucking linoleum floor. It's Pergo, she corrects, hugging me. What the fuck ever, I grumble, but I smile and squeeze her ass lightly when she rears back to look at me. Your dance was perfect, baby. Thank you. You're welcome. She presses her lips against mine twice. You're welcome. 3.5 weeks later, I stand behind the bar and fill 2 pitchers for one of Tanya's tables. It's fucking loud and crowded in here for a Wednesday happy hour, not that I'm complaining, but as I look around, I'm not really thinking about tonight. I glance toward the stairs to the second floor, still roped off with yellow caution tape. Earlier today, Rose pronounced the upstairs almost ready for the grand opening this Saturday, but I keep mentally going over the details. The bar is stocked with liquor. The tables and chairs are arranged. The dartboard machines and pool table are set up. All that's left is the glassware delivery, which is tomorrow morning, and tapping the upstairs kegs. Noticing that the beer pitchers are about to overflow, I push the taps back and pour the head off both of them. As I'm pushing them across the bar to Tanya, I hear the side door open and turn my head, surprised to see my dad coming in. He waves at me as he approaches. Hey, Dad, I say when he sits down in front of me. Tanya is hanging around like she expects me to include her in the fucking conversation or something, so I raise my eyebrows questioningly at her. She rolls her eyes with a huff and walks away. What brings you all the way down here? I was bored at home, he shrugs. Your mother is still in Chicago visiting Maggie. Thought I'd come and see what you kids were up to. Rose and Emmett have the night off, I tell him, even though I have a feeling he already knew that. Oh, right, he nods. Well, what about you? Can you get away for dinner? I could, but Bella and I are eating dinner later. When she's done teaching, I answer. Date night, huh? He asks, smiling at me. Kind of. I'm cooking for her, I admit, feeling my face heat when my dad lifts his eyebrows at me. Compelled to not sound like a pussy, I talk fast, trying to explain myself. It's about to get crazy here with the opening Saturday and the Super Bowl party Sunday. And I have poker Friday night. I'm trying to be nice since she puts up with all my shit. Slow down, son, he laughs. You don't have to explain. Wanting to do things that please the woman in your life is nothing to be ashamed of. Jesus, Dad, can we change the fucking subject? I ask, scrubbing my hands across my face. He laughs louder, but gives in. He spends a few minutes studying the menu, and then orders food. While he eats, we watch basketball on the TV above the bar, commenting idly on the game. After he's finished, he hangs around, apparently not in any hurry to leave, which makes me wonder what the fuck he's really doing here. He also keeps talking. We spend several minutes on topics I don't give a shit about before he finally maneuvers the conversation around to me again. So, is the upstairs finished? All ready for Saturday? He asks. Yeah, mostly, I grin. You want to come up? The last time my dad was upstairs, it was only roughed in. Of course, he answers, smiling back. Turning around, I get 2 glasses from the shelf behind me, and then lead the way, pausing to talk to Lauren at the other end of the bar. I'm gonna take my dad upstairs and break in the pool table, I say. Come get me if you need me. As we walk up the steps, I ask about Mom's trip. She's fine, says Mags, and the kids are fine, too, he sighs. I'm glad she's enjoying herself, but I want her to come home. You miss her? I ask, turning to look at him. Yes, after all these years, no matter how much I look forward to being home alone, I always end up missing her within a couple of days. What can I say? That's pathetic, Dad, I laugh, even though I'm actually glad that my parents are still happy together after 30 whatever years. Maybe, but it's the truth, he says as we reach the top. As soon as I flip the lights on, he looks from side to side, taking in the whole room. Edward, this is wow. It's beautiful. I'm impressed. You don't have to sound so fucking surprised about that, I mutter, slightly embarrassed by the pride in his voice. He chuckles and claps a hand on my shoulder as I turn to look at him. You rack and I'll pour the bourbon. Deal. Soon after I break the balls apart, he asks how things are with Bella. Good, I answer, pausing to take a drink. That's an understatement. The last few weeks with Bella have been fucking great. She's been more open with me. She's been telling me if Arrow says shit to her, and I went with her when she showed her lawyer friend the lease extension he wanted her to sign. Physically, we're closer, too. She's getting pretty good at letting me know what she wants, out of bed and in it. Last week, she even produced that pamphlet of sex positions she had last fall, and then showed me all the ones she wants to try. She's still trying to fucking kill me. Jesus, I can't keep thinking about this right now. Clearing my throat, I look up at my dad and continue. She'll be here Saturday night. Is Mom gonna be back? Yes, we wouldn't miss it. It's a big night for you, he replies, smiling at me. He leans over the table to line up his shot, and then hits. I watch as a striped ball rolls toward the corner pocket and drops in. Nice shot, thanks. Anything new with Arrow? He asks. Yeah, he called me today and said he'd made a decision about selling the buildings. He's stopping by here sometime tomorrow, I say. My dad misses his next shot, so I chalk my cue stick and walk around the table. Bending over, I point to the side pocket with my stick and then hit the cue ball, knocking a solid in. He made Bella sign a 1-year extension on her lease. What? Why? My dad asks, raising his voice. To be a dick. To try to control her and probably me, too, I say sardonically, hitting another ball in. But she's got some lawyer. She's been talking to Claire, somebody who thinks the best way to proceed with Arrow is to play along for now. He's such a fucking asshole. My thoughts exactly, my dad agrees. That makes me chuckle and makes me miss my shot. When he doesn't ask anything else about Arrow, I'm confused. We've covered most of the big subjects, but he hasn't really grilled me about anything. I have no fucking clue what information he's trying to get by coming here tonight. Letting him steer the conversation, I listen to him talk about his work a little as we continue playing, until we're down to just 1 ball each in the 8 ball. It's my turn, so I aim and hit, but my ball stops short of the pocket. My dad looks at me with narrowed eyes before he hits first his ball, and then the 8 ball in. You win, I declare, replacing my cue stick in the rack on the wall. Liar. You let me win, my dad says as he joins me. Well, I was a prick to you for several years, I retort. We pick up our drinks and wander over to the bar. You deserve some sort of payback or bragging rights or whatever. You weren't so bad, he argues. Now who's lying? I laugh. I walk behind the bar, picking up the bottle of bourbon to refill our glasses, while my dad sits down on a stool in front of me. We tap our glasses together and drink. So, are you gonna get around to telling me what you're really doing here? Am I that transparent? No, Dad, I was completely fooled by the way you showed up here when Mom's out of town and Emmett and Rose aren't working. You spent almost an hour downstairs making small talk, which you don't do when you just stop by to say hi. Then you hinted around about wanting to see the second floor where you knew we'd be alone, I say, smirking. It doesn't take Sherlock fucking Holmes to figure out you're up to something. You always were intelligent, and a smartass, he says, making me laugh. He looks around the upstairs again before he continues. I know I was hard on you when you decided this was what you wanted to do with your life. I was wrong. This fits you, and you're doing very well. Thanks, I nod, sipping my drink. But that's not what you came here to say either. Go ahead and drop whatever bomb you're here to drop. Lifting his eyebrows, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small, blue, velvet box. He sets it down on the bar and slides it across to me. Boom, he says softly. Our eyes meet and hold as I move the box closer to me. I'm not an idiot, I know what's usually inside a box this size. I open the lid and look down at the ring. Jesus Christ, Dad. I snap the box closed and push it back toward him. It was your grandmother's, he says, picking up the box and opening the lid again. He sets it between us. You were her only grandson and she wanted you to have it. I swallow past the sudden lump in my throat as I look down at the ring. It's a silver-colored band with a decent-sized round diamond in the center and smaller, kind of diamond-shaped stones on each side. It's Grandma Cullen's. Yes, she told me a few weeks before she died that she wanted you to have it, he says quietly. She's been gone 4 years, I frown, looking up at him again. She also told me not to let you have it until I was sure you wouldn't give it to the first little tramp that crossed your path, he says, smiling slightly. Yeah, that sounds like her. Now I'm sure. Fuck, Dad, I say nervously, assuming he's trying to push me. I know you and Mom got married young, but it's way too soon to think about Bella and me. This isn't about Bella, he interrupts. I'm sure you realize that Mom and I like her very much, but this is about you. You've matured quite a bit in the last 2 years and even more considerably in the last few months. It's time for you to have it. When and if you choose to give it to someone is purely your decision. He snaps the lid closed and hands the box to me. Thanks. You're welcome, he answers, smiling at me as I put it in my front pocket. Let's finish up. I know you have to get going for your big date. He laughs as I glare at him. Jesus, I wouldn't have let you win at pool if I'd known you were gonna give me shit about Bella, I complain. I haven't been able to tease you about a woman for a long time. It's hard to resist, he says. But he stops laughing and raises his glass. To Grandma. Nodding, I lift my glass to his, and then we both knock back our drinks. When we get downstairs a few minutes later, he goes home and I head to my office, closing the door behind me. I lean back against it and pull the velvet box from my pocket, swallowing loudly as I stare down at my hand. It means a lot to me that my grandma wanted me to have her ring, but that's not the shit running through my head right now. Fucking hell, I mutter, shutting my eyes and letting my head bang on the door. I stand still for a moment as my stomach continues twisting into knots, then decide to put the whole fucking thing out of my mind. I grip the box tightly in my left hand as I walk to my desk and grab a manila envelope from the bottom drawer. Tossing it to the desktop, I pick up a black marker and write across the front of it. Do not fucking open. I put my initials underneath and feel pretty sure no one except maybe Rose would dare open anything I marked that way. After I seal the ring box inside, I stuff the whole thing into the safe and shut the door. Out of sight, out of mind. I feel better already. When I hear Bella come into the condo, I walk out from the kitchen, slinging a towel over my shoulder. Oh, my God, it smells so good in here, she says, smiling at me as she drops her keys into the copper bowl on the console. You're cooking. Yeah, I answer, pulling her close when I get to her. What the fuck did you think was gonna happen when I said we'd eat dinner later? She giggles as she shifts to wrap her arms around my neck. I thought you meant order a pizza or something, she replies. What are you making? Paella, I say nonchalantly, then laugh when she gasps and pulls me down to kiss her. You're making my favorite, she murmurs happily. I am, I answer, groaning quietly when she opens her lips, letting me in. Wait, she mumbles, rearing back to look at me teasingly. What am I going to have to do later in return? Wait and see, baby, I answer suggestively, then jump away when she digs her fingers into the ticklish spot under my arms. I hold my hands up in surrender. Stop, I give. You don't have to do anything. Here, I'll take your coat. You go shower. Dinner will be ready in 15 minutes. It takes effort, but I put all the worry about the opening and all the shit with Arrow out of my mind, determined to concentrate on her. We spend the next 2 hours eating, talking, laughing. By the time we start on a second bottle of wine, we've moved to sit on the couch. My feet are propped on the coffee table and Bella is turned sideways with her legs across my lap. It's late, ballerina, I remark when I notice that it's past midnight. I slide my hand inside the hem of her pajama pants to rub across her ankle. You're going to be tired for work in the morning. Arrow said he probably wouldn't be in anyway, she shrugs. I guess he hasn't told you anything about your building. No, I answer, lowering my eyes as a quick jolt of fear clenches my gut. I know I should tell her. I will tell her, but I don't want her worrying all night tonight. I'll wait and tell her after I know what his decision is. I'm sorry, she says quietly, pulling on me until I bend down to kiss her. As I move my mouth with hers, I try to push the anxiety away again. I'm not as successful as before, but I manage to sound normal as I answer her. It's okay. No, I shouldn't have brought it up, she murmurs against my lips. How can I make it up to you? You could take your shirt off, I suggest, shrugging one shoulder and figuring that sex would be a good stress reliever. Don't you ever think about anything else? She laughs, tilting her head to the side so I can kiss down her neck. Of course, baby, I answer seriously, looking at her. Sometimes I think about you taking your pants off. Edward Cullen. She scolds, but her eyes are shining as she pulls away from me and stands up. I am not taking my pants off. She turns and starts walking toward the bedroom. If you want them off, you'll have to do it yourself. I catch her before she's halfway down the hall, picking her up from behind. That sounds like an invitation to me, ballerina. We're both smiling when I get the pants off a few minutes later. In the morning, I lie awake in bed listening to the water as Bella showers. When I hear the hair dryer turn on, I decide to get up. I can't fucking sleep anyway. Several minutes later, I tap on the bathroom door and open it when she tells me to come in. I thought you'd sleep for a while, she says, turning to smile at me. You didn't get much rest during the night. Neither did you, I answer, smirking as I hold a mug of coffee with milk toward her. Thank you, baby, she says. She stretches up to kiss me before she turns toward the mirror again. Sipping my coffee, I stand still and watch her put makeup on. When she realizes I'm staring, she smiles. What, the shit you girls do is weird, I remark, flinching away with a laugh when she tries to hit me playfully. Yawning, I set my coffee down and walk to the shower, hoping the caffeine kicks in soon. I kept Bella up late and woke her again early, and I never really slept in between. I was wide awake most of the night, looking at her, listening to her sigh. And worrying about Arrow. I have a bad fucking feeling in my gut that something is going to go wrong. When I get out of the shower, Bella isn't in the bathroom anymore. After I get ready, I go to find her, smiling slightly when I see her standing at the kitchen counter eating cereal. She looks curiously at me while she chews and swallows. "You're never dressed this early," she comments. "Where are you going?" "The bar." "Got shit to do," I answer, rubbing a hand across my face. "The upstairs glasses are being delivered at 9. I want to wipe the shelves down and stuff first." She pulls my hand away from my face and steps toward me, wrapping her arms around my neck. "Are you nervous about the opening Saturday?" she whispers, looking up at me. Fuck, she knows me too well. I am nervous, except she's wrong about why. "I just want to make sure everything's ready," I reply, but I have a hard time looking her in the eye. She lifts up on her tiptoes to kiss me. "It's going to be great, baby," she murmurs against my lips. I have a momentary pang of guilt, but when she licks across my bottom lip, I forget about everything except her. Tightening the arm I already had around her waist, I slide my other hand up to cup the back of her neck. We kiss and pull apart several times before she holds me closer, pushing her tongue into my mouth. At the same time, she scrapes one hand down the back and side of my neck, scratching me lightly with her fingernails. She moans quietly as I move my lips more urgently against hers. Feeling my dick harden, I move my hand down to her ass, pressing my hips to hers, and then groaning as she rocks against me. Christ, it hasn't even been 2 hours since I rolled on top of her in bed and woke her up, but I'm ready to go again even though I know we can't right now. But I keep kissing her for another minute before I wrench my mouth away, resting my forehead against hers as I try to catch my breath. "Jesus, ballerina," I pant. "You better go." "I know," she agrees, pulling away slightly to smile at me. Moving my hand from her neck to her face, I skim my fingers along her cheek. "I'll see you tonight." "Yeah," I answer, bending down to kiss her once more. "Fuck, I hope I have good news by then. Cullen. Upstairs, Volturi, I yell, shaking my head. I fucking told him I'd be upstairs when he called 20 minutes ago to say he was on his way. I also texted Emmett and told him to come in late. I don't want any witnesses for this. I hear his deliberate footsteps on the stairs as I put the last 2 glasses on the back bar shelf. I turn around just in time to see his greasy hair appear when he reaches the top. "Niece," he remarks, dragging the word out as he looks around. "Maybe I should raise your rent. Place is worth a lot more with the improvements you've made." "My rate's locked in for another year and a half," I say calmly, knowing he's trying to get a rise out of me. I pick up a towel and wipe the already shiny bar as he walks over and sits down in front of me. Right. You signed a 2-year extension last summer," he says, acting like he just fucking remembered. "What a dickhead." He sneers at me as he continues. "And your little girlfriend is mine for another year, too." Clenching my jaw, I force myself not to react to his words. "Drink." "It's a little early in the day," he replies, glancing at his watch. He chuckles lightly. "But what the hell, screwdriver." While I'm fixing his drink, he continues. "Well, Cullen, I've considered your offer," he begins. "And I've decided to accept in part." Of course, after jerking me around for over a month, he still can't just give me a fucking yes or no. I set his drink in front of him, and then pick up my styrofoam coffee cup and take a sip. The coffee is barely warm anymore, but it keeps me from saying something I'll regret. "Which means," I finally ask. "I'd like to buy into your business," he says. He lifts his glass and drinks half the liquid in it. "No deal, Volturi. It's a one-owner operation," I reply, shaking my head. You didn't hesitate in that answer, but I wonder if you'll be as decisive about my next question, he says, smirking at me. "I've decided to let you buy one of these buildings. So, Cullen, which one would you like? Yours or hers?" "Hers." I speak without thinking, without having to think. Immediately, I know it's the right reaction. I'll deal with Arrow as long as I have to, but I want Bella to be free of him. I see the surprise register on his face before he recovers, smiling at me again. "I'll draw up the contract and bring it by early next week." "Fine." He finishes his drink and pulls a $5 bill from his pocket, but I wave him off. "On the house." He nods as he stands and turns to walk away. At the top of the stairs, he pauses to look back at me. "I didn't anticipate that choice, Cullen," although I suppose I should have, he declares, still managing to sound conceited even though he just admitted I didn't do what he thought I would. I realized from the day I met you that you have a weakness for women. As I watch him disappear down the stairs, I prop my elbows on the bar and exhale loudly. He's wrong, I don't have a weakness for women, I have a weakness for one woman. One woman who's going to be royally pissed off when she finds out what I've done. Fuck. It's almost 1 when I get to Bella's that night. I walk straight to her room, relieved to see her sleeping, burrowed down in her bed. Maybe I can get 1 fucking night's sleep before I have to tell her about the buildings. I toss my jeans and shirt onto the chair in the corner, and then walk to the kitchen. I wasn't hungry all day, but now I'm fucking starving. When I see the plate of brownies on the counter, I smile widely. She knows I fucking love it when she bakes. She even left me a note that there's milk in the fridge. While I pour myself a glass, I stuff half a brownie in my mouth, barely chewing it before I wash it down with the milk. As I eat another bite, I turn around to lean against the counter and moan quietly, actually tasting it now. It's fucking delicious. Blindly, I reach back to get my glass, but I bump it with my elbow. Looking over my shoulder, I see the spilled milk running toward Bella's laptop at the end of the counter. Motherfucker, I hiss, moving to grab the computer and a stack of overturned papers underneath it. Muttering more curse words, I set the stuff on the floor and mop up the liquid with paper towels. Once it's all cleaned up, I replace the laptop and then the papers, setting them down right side up. What the fuck? I wasn't intending to snoop around her shit, but the piece of paper laying on top is from a bank and I'm reading it before I can stop myself. 3 things catch my eye. The words at the top: Northwest Trust Investment Account Statement. The account owner: Isabella M. Swan. And the balance: $762,421. What the fuck? I repeat. Jesus Christ. Bella has $750,000 in a trust account. And she's working 2 jobs and living in this tiny apartment. Then it hits me. I inhale sharply as I realize what this money must be: her dad's life insurance. That's why she doesn't spend it or talk about it. It stings a little that she's never mentioned it though. I turn out the light and head back to her bedroom. As I climb under the covers, she rolls over, pressing herself up against my side and mumbling something. What? I chuckle. She repeats whatever she was trying to say, but I still can't understand it. Okay, baby, I answer, hoping that satisfies her. I guess it does because she sighs the way she always fucking does at night. Turning on my side to face her, I kiss her forehead and wrap my arm around her. Night, ballerina, _ So, Cullen, how's the dancer chick? Josh asks, tossing some chips in the middle of the table. Raise 20. Although we were good friends in college, I only see Josh once a month at poker now. I know he's more interested in distracting me from the game than he is in hearing about my relationship, but I answer anyway. She's good, I call. We both lay our cards down and I grin. Chuckling, I toss my cards to Paul, and then reach forward to drag the pot toward me. I knew Josh was trying to bluff his way out of a bad hand. Dude, is she the one we met a couple of months ago when we picked you up at the full moon? Colin asks. Yeah, I say, looking down to separate the colored chips. Smokin' hot, he observes. I shrug, still intently stacking neat piles in front of me and biting my tongue. I want to insist that she's more than that, but we never really talk about women that way at poker. And Paul is the only other one here who's got a girlfriend. Jesus, Cullen, are you blushing? Josh laughs. Does this chick mean more to you than a piece of tail or something? She's my girlfriend, I reply, finally looking up to meet Josh's gaze. Oh, fuck, Cullen's in love, Colin jokes, as I pour more whiskey into the glass in front of me. Whoa. Josh leans back in his chair and holds his hands up, palms out. This chick is more than just a regular, convenient fuck. I thought you swore off long-term fucking after that chick in college screwed you over, Paul remarks as he deals the next hand. What was her name? Emily, I answer, trying to sound disaffected as I pick up the cards in front of me. My cards are good, but my mood has suddenly gone to shit. I remember how you stormed around the frat house for weeks after you found out she was screwing around, Colin remarks. She really fucked up your head. Yeah, I agree because he's right. Even though I don't want to think about her, my mind drifts back. 6 years ago. I can still fucking see her face clearly in my head. I guess when someone fucks up your life the way she fucked up mine, you don't forget what the bitch looked like. Emily Donnelly was the first woman I really fell in love with, more than just the puppy love I felt for a couple of girls in high school. Physically, everything about her attracted me at the time. Long, blonde hair, hazel eyes, great body with even greater tits. When I saw her across the room at a bar one night during the fall of my sophomore year, I didn't think twice. I walked right up to her and offered to buy her a drink. She called me on my age and demanded to see my real ID, instead of the one I used to get past the bouncer. Once I showed her, she let me buy her that drink and we talked the rest of the night. Drawn in by her intelligence, I listened to every word she uttered through her pouty, red lips. I was impressed that she was pre-law, and I dismissed all her reservations about me being 2 years younger than she was. Just before closing time, she invited me back to her apartment. I went willingly, even though I had never had sex with someone I had just met before. That night was the best night of my life up to that point. I was begging her to go out with me by the time I left in the morning. At first, she laughed at my repetitive pleas. But she eventually relented, and when we went out a few nights later, I was already falling hard and fast for her. I never looked back. If I had, I might have been suspicious about her schedule, the many late-night classes or study groups, the Sunday visits with her parents. She never let me meet any of her friends, never invited me along on those Sundays with her family. I should have realized that I wasn't the only one. But I didn't. I believed her, believed every fucking word she said. 2 months into our supposedly monogamous relationship, she canceled a date with me, saying she wasn't feeling well. Ignoring her instructions to stay away, I immediately headed over to her place, armed with orange juice and cough medicine. The half-naked guy who answered the door was expecting a pizza delivery, not an angry boyfriend. A quick blast of nausea races through me as I remember her nonchalance, her dismissal of my accusation of betrayal, her refusal when I begged her to have a real relationship with me. Her laughter when I told her I loved her. That night changed everything for me. Colin's right, I did mope around angrily for several weeks, and then I decided I'd play her game. I screwed who I wanted, when I wanted, with no regard for the woman's feelings at all. 1 night stands, 2 week stands, whatever. It was all the same to me. Physical pleasure without emotion. Dude, Cullen, your bid, Josh says. Sorry, I mumble. Raise 10. I have no idea what anyone else bid. I lose that hand and the next 3. Watching my piles of colored chips shrink. When it's my turn to deal again, Josh gets up to get more snacks and Colin goes to take a piss. Hey, man, don't let that Emily chick fuck with your head anymore, Paul says quietly. I'm not, I answer, shuffling the cards. And don't let these other idiots who can't get girlfriends bug you either, he advises. I've seen some of the women Colin dates. Woof. That makes me laugh, snapping me out of my mood a little. For the next couple of hours, I win pretty steadily and drink enough to get a decent buzz going. The guys tease me a little more about Bella, getting me to admit that I know exactly where she is, out to a movie and dinner with Alice, and that she's coming over later. I still haven't told Bella what happened with Arrow, talking myself into waiting until the papers are signed. Arrow's such an asshole that I wouldn't be surprised if he has a few more tricks up his sleeve. There's no sense getting Bella all upset yet, right? But if I think about it too long, it makes my gut twist around nervously. When my phone vibrates insistently in my front pocket, I pull it out to look at it. I'm surprised at the number that appears on the screen. She's not in my contacts anymore, but I still recognize the digits. Kate. Hello, I say curtly, raising the phone to my ear. Wherever she is, it's fucking noisy. Edward, she stutters. It sounds like she's crying. Shit. I fold. I whisper to the guys, pushing away from the table to stand up. Ball and chain. Josh coughs and they all laugh, but I ignore him and walk into the living room. Are you there? She asks, her breath hitching. Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? He left me here, she sniffles. Who? Eric. The first thought he loved me, she cries, starting to lose control and sob. But he said he doesn't. Are you drunk, Kate? I think so. She answers between gasps. Can you come get me? I don't have anyone else to call. Fuck. I look at my reflection in the patio door. I watch as I raise one hand to run through the top of my hair. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Where are you? I sigh. Gallagher's, she hiccups. I'll be there in 15 minutes, I say quietly. Drink some water, okay. K, she says. Thank you. Yeah, I answer, hanging up the phone. I walk back to the kitchen and make an excuse about something going on at the full moon. After slamming the rest of my drink, I pull my keys from my front pocket and tell the guys not to worry about the stacks of chips in front of my seat. As I walk out the door of Josh's apartment building, I press the unlock button on the car remote and see my red taillights flash twice across the street. Looking up at the streetlight, I see the mist falling. Fucking Seattle weather, I mutter, zipping my leather jacket. As I cross the street, I can't decide who I'm more irritated with, Kate for calling me or myself for not just calling her a fucking cab. Fucking Kate, I mumble. There's a new knot in my gut as I open my car door and get inside, buckling my seatbelt before I start the engine. I glance at myself in the rearview mirror as I release the parking brake and put the car in first. Shaking my head at myself, I say what I really think. Fucking idiot. BPOV. I look around, surrounded by the sounds of the cramped, crowded restaurant, soft accordion music, silverware scraping against porcelain plates, corks quietly popping as they're eased from the necks of wine bottles. My eyes land on the couple sitting at a table near us, and I smile when I see her laugh at something her date says. Then I hear the fingers tapping impatiently on the linen-covered table. When my eyes meet the curious gaze across the booth from me, I groan inwardly. So, the movie was pretty predictable, don't you think? I ask, hoping to divert her attention. Judging by the look in her eyes, it's not working. I said, "You're holding out on me," she pronounces, one eyebrow raised inquisitively. "No one smiles the way you have for the last 2 days without a reason." "Alice," I hiss, opening my menu in front of my face to hide my embarrassment or hide from her. "You know I can't talk about this stuff." "Sex. You can't talk about sex," she asks, grinning evilly when I lower my menu and shush her. "You talked about it after the night you danced for him." "That's because we were drinking," I whisper loudly. "I was on my 3rd martini when I told you about it." "Well, I'm driving you back to Edwards, so drink up, B," she laughs, nudging my full glass of red wine closer. "I want to hear all about your hot sex life." I gulp half the glass, knowing she won't let me off the hook. She gives me a reprieve until after we've ordered, but then she's on me again. Swearing her to secrecy, I tell her about Wednesday, the paella, the sex and the later sex. "Oh, my God," she gushes, leaning across the table. "Isn't that the best when they wake you up? There's something so romantic, and yet so primal, about that kind of desire." "Alice, I can't keep having this conversation in the middle of Mario's," I whine. Okay, she allows, holding up her hands. "What about the other thing? The L word. Did you ever tell him that he said it on New Year's?" "No, I don't think he remembers. Maybe he didn't even mean it." "Drunks don't lie," she laughs, picking up a piece of bread from the basket on the table. "He meant it. He's probably just not ready to say it sober. You know, it took Jasper like 7 months. I knew he loved me. He knew he loved me. But he wouldn't admit it." As she's talking, she tears off a bite of the bread and dips it in the small bowl of olive oil and balsamic vinegar between us. "Maybe you should say it first, B." "I don't think I could," I respond, pausing to look away before I meet her gaze again. What if he doesn't say it back? What if he does? My heart starts to race. But what if he doesn't? Would it change your feelings for him? Of course not. Then you should have another glass of wine and tell him, she offers quietly, smiling at me. Tonight, when he gets home from poker. I might. I hedge, but I can already feel the emotion filling my chest. I want to tell him, whether he's ready to say it back or not. While we eat, Alice chatters non-stop, never landing for too long on any one subject. It's Jasper for a few minutes. Then Edward's big opening tomorrow night, which inexplicably segues into a short conversation about her cat. But my second glass of wine relaxes me, and I enjoy trying to follow her stream of consciousness. An hour later, we walk out the door of the restaurant, laughing as we wind our way to the back of the crowded strip mall parking lot. I keep my head down, shielding my face from the falling mist. Once we're in the car, Alice starts the engine, and the windshield wipers squeak across the glass, clearing the drops of water away. And that's when I see it. That looks like Edward's car, Alice remarks, squinting at the car parked on the row in front of us. Its red taillights blink twice. Of course, there are a million black Mustangs in Seattle. She laughs, sitting back and lowering her visor. She opens the mirror cover, illuminating her reflection, and grabs a tube of lipstick from the cup holder between us. I'm still studying the Mustang, wishing I didn't recognize the license plate number. But I do. I've had it memorized for a long time. In fact, I knew it before I knew him. But what is it doing here? What is Edward doing here? The flashing taillights mean Edward's either locking or unlocking it with the keyless remote from wherever he is. I'm sure he wasn't in Mario's. The restaurant isn't big, and Alice and I were seated in the rear section. We would have seen him as we left. Silently, I scan the names of the other businesses in the strip center. The tailor shop is closed. So is the dentist office. The lights are still on in the nail salon, but I'm fairly certain he's not in there. That leaves the ice cream shop and Gallagher's bar and grill. Placing a hand over my suddenly queasy stomach, I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for why Edward is here instead of at Josh's house for poker. Maybe he's picking up food. Maybe the whole poker group is here. There's no reason for me to be this apprehensive. I take my phone from my pocket, but I don't have any missed calls or texts. He didn't know Alice and I were eating dinner at Mario's anyway. I don't think he's here looking for me. Ahead of me, the taillights flash again, drawing my attention back to the Mustang. I lean forward slightly to look through the windshield, blinking rapidly when I finally see him. Beside me, Alice is applying lipstick while she talks, meaning I can only understand every third word, but I'm not really listening anyway. She puts the cap on the lipstick tube and drops it back into the cup holder, then snaps the mirror shut and pushes the visor up. She gasps when she sees what I'm watching. My boyfriend is coming out of Gallagher's with his arms around a woman. The tall, light-haired woman is pressed up against his side, clutching the front of his leather jacket. Her face is downcast, but I see enough of it to recognize her. Kate. Bella, Alice says softly, reaching over to grasp my arm. Just go, I whisper, feeling sick as jealousy and disbelief collide inside. I don't want to do this here. I'm sure it's nothing, she soothes quietly, moving her hand down to squeeze mine. He's crazy about you. He would never. She doesn't have to finish that sentence. Honestly, I never thought he would either, but it's hard to argue with what I see. I watch in nauseated silence as they stop on the passenger side of the car and Kate turns toward him, lifting one hand to touch his face. He's talking, I can see his mouth moving, but he doesn't pull her hand away until she tries to slide it into his hair. Even in the rain, he's picky about his damn hair. Wishing I could make myself close my eyes, I watch her loop her other arm around his shoulders, hugging him, pressing her face into his neck, leaning into him. It seems like it takes forever for him to gently nudge her back and open the car door. After he helps her inside, he shuts the door and walks around the rear of the car toward his side, never even glancing in our direction. Do you want to follow them? She asks quietly as he backs out of the parking space. No, I reply, my voice so hushed that I'm surprised she can hear me. I watch as he drives toward the parking lot exit. If he was heading toward the full moon, his condo, my apartment, any place in our life, he'd turn right. With a sinking heart, I see the blinker come on, the progressive blip, blip, blip of the three small, red lights pointing the direction he's turning left. Are you still going to his place? She asks. Yes, I say quietly. I'm trying not to overreact. I'm trying to imagine that he'll have an explanation. I'm trying to believe that my whole world isn't about to collapse. When we get to Edward's building, I insist that I want to go in alone, promising to text Alice later. She looks at me skeptically, but I assure her that I'm fine. Upstairs, I unlock the door and walk inside, flipping on the living room lights and tossing my keys into the copper bowl on the console table as usual. I stop walking and turn around, then move back to the table and pick them up again. With a lump in my throat, I remove the condo key, and drop the rest of my keys into my open purse. Looking down at the silver key in my hand, I remember how he smiled the night he slid it onto my keychain. Even though he's never divulged the entire story of what happened with, as he called her, the bitch he dated in college, I know she hurt him badly. And I know that it was a big deal for him to take a step forward with me. Slowly blowing out a deep breath, I set it down on the table, hoping that I don't have to give it back. After laying my coat and purse on the couch, I go to the bedroom and get the duffel bag I brought over this afternoon. I set it on the bed and unzip it, and then walk around, picking up the things I've left here over the weeks. There's not that much: some makeup, an extra hair dryer, the dance clothes I taught class in earlier this week. I cram everything inside, and then carry the bag to the living room, dropping it beside my purse. The buzz I had earlier is gone, leaving behind a faint ache across my forehead. I head into the dark kitchen and open the fridge to get a bottled water, but my eyes focus on the almost empty bottle of white wine instead. As another wave of nausea rolls through me, I grip the door handle to steady myself. Was it only 2 nights ago that he cooked dinner and poured me several glasses of this wine? It seems like much longer. Flashes of that evening race through my memory: the time spent talking on the couch, the hours spent pleasuring each other in his bed, the way he wrapped himself around me when we finally went to sleep. And now I have no idea where I stand with him. I don't want to believe that he would cheat on me, but it's been 45 minutes since I saw him leave Gallagher's. Where the hell is he? Even though I know it will only make my head worse, I grab the bottle and a wineglass, and then walk through the dark kitchen to sit down at the table. After pouring what's left of the bottle into my glass, I take a drink and reluctantly relive the scene in the parking lot again and again. Kate clutching him, the way they stood next to the car talking and hugging. Was he hugging her back? I can't remember, but I know that he didn't push her away. And what the fuck was he doing with her in the first place? My head has started to throb by the time the door opens half an hour later. I hear the clink of Edward's keys when he drops them into the copper bowl. I listen to his footsteps as he walks down the hallway toward the bedroom, maybe looking for me since my truck is parked in the garage. Bella, you here? He calls, coming back toward the living room. In the kitchen, I answer flatly. Why are you sitting in the dark, ballerina? He asks softly. I look over and see him standing in the doorway, backlit by the lights from the living room. Picking up my wineglass and the empty bottle, I get up and walk through the kitchen. As I pass the recycling bin against the wall, I toss the bottle inside, wincing when it clanks loudly against the bottle we drank 2 days ago. You're back early. It's not even midnight. I stand at the sink with my back to him, draining the last bit of wine from my glass. Yeah, he says, pausing to clear his throat. I was having shitty luck. Where were you again? I ask as I rinse my glass. When I turn the water off, I shut my eyes tightly. Please tell me the truth. Josh's, he answers. The quick burst of pain that flashes through my chest has me gripping the edge of the countertop to keep my balance. But I left early. He was being an asshole and I wasn't in the fucking mood to deal with it. It was a shitty goddamn night. Fighting back tears, I don't reply, so he continues talking, nervously filling the silence by bitching about his friends. Not normal Edward behavior. I'm hardly listening while he complains, but after a minute I can't take the irritated chatter, the lies. I just want to get away from him. I turn around, but I can't really see more than his silhouette. I can't see the expression on his face or the look in his eyes. Still struggling not to cry, I lower my eyes and walk toward the doorway. When I turn sideways to scoot past him, he reaches for my arm. Ballerina, don't, I snap, glaring at him. I yank my arm away and keep going. You're pissed at me, Jesus Christ, he mutters. Are you gonna tell me why I'm in trouble or am I supposed to fucking guess? Stopping, I turn around slowly. He has the nerve to look like he's mad at me, eyes slightly narrowed, hands stuffed in his front pockets. I saw you, Edward, I whisper harshly, hoping to mask the tears still clogging my throat. Alice and I ate dinner at Mario's. We saw you coming out of Gallagher's. With her. His expression changes in a millisecond. His mouth drops open and he shakes his head quickly. Baby, it's not what you think. We didn't. I just drove her home. Why didn't you tell me, then? What was I supposed to say? Hey, Bella, my ex-fuck buddy got dumped and was a fucking mess and asked me to come get her. He asks, raising his voice slightly. His blunt words cut through me, making me bend forward a little and cross my arms over my stomach in an attempt to dull the pain. I don't think that would have gone over very well. He finishes with a humorless chuckle as he lifts his hands to scrub across his face. So you chose to lie instead, I accuse. After you totally disregarded my feelings, our relationship, to go to her, then you lied about it to cover it up. I wasn't disregarding anything about us, Bella, he insists, taking a couple of steps toward me. I was just trying to be a nice guy. She had no fucking one else to call. Except a cab, I point out. Or you could have called me and let me know what was going on instead of sneaking around with her. I bow my head to hide the tears that have begun to leak from the corners of my eyes. You're right, he says softly, moving to stand right in front of me. But it was all innocent. Nothing happened. You didn't push her away when she was all over you. Unsure if I'm more angry at him or at my quivering voice, I raise one hand and roughly wipe my tears. She was upset. It wasn't like she was coming on to me or anything. How would you feel, Edward? I ask, raising my head back up to look at him. If you saw me hugging some ex, meeting up with him secretly, and then lying about it. I'd fucking hate it, he admits with a sigh. I'm sorry, ballerina, I should have told you. But nothing happened. Please believe me, even though I don't feel like telling him right now, I do believe him. I don't think he would screw her, and then come here like nothing had happened. But I don't know where to go from here. How do I stop feeling like this? When he reaches for me, I step away, running into the back of the couch. His eyes drop to the cushion where my things are. Are you leaving? He asks without looking at me. I don't know, I mumble. I don't want you to go. His bloodshot green gaze meets mine again. I wonder for an instant if it's from the alcohol I can smell on him, or if he's tired, or if he's upset, too. Please stay. We stare at each other for what feels like a long time, but I'm sure it's only a minute or so. Finally, I nod slightly and step toward him. This time, when he tries to put his arms around me, I let him. Exhausted from all the emotion and wine, I'm out as soon as I burrow down in the bed. I never sleep deeply though, waking up often during the night. And after 4 o'clock, I don't sleep at all. Every time I close my eyes, I see Edward with Kate. I guess I sort of understand why he picked her up, but other troubling things keep running through my head. What else isn't he telling me? Has he done this before and not been caught? Does he ever miss her? Did she do things with him to him that I don't? Seeing him with her has unearthed every insecurity I have about our relationship. Finally, a little before 7, I'm too restless to lie still any longer and decide to go to the studio. Since Edward said he wasn't going to the bar until about 10, I try to be quiet as I get dressed. Walking through the living room, I spot my duffel on the couch and remember that there are dance clothes in it. I pick it up and take it with me so I won't have to stop at my apartment on the way. The sun is just coming up as I drive into the parking lot and pull into my regular spot near the side door. With my purse and duffel hanging from my right shoulder, I struggle to unlock and open the door without dropping my phone and the coffee I stopped to get. I dump everything on the desk in my office, change clothes in the bathroom, and walk into the chilly studio in just booty shorts and a tank top. It won't take me long to warm up. I start with songs from my slow, lyrical playlist, thinking the sad lyrics will fit my mood. They don't. I'm too agitated. Once I'm warmed up, I put on faster, jazzy music and spend 2 songs turning. Today, though, even fast turns don't pull me out of my funk. With a heavy sigh, I walk back to the stereo and scroll down to my hip-hop list. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for it, and I've never danced to hip-hop to relieve emotional tension, but I'm out of other options. 20 minutes later, I'm even more frustrated as I try to kick up like Seth showed me months ago. I lie flat on my back, roll onto my shoulders, pulling my knees up for momentum, then spring forward. I should pop onto my feet. I end up falling on my ass. Again and again, but I'm determined to get it. After almost an hour of trying, my shoulders are raw from rubbing the floor and my tailbone is pretty sore. Deflated, I turn to face the mirror, sitting cross-legged and staring at my reflection. I can do this, I mutter, tilting my neck from side to stretch it out. And then I'm going next door and telling my boyfriend that I love him, and I want him to stop fucking hiding things from me. Taking a deep breath, I lie down once more. I roll back, spring forward, and land on my feet, looking at myself in the mirror, shocked. Grinning excitedly, I drop to the floor to make sure it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't. I'm able to do it again, not resisting the urge to clap triumphantly this time when I pop up. After practicing it several more times, I walk to the stereo and start the playlist over, turning the volume up louder. For several songs, I let my body move to the heavy bass beat. I circle my hips, practice my footwork, do body rolls. I drop backward, catching myself on one arm, and then switching to balance on my other arm. Swinging my legs side to side in the SpongeBob, I laugh lightly, thinking how my young hip-hop class sings along when we do this step to the cartoon's theme song. Dripping with sweat, but feeling so much better, I bend forward, flipping my ponytail back as I stand again. I let my eyes slide closed and raise my linked arms above my head, grinding my hips to the right in time with the music. Well, this certainly is a stimulating view. I jump and open my eyes, startled. Gasping, I hold a hand over my heaving chest as I whirl around to face the uninvited visitor standing just inside the doorway. "Oh, my God, Arrow. You scared me to death." "Isabella," he says, shutting the door, "you know I would never intentionally frighten you." "What are you doing here?" I puff, trying to catch my breath. Looking nervously around the room, I realize I didn't bring anything in here with me. No sweat towel, nothing to cover up with, no cell phone. To hide my concern, I walk to the stereo and turn the volume down. I came to bring these papers to Cullen, but no one's next door yet. When I saw your truck here, I decided to stop in and have a last look around the place before I sell it. Surprised, I snap my head around to look at him. "You're selling the buildings to him." "No, I'm selling this building to him," he corrects. "He didn't tell you." I breathe. I use one forearm to wipe sweat from my forehead as I walk back toward the center of the room. I'm not letting him corner me against a wall today. I let him choose which one of the buildings he wanted to buy, Arrow says, smirking at me. "He opted for yours." My anger at Edward flares, but I push it down for the moment. It's not a good idea for me to be distracted by my fury at Edward while Arrow's here. I'll deal with him later. "Why won't you just sell both of them? Where's the fun in that?" He laughs. Then, holding my gaze with his dark, beady eyes, he moves toward me. The hair on the back of my neck prickles and my heart thumps erratically in my chest. "Although you might be able to persuade me to change my mind. The offer I made you last fall still stands. I would be willing to give you almost anything if you just give me what I want." "You know I have a boyfriend," I say quietly, struggling not to be intimidated by him as he stops right in front of me. "He wouldn't have to know. I'm very discreet, and I've been exceedingly patient," he answers. He reaches up to tuck some of my hair behind my ear. "It's not like Cullen's faithful anyway. Everyone knows it, but nobody wants to tell you." "Stop it, Arrow," I reply angrily, jerking my head away. I know he's making this stuff up, but it still rattles me. I feel like throwing up all over his $600 loafers. Arching an eyebrow at me, he lets his gaze slide down my body, and then slowly back up. I usually prefer my women a little more docile, but there is something intriguing about your fiery temperament, Isabella. It does strange things to me. "I think you'd better go," I say, putting more force into the words than I really feel. Although I went to self-defense classes several years ago, I've never actually had to use any of the techniques I learned. And I'm not sure if my strength would be a match for Arrow's if he decided to get physical. "Bella," Edward's voice in the hallway is the best sound I've ever heard. "In here," I call, stepping away from Arrow. When the door opens, Edward's panicked eyes meet mine. Exhaling in relief, I nod slightly, trying to let him know I'm okay. "Well, I should be going," Arrow says, winking at me before he turns to face Edward. "Cullen, I brought the contract for the sale of the building. I set the closing date for 2 weeks. Hope you can raise the cash by then." "It won't be a problem," Edward says tersely, taking the folder Arrow holds toward him. "Isabella, think about what I said," he says as he walks out. Neither Edward nor I speak until the heavy, metal side door bangs shut behind Arrow. "What did he say?" Turning away from Edward, I walk to the window and twist the blinds open. "That you're cheating on me," I reply flatly. And that he'll sell you both buildings if I screw him. Jesus Christ. You have to quit working for him. Maybe instead of telling me what to do you should be telling me what the hell you've been doing, I seethed, turning to face him. You're buying this building when you had the chance to buy yours. It just happened Thursday, he explains. I wanted to get through the weekend first. I promise I was gonna tell you after the Super Bowl party. Right, I scoff. What else haven't you told me? Fucking nothing, ballerina. I swear, he insists. Why did you let him in the door? I didn't, I admit, knowing Edward's going to freak about this part. He's on my case all the time about not locking up when I'm here alone. It was unlocked. Goddamn it, Bella, he yells. Do you know what it did to me when I drove in and saw his fucking car parked next to yours? And the door was locked when I tried it. I had to get Rose's keys to get in here. He could have fuck, baby. You have to be more careful. I know, I whisper shakily, looking down at the ground. I'm trying to hold it together, but I wish we weren't pissed at each other because I really want nothing more than for him to hold me close and comfort me. Needing to do something with my hands, I clasp them in front of me. I hear him blow out a breath. How come you took all your stuff this morning and gave your key back? Realizing that he must think I'm breaking up with him, I look up at him again quickly. I just forgot to pick up my key. And I brought my bag because it had dance clothes in it. His face relaxes and he smiles slightly. You're not pissed off about last night anymore. Oh, I'm still pissed about that, I answer sharply, unleashing the anger I suppressed when Arrow was here. Edward's face settles into a scowl when he hears the tone of my voice. But, honestly, that's taking a backseat right now to my anger about the building. How am I supposed to trust you when you're always hiding things from me? Are you joking? I'm the one always hiding things. He asks, green eyes darkening with anger. Jesus Christ, you don't even realize what a hypocrite you sound like, do you? You stand there lecturing me about not telling you shit while you've got a giant-ass trust fund that you've never fucking mentioned. Gasping, I take a step back. You snooped through my stuff. No, I didn't fucking snoop through your stuff, he protests, insulted. I saw the statement by accident. It's my dad, his life insurance, I whisper as tears sting my eyes. I don't even want the money. I assumed it was something like that, he nods. And I guess that's the difference between us, Bella. I always assume the best about you. And you always assume the worst about me. No, I don't, I argue, sniffling. But the last 2 days, you've kept big stuff, huge stuff from me. And you've had the trust fund since before I met you. He spits, scrubbing his free hand across his face. You're not the only one that gets hurt by this shit, Bella. We're quiet for a few seconds before he lowers his hand, glancing at his watch. Christ, I don't have time to do this right now. I have a fuckload of stuff to do at the bar. I'll see you tonight. I'm not coming. The words are out of my mouth before I even have time to think about the implications of what I'm saying. His mouth drops open, but he recovers quickly and glares at me. Perfect, he fumes. At least lock the fucking door behind me. He turns and stomps out of the room as I raise my hands to cover my mouth. I hold the sobs in, though, until I hear the door slam shut. Crying, I rush to my office and pull on my yoga pants. I grab my jacket, bag and keys, and then rush out the side door. After locking up, I get in my truck, grateful that I don't see anyone from next door as I go. Eyes still burning with tears, I drive home on autopilot and drop my stuff right inside the door. Refusing to think about him, about what just happened, I grab an ice pack from the freezer and head for the couch. My tailbone is killing me. Hoping to distract myself, I turn on the television and lie down, adjusting the ice pack, and then covering up with my dad's Afghan. After a while, I doze off, sleeping soundly until a sharp knock at the door wakes me. Isabella Swan, I'm using my key. If you don't open this door in 3 seconds, Alice yells from outside. 1, 2, just as I'm sitting up on the couch, the door flies open. 3, I ask sarcastically. I was sleeping, and you didn't even give me a chance to get to the door. Well, you said you'd text me last night, she insists, walking in and kicking the door shut with her foot. It's almost 3 o'clock, and not only have you not gotten in touch with me, I can tell from texting you 9 million times that your damn phone is either turned off or dead. I came to make sure you were still alive. You think I would kill myself? I frown. Not on purpose, but showers can be slippery, she asserts. She takes her coat off and lays it over the back of the chair. Although that clearly wasn't something I needed to worry about today. Reaching for my hair, I feel it sticking up crazily. Shut up, I order, trying to smile. I think I left my phone at the studio. She flops onto the other end of the couch, narrowly missing my feet. How are you doing, honey? I shrug, and then shake my head as tears fill my eyes again. Tell me what's going on. I relay as much as I remember about what happened last night and this morning, pausing to blow my nose after Alice brings the box of tissues from the bathroom. Uncharacteristically, she's mostly quiet until I've finished. He found out about the money before you got a chance to tell him. I had plenty of chances, I admit. I just didn't tell him. I hate the trust fund, I hate talking about it, I hate the reason I have it. It's blood money. It's love money. Your dad wanted you to be okay if anything ever happened to him, she says gently. You should have told Edward. I know, I agree. But I was afraid to. I dreaded having to explain why I won't use it. Oh, B. The things you're the most scared to tell him are the things you absolutely have to tell him, she advises, patting my foot. Her know-it-all relationship advice is starting to piss me off. I get that I should have told him, but really, Alice, this whole thing started because he lied. He screwed up. Yes, he screwed up. But he didn't screw Kate. But he was with her. And if we hadn't seen him, he never would have told me, I cry. He also chose not to talk about Arrow's ultimatum with me. Both of you made bad choices, she nods. Quit making this about me. I insist, raising my voice. It's like you're on his side or something. I'm so sorry, she says sympathetically, scooting over to hug me. Of course I'm on your side. But you guys will work it all out. I don't know about that, I whisper. Sure you will, she contends, squeezing more tightly for a second before pulling back. You go hit the shower while I pick out a hot outfit for you to wear tonight. You can ride with Jasper and me. I'm not going, I declare. Her eyes widen, but she doesn't say anything. If I wasn't so upset, I would be amused by the surprised expression on her face. I can't remember the last time I saw her truly speechless. You can't just, she stammers, blinking quickly at me. This is, like, the biggest night for his business. I can't face him. Don't be a baby. You shouldn't need my prodding to get your ass there, she frowns. But, Bella, this is me prodding. Get your ass there. I look at her and shake my head. Please change your mind. Please quit trying to boss me around, I retort, annoyed. This is the man you love, honey. You show up to support him whether you're mad at him or not. Pulling my knees to my chest, I lower my head, tired of looking into her judgmental eyes. God, B, he's going to be so hurt, she says sadly. Deep down, I know she's right, but my own pain and stubborn pride will not be swayed. She sighs. Well, it's your choice. For the record, though, you're the one screwing up now. I lie back down despondently while Alice hustles around my apartment. She brings me water and ibuprofen. She heats up a bowl of the soup one made Thursday night and refuses to leave me alone until I eat a few bites. Lift up. I brought a new ice pack for your bum, she smirks after I've eaten. You know, you really should elevate the injured area. Maybe you should do that puppy pose we used to do in yoga. You remember. Head down, ass up. Ha ha, you're hilarious. I roll my eyes at her as we exchange cold packs. Can I borrow your shiny, black skirt for tonight? She asks. You're still going. She nods, raising a challenging eyebrow at me. Sighing, I wiggle around to get comfortable on the ice pack. I guess. Sure. She claps enthusiastically, and 5 minutes later, she's out the door with my skirt and a smile, leaving me feeling abandoned. Depressed, I curl into a ball on the couch and flip channels until I find an old movie to watch. Before it's over, I fall asleep again. The room is getting dark when I wake up with a start. I'm disoriented, panicked. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, my God, Edward. The opening. What am I doing? Screwing up. That's what I'm doing. I love him and I want to work this out. My eyes dart to the clock on the wall. 6 o'clock. Shit, I'm supposed to be there right now. Throwing back the Afghan, I get up, rushing to get ready. I don't even balk at putting on the dark, skinny jeans and skimpy top Alice laid out on my bed. She must have hoped or figured that I would come to my senses eventually. I pull on the motorcycle boots that are Edward's favorite, put on the hoodie he gave me that day so long ago, and bolt out the door. I just hope I'm not too late. When I get to the full moon, there's nowhere to park in the lot. I end up parking on the street half a block up. As I walk toward the front door of the bar, I can hear the music the band has already started. Inside, I stand still, scanning the crowd, but I don't see him. I hear Rosalie though. "Bella Swan, it's about fucking time," she yells, clamping my arm and pulling me behind her as she weaves her way toward the steps. Edward's upstairs having a miserable time, which, honestly, was kind of funny at first, but everyone is in his line of fire now. "Get your ass up there and fix him. You're not coming with me?" I ask, twisting around as she pushes me until I move up 2 stairs. "Nope. When I was in charge of your relationship, everything was fine. You two screwed this up by yourselves, and you can work it out by yourselves," she announces with a smirk. "I don't think he'll lie to you again. Just sayin'. So, if you don't really want to know if your ass looks big in a pair of jeans, don't ask him." She smacks my leg with a laugh, and then walks away. Biting my lip, I hurry up the stairs, anxious to see him. Anxious to make up with him. I stop at the top, my eyes drawn to the two, not miserable people sitting on top of the bar against the far wall. Edward and Victoria, the red-headed bitch. Architect. Whatever. They're smiling, posing for a picture in front of the full moon logo that's etched into the mirror on the back bar. Dumbfounded, I watch as Victoria and her ridiculously short skirt scoot closer, angling her long, bare legs toward him. She rests her hand on his shoulder as Esme snaps a photo. Someone who looks suspiciously like Alice hands each of them a shot, and I feel the breath I was holding rush out in a gust as they tap glasses and drink. Esme's flash lights up several more times while I stare at him. He finally shifts his gaze my way after he sets his glass down. We look at each other for less than a second before I turn and hurry back down the stairs. I hear him following, calling my name, but I don't stop. He's fast, though, and catches up just after I reach the main floor. "Bella, hang the fuck on," he says, grasping my wrist. When I stop, he slides his hand down, wrapping his fingers around my palm. "Come with me." I don't resist when he pulls me down the hallway toward his office. He unlocks the door and pushes it open, letting me walk in first. I toss my purse toward the couch, and then turn around just as he closes the door and leans back against it. Although I can still hear the muffled sounds of the bar, it's quiet in here since neither of us says anything for a minute. Finally, I can't stand the tense silence. "You have a good crowd. Everybody showed up except the one fucking person I wanted here the most," he says irritably. "My absence didn't seem to slow you down," I answer snottily, folding my arms across my chest. "You looked pretty happy cozied up on the bar with what's her name." "We were just taking a fucking picture," he defends, narrowing his eyes. "She's a bitch, but she did work hard to get the space the way I wanted it." "That's not the only thing she's working hard at," I mutter. "And you just eat up the attention." "What the hell are you talking about?" I roll my eyes before I reply. "Oh, Edward, come on. She hasn't exactly been subtle in her pursuit of you. So, have you been cheating on me?" "What?" he asks, frowning at me. "No, Jesus, Bella, you seriously believe that shit Arrow was spouting this morning?" "I wouldn't do that. No." I spit through clenched teeth. "Don't you dare say that to me now just to get yourself out of trouble." "If I was saying it just to get myself out of trouble, I would have said it last night," he grumbles. "If it was true, you would have said it before now." I cringe when I hear my curt words, realizing that I'm being a hypocrite again. I haven't said it either. "It's not fucking true if I don't say it out loud," he asks, looking at me disbelievingly. Clearly aggravated, he pushes one hand into the top of his hair. "I never tried to hide the way I feel about you. Every fucking person who knows me can see it. And you know me better than anyone else." "I thought I did." Sliding his hand forward, he stretches his fingers wide across his forehead to shield his eyes. He rubs his thumb against one temple and his middle finger against the other, raising his voice when he speaks again. It's not easy for me, okay, to say it. The last girl I said it to didn't feel the same about me. I'm the last girl you said it to. My words are hushed, spoken around the sudden lump in my throat. Dropping his hand, he locks his shocked gaze on mine. Long seconds tick by, marked by the rapid beating of my heart, while he blinks at me in confusion. What? You said it to me once. On New Year's Eve. Shit. His shoulders slump and he leans his head against the door behind him, closing his eyes. He swallows a couple of times, lifts his hands to scrub across his face, and then finally lowers his head to look at me again. I don't remember, ballerina. But it's fucking true. I love you. The warmth that sweeps through me spurs me to take one step forward as I reply. I love you, too. The left side of his mouth twitches, curls slightly upward. Then can we stop the fucking fighting and start the making up? As I walk toward him, nodding, he pushes off the door, pulling me in close when I reach him. I wrap my arms around his waist and hang on tightly, breathing easily for the first time in almost 24 hours. I'm so sorry, I whisper against his shirt. Loosening his hold, he slides his hands up to cup both sides of my neck. With a sigh, he leans down to rest his forehead against mine. I'm sorry, too, baby. He shifts his head to kiss me, pressing his thumbs lightly against my jaw until I open my lips. We move our mouths together urgently, and I whimper as he pulls back briefly to switch angles, pausing to nip at my lower lip before diving in to kiss me again. Wanting to get closer to him, I shift my arms, sliding them up his chest to wind around his neck. At the same time, he grips my waist and lifts me up, never stopping the movement of his mouth as he turns us around. He presses me against the door, and then pulls my legs to wrap around him. Moaning quietly, I tilt my hips to meet his as he rocks against me several times. When he thrusts against me more forcefully, pushing me into the door, I twist my head away, inhaling sharply through my teeth at the pain. What's wrong, ballerina? Did I hurt you? He asks, holding still and looking intently at me. Breathing hard, I nod. Where, baby? My butt. I hurt my tailbone today when I was dancing, I pant. His eyes shine with amusement when he speaks. You broke your ass. It's not funny, I declare, but I giggle when he chuckles. You bet your broken ass it's not, he answers. Hang on. I cling to him as he carries me to the couch. He sits down and helps me adjust my legs so I'm straddling his lap. As this bet, I don't let him finish before I crash my lips to his, burying my hands in his hair. Immediately realizing what I'm doing, I drop my hands and pull my mouth away. Oops, I whisper. Your hair. You can put your hands wherever you want, he answers hoarsely, reaching between us to unzip my jacket. I pull my arms out of the sleeves and let the hoodie drop to the floor behind me, then dig my hands into his hair again as he skims his lips down my neck. Immediately, he slides his hands up my shirt to cup my breasts. He quickly realizes that I'm wearing a strapless bra and pushes it down, out of his way. I sigh as gentle fingers graze my ribs and hot breath fans my bare collarbone. Brushing his thumbs around my nipples, he leans his head back to look at me. It's kind of hot when you're jealous, he says, smirking. I was not jealous, I reply breathily. Lifting one eyebrow at me, he grasps my nipples, pinching lightly as I moan. Okay, I was a little jealous. A little, he laughs. Using my body as leverage, I lean sideways, pulling him with me, until he lies down. He settles on his back, dragging me on top of him. Are you trying to start another fight? I tease. No, he groans as I move against him. Fuck, definitely not. Good, I smile, lowering my mouth to his. He shifts his hands to my back, holding me close as I kiss him, pausing several times to bite his lower lip gently. Delighting in the way his hips buck underneath me, I slowly slide my lips to his cheek, his ear, his jaw, his neck. He groans and moves his hands, bringing one up to tangle in my hair and gripping my hips with the other. I take my time working down his neck, reaching in between us to undo the first few buttons on his shirt and then slipping my hand inside. Under my hand, his heart beats wildly as I touch my tongue to the pulse point at the base of his throat. When someone pounds on the door, I try to pull away, but Edward holds my head still. Don't stop, ballerina, he pleads. Edward, Bella, I know you guys are in there, Rose yells, banging on the door again. Go away, Rose. His voice is strained as he calls out to her. Smiling against his skin, I let my lips glide down to the bare skin of his chest. He pushes himself against me roughly again. I can't. Jake and his parents are here looking for Bella. Crap, I whisper, arching up to look at Edward. I didn't know they were coming tonight. We'll be out in a minute, he says loudly, sighing. You need to come now, she argues. I've already stalled them for 20 minutes. Fuck, he mutters, sitting up after I push myself off him. I lift my shirt up and pull my bra back into place while he watches. You're trying to kill me. I'm not, I say, smiling as I bend down to kiss him. But I'm still in trouble for not going to Forks for Christmas, and now I'm caught screwing around with my boyfriend. Come home with me tonight, he murmurs against my lips. I didn't bring clothes. You won't need them, he counters, gripping the backs of my thighs. Okay, I giggle, kissing him once more. I gotta go see Sue and Billy. I love you. I love you, too, he answers. I'll be out in a couple of minutes. Guess I'm meeting the family, huh? They're nice, Edward, I reply, backing away. I promise. He nods, and then I turn to open the door, stepping into the hallway with Rose, who's looking at me suspiciously. You guys have been back here fooling around? She asks, frowning as I pull the office door shut behind me. I thought you were fighting. We were, and then we weren't, I shrug. Shaking her head, but amused, she straightens my clothes and fixes my hair. I can't do anything about the glazed eyes. Just pretend you've been drinking. All right. Looping her arm through mine, she starts up the hallway. Edward has no clue what he's about to walk into, does he? She smirks at me. I thought Jake and Jared were big, but their dad is fucking huge. Hope he doesn't figure out that Edward's been pawing you in the back room. Maybe I was the one doing the pawing, I retort. She laughs and squeezes my arm. I'm glad you guys worked it out. My brother is an asshole sometimes, but he really does love you. I know, I answer softly, smiling first at the floor and then at her. I know. EPOV. As soon as Bella steps into the hall with Rose and shuts the office door, I let my head fall back against the top of the couch, hitting the wall behind me with a thud. Fuck, I mutter, drawing the word out and reaching both hands up to scrub across my face. This day almost goddamned killed me. Bella was smiling a minute ago, but when I close my eyes, I keep seeing the hurt look on her face last night and this morning and earlier tonight. It tears me up to know that I was the cause of it every time. Christ, how much can I fuck up in 24 hours? I had my own share of misery today, too, though. Even now, knowing how it all turned out, my chest tightens when I remember waking up alone, seeing Arrow's car parked at the studio, fighting with Bella. And my already shitty mood deteriorated throughout the night as I continually searched the crowd, looking for the only face I really wanted to see and never finding it. I was snapping at everyone on my staff by the time Jasper hauled my ass upstairs to get a drink. While we knocked back a couple shots of Irish, he tried to make me feel better, telling me that Bella would forgive me eventually. After enduring unsolicited advice from both him and my dad, I was actually a little relieved when Victoria arrived in her short skirt and hung around until I was forced to introduce her. She pretended to be humble when my dad complimented her architectural skills. Then she acted overly sweet to my mom, talking about how much she liked working with me on the upstairs design. My mom ate that shit up and demanded that I sit on the bar with Victoria so she could take a picture. I wasn't entirely fucking happy about it, but I didn't think Victoria would be all over me with my mom standing right there, and I certainly didn't think that would be the exact time Bella would finally show. I was fucking wrong about both of those things. As I chased Bella down the stairs, I swore to myself that if I caught her, I'd quit being such a pussy and tell her the truth I've left unsaid for weeks. I love her. In my office, I thought I'd never get the words out, but I did. I was afraid she wouldn't say it back, but she did. That moment and the 20 minutes of making out that followed were the best parts of this whole goddamn day. Exhaling forcefully, I shift my legs farther apart, dropping one hand to adjust my dick. Unfortunately, it hasn't gotten the message yet that there's no chance of relief for several more hours. Fucking Rose. I don't care that she interrupted us for a good reason or that it wasn't really her fault, I'm still kind of pissed at her. Jesus Christ. What now? I groan under my breath when I hear the door hinges creak quietly. I can't get 5 minutes alone in my own damn office. Moving my hands to rest on the couch beside my legs, I crack one eye open and see Emmett coming in, carrying 2 longnecks. You've gotta be the unluckiest motherfucker in Seattle, he chuckles. Busted by your girl 2 nights in a row for letting another woman hang all over you when you weren't even screwing around. That's some tragically bad karma. No shit, I agree, sitting up straight. Honestly, I know luck had nothing to do with it. The whole thing was caused by a series of really fucking terrible decisions, all made by me. That's not something I want to discuss with Emmett right now, though. After I say thanks and take the bottle he holds toward me, he taps his against it. Good opening tonight, E. I hum, lifting the icy bottle to my lips. I drink quickly, downing a third of the beer before taking a breath. What the fuck are you doing back here? Hiding from your mom. Since I had tipped the bottle back again, I suck cold beer into my lungs when I laugh and end up choking. Why? I cough. All she wants to do is talk to me about weddings and babies, he complains. It's like she thinks I'm the chick in the relationship. You are, I quip hoarsely. Watch it, dickhead. Haven't you had enough people pissed off at you today? He asks, perching on the edge of my desk. He's smiling, though. I heard your mom and Alice lay into you earlier. And the whole staff heard Rose screaming at you this morning. She also fucking gut punched me when she found out what I did. She said it was a sister's prerogative, he replies with a shrug. And that you deserved it. I probably did, I agree. But she didn't have to tell mom. Jesus, I used to be able to be an asshole in peace. He laughs, and I take another drink of beer to hide my grin. I can't help it, I'm pretty fucking happy. I take it you and Tiny worked your shit out. Yeah, I nod. We still have some stuff to talk about, but we're good. Christ, now I sound like the chick. I'm supposed to be out there. Jake's parents are here. I know. I met them, he remarks. Dropping my eyes to the label on my bottle, I watch as I use my thumb to roll the wet paper away from the glass. A heavy knot settles in the pit of my stomach. Were you nervous around my parents after you and Rose started dating? Nah, Doc and Esme are cool, he states. But I already knew them pretty well through you. I think that made a difference. Why, are you nervous? As fuck. I take another big drink of my beer. His answering chuckle irritates the hell out of me. Looking up, I tell him to fuck off, but that only makes him laugh harder. Sorry, E, but watching you go through all this is pretty entertaining, he says, not put off by my glare. Well, that's a fucking relief. I was afraid no one would enjoy it, I grumble sarcastically. I gotta get out there. You might want to button up first, lover boy, he remarks, pointing his bottle at the front of my shirt. Lowering my eyes to my chest, I realize my shirt is still wide open. Shit, I forgot Bella had me half undressed. With a smirk, I glance at Emmett again as I lift my bottle and finish the last of my beer. Standing up, I toss it in the trash can and fix my shirt, then exhale loudly. Relax, E, they'll see you're a good guy, he says, walking toward the office door. He opens it and waits for me to walk through. And whatever hoops you have to jump through, she's worth it, right? Right, but I still feel like puking. And as long as nobody tells Mr. Black about the many women in your past, you'll be fine, he chuckles. Shut the fuck up, I mumble, elbowing him as I walk by. He shuts the door behind us and trails me up the hallway, irritating me again. Why are you following me? Because I can't wait to see your reaction. Reaction to what? Out front, I pause, scanning the faces in the packed room, but I don't see Bella. They're upstairs, Emmett yells, trying to be heard over the noise of the band. We climb the steps side by side, and as we round the railing at the top, I see Victoria still seated at the bar. Josh and Colin are sitting next to her, probably hitting on her. Honestly, I had enough of their shit last night at poker, but I lift my chin in acknowledgement when Colin waves. Victoria looks at me over her shoulder, and then makes a show of crossing her long legs and giggling exaggeratedly at whatever Josh said. Jesus, it would be hard to judge who the biggest asshole in that trio is, but I don't waste time trying. At the other end of the bar, my mom is talking to Leah and another woman. That must be Mrs. Black. Shifting my eyes to the people standing just behind them, I spot Bella and Jake and a fucking giant. The man resting his enormous hand on Bella's upper back has to be 6.5 feet tall. At least. Fresh fear clenches my chest and I feel my jaw drop as I abruptly stop walking. Emmett steps up beside me. Yep, that's the look I wanted to see, he snickers, whacking me on the back. Over Bella's shoulder, Jake notices me and grins, amused. Snapping my mouth shut, I swallow uncomfortably as he says something that makes both Bella and Mr. Black turn to look, too. Fighting the urge to run right the fuck back to my office, I force myself to meet Mr. Black's dark eyes even though I think he's scowling at me. After holding his intense stare for a minute, I slide my gaze to Bella. She smiles, and I automatically smile back at her. Go, Emmett urges, nudging me forward when she crooks her finger. He didn't really need to push, I'm pretty fucking helpless when it comes to her. If she wants me over there, I'm going. So I walk straight toward them, determined to make a good impression and trying not to look like I feel which is scared out of my motherfucking mind. Billy, this is Edward, she says, wrapping her hand around my left bicep when I stop beside her. Mr. Black, it's a pleasure. Nice to finally meet you, Edward, he remarks, looking pointedly at Bella. He returns his gaze to me and takes the hand I offer. His grip is strong and firm and a little bit painful. I understand immediately that he's asserting his authority and he's not gonna get any fucking argument from me. I have no intention of crossing him. I was beginning to think Bella was either ashamed of you or ashamed of us. And I doubt it's us. Stop trying to intimidate him, Billy, a female voice orders from behind him. And let go of his hand. The woman who was sitting with my mom and Leah moves to stand at Billy's side. She has warm, brown eyes and a wide smile. I'm Sue. Bella's told me a lot about you, Mrs. Black, I respond, relieved that she seems to be friendlier than her husband. She bats away the hand I hold toward her, reaching to hug me instead. It's Sue, she corrects quietly, patting my back as I wrap one arm loosely around her in return. Don't let Billy worry you. He's harmless. When she lets me go, Bella slides her hand down from my upper arm, slipping her fingers between mine and squeezing reassuringly. She takes control of the conversation, talking about the bar and the remodel, both subjects she knows will be easy for me to comment on. It's been a long fucking time since I had to turn on the charm with a girl's parents, but it's not as hard as I thought it would be, especially with Sue. She seems genuinely interested and supportive. Billy, on the other hand, continues to eye me skeptically, looking unconvinced that I know what the hell I'm doing with my business and my girl. Excuse me for interrupting, Rose says, butting her way into the group a few minutes later. She smiles sweetly at Billy before leveling me with her stare. Edward, I'm holding that table like you asked. I raise one eyebrow at her because I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She widens her eyes slightly and I realize I'm supposed to play along with whatever she's doing. Okay, I nod. I can tell by the look on her face that she wants to roll her eyes, but she holds back. Bella and the Blacks could sit down while we get a round of drinks for everyone, she suggests, speaking slowly with her teeth clenched together. Oh, yeah, good idea. My hesitant answer seems to irritate her even more. She huffs out a breath and narrows her eyes at me so quickly that I'm probably the only one who notices. Then, smiling again, she turns to Bella, pointing out a spot near the pool table where my dad's already sitting. As Jake leads his parents away, Bella starts to follow, but I tighten my grasp on her fingers until she looks up at me. Save me a seat by you, I say, leaning down to speak lowly in her ear. She nods and kisses me, wrapping her other hand around my waist. When she hooks her fingers in the back pocket of my jeans, I smile against her lips. Watch it, ballerina. I'm pretty sure Billy's just waiting for an excuse to kick my ass. I think I can handle Billy, she soothes. Then she uses the hand in my pocket to push my hips toward hers. And I'm definitely going to handle you later. You're trying to kill me, I mutter, but I'm chuckling as we kiss once more. This time when she starts to pull away, I let her, shaking my head at her as she drags her hand slowly from my pocket and across my ass. Her eyes are shining, and the sight of her looking so happy just about stops my fucking heart. My gaze shifts to Sue and Billy, who are waiting for Bella a few feet away. Sue winks, but Billy is scowling at me again. Come on, baby bro, Rosalie urges, hooking her elbow through mine and yanking me toward the bar. Don't push Papa Bear too far right out of the gate. Luckily, Rose knows what Billy's drinking and fixes it while I squeeze 2 extra limes into my mom's gin and tonic and pull beers from the cooler for Bella and Leah. How do you get an open table? I ask, pausing to glance at her. They were all full earlier and it's even more crowded up here now. Kicked your asshole poker buddies out of theirs, she answers without stopping what she's doing. They're drinking on the house the rest of the night, by the way. I turn all the way toward her and study her face for a second, realizing how badly she's trying to help me look good in front of the blacks. Hey, Rose, I say quietly, waiting until she looks at me before I continue. Thanks. Unable to contain it any longer, she rolls her eyes at me, but smiles slightly and shrugs one shoulder. You're welcome, she answers. Just stop screwing up with her. Seriously. I smirk like the asshole I am, but my reply is sincere. I will, I nod. Seriously. An hour later, Billy and my dad have become fast friends and are playing pool, hustling guys who are 30 years younger and much more inebriated out of money, $10 at a time. Afraid that sooner or later one of the young drunks will get mad enough to fight, I'm keeping an eye on them. I'm also occasionally turning to glare at Josh. He's still sitting at the bar with Colin and Victoria, but he came over to say hi a little while ago and pissed me the hell off in the process. He kissed Bella's cheek like they were old friends, even though he was giving me shit about her last night. Now he's leering at her from his barstool. I sort of understand that. She's fucking beautiful. But he needs to get his douchebag tendencies under control. Hey, Jake says from across the table, leaning forward to speak to me. I lean in, too, so he doesn't have to yell. How long are we going to be stuck with the estrogen club? Laughing, I shrug, sitting back. Emmett and Rose are still working and Jasper and Alice went downstairs to dance, so Jake and I are the only guys left at the table with our moms and girlfriends. And they're all fucking tipsy. Are we taking a cab home? Bella asks, twisting sideways in her seat to look at me. No, ballerina, I'll be able to drive by the time we leave. I quit drinking an hour ago and I can't leave for at least another 2, I inform her. On my other side, my mom grabs my arm and I turn toward her. Edward, she begins, her tone harsh enough that I know I'm in trouble for something. Why didn't you tell me the truth about Victoria? Rosalie told me how appalling her behavior has been. I would never have taken a picture of you with her if I'd known. Sorry, Mom, I grin. I wasn't sure how to work into the conversation that my architect is rude to Bella and hits on me every time we're alone. I couldn't really introduce her as a bitch in slutty sheep's clothing. My mom finds that hilarious, which is probably less about my smartass comment and more about the number of G&Ts she's consumed in the last couple of hours. I can't help laughing with her, though, and feeling a little bad about how shitty she's going to feel tomorrow. Bella grabs my shoulder from behind, tugging until I lean back slightly. I feel a shiver run down my spine when her warm breath rushes into my ear. Let's take a cab, Edward, she whispers. Remember last fall when you told me you're a dirty boy when you've been drinking? I want that. Oh, shit, I groan quietly, tilting my head away as she giggles. Reaching for her hand, I hold it in mine as I swing around in the chair to face her. Gripping the back of her neck with my other hand, I hold her in place as I kiss her, hard and quick, before pulling back. Baby, do you know what you're doing to me? Trying to kill you, she asks playfully. You think this is funny, huh? I lean toward her again, partly amused and completely fucking aroused. I lower my voice so no one else can hear. I wonder if you'll laugh when I throw you over my shoulder and haul your broken ass back to my office. I won't be gentle when I push you down on my desk. The hand that grips my shoulder and squeezes powerfully is accompanied by a stern voice. Edward, Jake, Billy barks. Immediately, I release Bella and sit up straight. You two think you can beat a couple of old guys at pool? We'll give it a shot, Jake answers, pushing away from the table. I agree, too, realizing that Billy isn't going to let go of me until I do. While my dad racks the balls on the table, Jake and I choose cue sticks from the holder on the wall and chalk the tips. Are you gonna make me throw the game? He asks quietly, taking a sip of his beer. Will it help? I ask. I pause to blow the excess chalk of the end of the cue stick. I don't think your dad likes me. Of course he doesn't like you, Jake scoffs, looking at me like I'm a fucking idiot. He treated Bella like his third kid even before Charlie died, but now he definitely considers her a daughter. And you're, sleeping with her. It's not, she's not just, I stammer. I'm not even sure what the fuck I'm trying to say. Relax. My dad will come around, he advises. Just convince him you really care about her. I frown at him, insulted because it sounds like he doubts my feelings for Bella. I do really care about her. Jake laughs out loud. No shit, Edward. I've known that since her birthday, he responds. I mean, just the way you looked at her. Guys don't fake that shit, you know. Embarrassed, I turn away, mumbling to Jake that he can break. He does, and while we play, the talk thank fucking God is all about tomorrow's Super Bowl. I sip the tall Jack and Coke that Bella ordered for me and become the world's biggest kiss ass, agreeing with every opinion Billy has about the big game and the best players. I try not to be too obvious as I miss shot after shot, but when I hit a difficult combo out of sheer pride, sinking 2 balls at once, I think my cover is blown. After Jake purposely shorts the easy tap in that would have won the game for us, he catches my eye across the table. You owe me, he mouths, smiling. Chuckling quietly, I cross my arms over my chest and nod. Billy wins the game on his next turn, and then he and my dad gloat obnoxiously for a couple of minutes. As I replace my cue stick in the holder, Billy approaches, handing me the other 3 cue sticks to put away. Nice game, Edward, he remarks. Maybe we can play again someday. Sure, Mr. Black, anytime, and maybe you'll actually try to win the next game. Turning to look at him, I smile. Yes, sir. He glances toward the table where all the women are sitting and I follow his line of sight. My dad and Jake are seated there now, too. He sighs heavily before he speaks. It's such a relief to see Bella doing well, he says somberly. She was so broken after Charlie died, and even when she was in Forks last fall. I was afraid she'd never bounce back. She's tougher than she looks, I remark, half smiling as I watch her talk animatedly to my mom, waving her hands around while my mom nods and laughs. Yes, she is, Billy agrees, turning to pick up our drinks from the high-top table beside him. He hands me my glass before he continues. She's come a long way starting her own business, meeting new people, making a life here. I'm very proud of her. And you seem to be good for her. Thank you, sir. Since Bella says you're sticking around, you might as well call me Billy, he says. Although he seems to be softening toward me, when he shifts his gaze to meet mine, his dark eyes hold a warning. Charlie Swan was my best friend for over 20 years. His family is my family. Don't do anything to hurt her. I've screwed up some, I admit, afraid he's already been told exactly what a stupid asshole I've been. I take a drink, glancing down at the liquid in my glass for an instant. You're going to make it up to her? He asks. I nod, looking him in the eye again. You'll make an effort not to repeat those mistakes. Yes, Sir Billy. Good, he nods, lifting his drink to his mouth and sipping it, because I'm starting to like you, Edward. And if you break Bella's heart, my wife will kick your ass. Bella's not the only one who's tougher than she looks. Then I guess I'd better stay on both of their good sides, I offer with a smile. Smart move, kid, he confirms. When he reaches for my shoulder, I struggle not to flinch, expecting him to squeeze forcefully like he did earlier. But he pats my upper arm lightly instead. You're going to do fine. Just keep our girl happy. Planning to, I mutter, glancing at Bella again. I'm planning to, _. After another hour, my parents and the Blacks leave. I ended up having a good time with them, but I really want Bella to myself for a while. Apparently, that's not in the fucking cards, though. First, Alice drags her to the ladies' room, and then they spend Rose's entire break huddled at the downstairs bar giggling and doing shots. Just as I'm headed over to interrupt, Emmett swoops in out of nowhere and pulls Bella to the dance floor. After watching him swing her around for 2 songs, I'm ready to break that shit up. I catch the eye of the band's lead singer and nod at him, letting him know I want him to play the song I requested earlier. Then I weave my way through the crowd on the dance floor. Emmett smiles when he sees me. Figured you'd show up sooner or later, he teases. Your break's over, Beat it, I order, smirking at him. He holds his hands up in surrender, and then finally I get my arms around my laughing girlfriend. Pulling her close, I kiss the side of her head and hold her right hand over my heart. Hi, baby, hi, where have you Edward? She gasps, twisting to look at the band. She turns back toward me, smiling. It's our song. Did you do this? After I nod, she tugs on my neck until I bend down to kiss her. Thank you. You're welcome, I murmur between kisses. And thank you for being so nice to Sue and Billy. Billy said you let him win at pool. I chuckle, pulling back to look at her. I was trying to make points. They liked you even without the points, she insists. Billy said he'd take me fishing sometime, I remark. He doesn't mean I'm going to sleep with the fishes, right? He's a contractor, not a mobster, she answers, amused. He's a fucking giant, I say, pleased when she laughs. But I like him them. She leans into me, resting against my chest as we dance slowly for the rest of the song. When it's over, she looks up at me, twisting her fingers out of mine and slowly tracing them down my stomach. She grips the waistband of my jeans right above my dick and bites her lower lip for a second. Edward, when can we go home? Right now, _. My fantasies about an erotic cab ride to the condo are left unfulfilled since Bella falls dead fucking asleep almost as soon as we leave the full moon. When the taxi stops in front of my building, I get her awake enough to walk on her own, but she yawns repeatedly on the way upstairs. She stands still and silent as I unzip her hoodie and slide it down her arms, pausing to kiss her shoulder. Go to bed, baby, I say lowly. She mumbles something about me. I'll be right there. I'm just going to get water for us, okay? By the time I get to the bedroom a couple of minutes later, I expect her to be burrowed down in the bed, but she's not. Her boots and jeans are on the floor beside the corner chair and I can hear water running in the bathroom. Stopping in front of the dresser, I set down the bottled waters and start to empty my pockets, dropping everything carelessly on the wood. Cell phone, change, smokes, wallet, silver key. As soon as I see it, I pick it up again, holding it in my hand the same way I did this morning when I found it when I thought she'd left me. Jesus Christ, what the fuck was I thinking? Not telling her shit the whole fucking mess with with Kate. I could have lost her. I sure as hell won't make that mistake again. What's that? She asks, coming out of the bathroom. Your key, I answer. I almost had a fucking heart attack when I woke up and found it. All your shit was gone and you wouldn't answer your phone. It scared the fuck out of me. I turned to watch her walk toward me, barefoot and bare-legged. She's washed off her makeup and put on one of my t-shirts. Fuck, I don't think she's ever looked sexier. I'm sorry, Edward, she whispers, wrapping her arms around me from behind. I didn't think about how it would look to you. Well, I didn't think about how some of the stuff I did would look to you, I respond, setting the key down. I turn around to hug her. I guess we both learned something. She shifts around, standing on her tiptoes and pulling my face down. Her lips skim across my face. I'm so sorry that I hurt you. I'm sorry, too, I say, settling my mouth against hers. For several minutes, we kiss, our lips and tongues tangling unhurriedly together. I keep my hands still, even when I feel hers start working the buttons on the front of my shirt. She pulls away to push my shirt off. Bella, I'm not good at saying stuff, I mutter, trying to think about how to say what I want to say. And trying not to think about the movement of her hand. She unbuckles my belt, pulls at the button on my jeans, lowers the zipper. Grabbing her hand, I move it away. Puzzled, she looks up at me with a frown. I didn't want to feel like this. What? She wrenches her hand out of mine and takes a step back. The hurt that settles on her face has me rushing to explain what I mean. I didn't think I wanted to love someone. And I was afraid that no one would ever love me. I step forward, reaching for her hands and looking down. But then what? She asks quietly after I leave the words hanging between us. Raising my eyes to hers again, I swallow loudly. Then I met you, ballerina. And I wanted everything with you. Edward, she whispers. When I bend down to kiss her this time, our lips connect urgently. After a minute, I let go of one of her hands, groaning as she immediately slides it into my boxers and wraps her fingers around me. I push one hand up her shirt, cupping her bare skin and using my thumb to glide over and around her nipple. When she whimpers, we both pull back, opening our eyes and coming to a silent agreement. We let each other go and get rid of our own clothes quickly, and then press our bodies together as we kiss again. By the time I pick her up and walk toward the bed, I'm fucking aching to be inside her. "How's your broken ass?" I say against her lips. "You tell me," she answers teasingly. "You're the one with your hands on it." "It feels fine," I reply. "But I don't want to hurt you." "Then I'll be on top," she decides, burying her hands in my hair and kissing me again. I'm not sure how we get on the bed without breaking apart, but we do. I lie back, pulling her with me. She rocks her hips against mine until I can't fucking breathe and have to twist my head away, watching as she sits up. "Bella," I breathe as she lifts up on her knees, positioning me and slowly taking me inside. When she's lowered herself all the way, she hums in pleasure. I can't take my eyes off her face. Her perfect lips fall open for an instant before she rolls them together. She's fucking killing me by sitting still, but it feels so goddamned good that I don't ask her to start moving yet. Looking down at me, she lets her hands fall to my ribs, dragging her short, smooth nails down toward where we're joined. I slide my hands to her thighs, holding her in place. "Fuck," I groan, bucking my hips under her. "Baby, please." Immediately, she raises up, and then sinks down again. She continues moving slowly on me and I can't help but let my eyes fall, watching as my dick disappears inside her again and again. When she digs her fingernails into the skin on each side of my waist, my eyes shoot back to her face. "I'm so in love with you," she whispers, staring at me. "Jesus, ballerina, you're fucking beautiful." My voice is hoarse and strained. "I love you." Moving one hand to her clit, I use my thumb to rub slow, deliberate circles until she whimpers again, and then skim the back of my hand up her stomach. I raise my other hand and cup both of her breasts, rolling her nipples gently while she continues to torture me. Wanting more of her skin, I sit up, driving myself even deeper into her. Wrapping my arms tightly around her, I hold her still as I press my lips to hers. I kiss her passionately, sliding my tongue into her mouth. After a moment, I loosen my hold and she lifts and lowers herself again. "Edward, oh, my God," she whispers, increasing her pace. "You need help, baby." No, she pants. I want to watch her, but she clutches my shoulders, holding me close. So I settle my mouth on her neck, sucking strongly enough to leave a mark. Her hard nipples graze my chest, and I reach down to cup her ass, moving her more forcefully as I groan into her neck. Christ, she feels good. I'm so fucking close that I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for her, and when she cries out, I don't try to hold back any longer. She rides me through her orgasm and mine, finally slowing, shuddering in my arms. Once the aftershocks are all gone, we sit intertwined for several minutes, unmoving, silent except for our heavy breathing. My lips tingle from the pulse racing just under the skin of her neck, and I press soft kisses there over and over. Alarmed when I hear her sniffle, I lift my head to look at her. "You okay, ballerina?" I ask. Reaching one hand to her face, I push her hair from her sweaty forehead, and then cradle her jaw gently. She doesn't look like she's going to cry, but she sniffs again. "Yeah," she answers, leaning in to kiss me. She takes a deep breath as she looks at me again. "I'm giving my notice at the law office as soon as the building sale is final. I don't want to do it before then because I'm afraid Arrow will back out just to spite us." She talks fast, like she's afraid I'm gonna be mad or argue with her. "Okay," I nod. "Okay, that's all you're going to say. Well, obviously, I'd like it better if you didn't work another day for the bastard, but if you'll really quit in 2 weeks, then okay." "Thank you, Edward." She hugs me tightly again. "Will you let me take you to lunch every day? Just so he knows that I'm around. I won't let him hurt you." "Okay." Jesus Christ. We were so stupid. I laugh, resting my lips against her shoulder. "This compromising shit is fucking easy." She chuckles, too, and I hold her close as I lie back, keeping her body sprawled on top of mine. She shifts around to lay her head on my chest as I trail my fingers up and down her spine. "Can I have my key to your condo back?" she whispers. "Of course, baby. I want you here," I answer. Surprised, I inhale sharply at the sudden urge I have to ask her to move in. I mean, it makes fucking sense. We never stay apart anymore, so we're constantly figuring out where we're sleeping and carrying shit around in overnight bags. But this isn't the kind of decision I should make when I'm tired and a little impaired by alcohol and sex. Instead, I keep quiet, vowing to think about it, talk to her about it when the time is right. Want me to move? She asks, yawning. Huh, I ask. Did she read my fucking mind? Off you. Want me to move off you? I'm about to fall asleep, she mumbles. No, I respond, kissing the top of her head. Unless you want to burrow down in the covers like you usually do. Wanna stay here. Hanging on to her with one arm, I reach for the sheet with my other arm and one leg. It's a struggle to get us covered up, and Bella is no fucking help since she really did fall asleep. Once we're settled, she sighs against my chest, making me chuckle and hold her more tightly for a second. Night, ballerina, _ For the next 10 days, my life is practically fucking perfect. The bar has been busy almost every night. My girl is happy, which means I'm happy. Hell, even Rose is more agreeable than normal. And in 3 days, the purchase of Bella's building will be complete and she'll finally be free of Arrow. That knowledge almost makes it possible for me to speak civilly to the son of a bitch when he comes through the full moon's side door early on a Tuesday morning. After seeing his reflection in the back bar mirror, I finish stacking the clean glasses and turn around to face him. What's the occasion, Volturi? I ask, gritting my teeth as my stomach somersaults nervously. Christ, I hope he's not here to back out of the fucking deal. Bella's been trying to act nonchalant about it, but she'll be disappointed if this whole thing falls through. Bar's not open for another 2 hours. I can tell time, Cullen, he retorts, sitting down at the bar in front of me. Then what the fuck are you doing in my bar? Crossing my arms over my chest, I study his appearance. He's got dark circles under his eyes and the skin around his mouth is drawn tight. Instead of being flawlessly dressed in an expensive Italian suit, he's wearing jeans and a wrinkled shirt. Something has him on edge. It's my building, he reminds me tersely. True, I nod. But, according to the terms of my lease, you don't have the right to enter at will unless I don't pay my rent. Look, Cullen, I'll cut to the chase. Now I know something's fucking wrong with him. He didn't bite on that at all, didn't even bother to point out that my fucking door was unlocked. Thanks for the favor. Can we move the closing date up to Wednesday? You want to close tomorrow? I ask, frowning. Are you having a problem understanding me? He replies haughtily. He's trying to act cocky, but his eyes are wild, roving the bar as if he's afraid someone might be eavesdropping. I'm sure he noticed that my car is the only one parked outside, though. He picks up a cardboard coaster, tapping it impatiently on the bar. I know how anxious you are to have control of that property. You have no idea, I remark lowly, hoping he understands my meaning. My mind is racing, running through possible scenarios, wondering if I can get what I want from him. I need to talk to Bella, though. I need to know how she feels about this and see if she knows what's going on with Arrow. I'll have to see if everything can be ready that quickly. I thought you were paying cash, he sneers. I am, but the money isn't converted from investments to cash yet. I'll have to see if it can be done in a day, I advise. And the new insurance on the building doesn't kick in until Friday, so I'll have to call the agent about that, too. Well, can you get back to me in a couple of hours? I really need to know. I'll let you know. He mumbles something under his breath, slides off the stool and exits without another word to me. I watch through the window as he gets in his car and drives out of the lot. Then I pick up my phone and call Bella's cell. When she picks up, I don't waste a second, unsure if Arrow is headed toward his office. Hey, baby, I say softly. What the hell's going on with your boss? BPOV. What's going on with my boss? Repeating Edward's question into my phone, I frown in confusion. What makes you think something's going on with Arrow? He was just here. He wants to move the closing on your building up to tomorrow, he replies. And he was jumpy as fuck. My stomach lurches like I've just crested the hill of a roller coaster, and I press my hand against it, trying to suppress the sudden queasiness. Turning my head to the right, I look into Arrow's dark, empty office. He's hardly been here lately, and I suddenly realize that instead of being relieved by that fact, maybe I should have been suspicious. You think he's weaseling out of the deal? Although I try to keep my voice normal, my mouth won't move quite right. I end up mumbling the words and sounding as nervous as I feel. I don't know, baby. Afraid that everything Edward and I have planned on for the last 10 days is slipping away, I grasp at any other explanation for his behavior. He likes to jerk us around, I offer quietly, still mush-mouthed. He's probably just being an asshole as usual. As I'm talking, my eyes land on Jessica's vacant desk. When I got back from lunch yesterday, she was crying, muttering about Arrow coming in and yelling at her while I was gone. Knowing how vicious he can be, I tried to console her, but eventually suggested she go home for the afternoon since she couldn't calm down. She did, and she hasn't shown up or called yet this morning, even though she should have been here almost 2 hours ago. Probably, Edward agrees. As I'm about to mention Jessica's absence to him, I hear someone call his name on his end of the line. Shit, ballerina, I gotta go. The beer truck's here. Okay, I respond, deciding the Jessica story can wait until later. I'll see you at lunch. Of course, he answers distractedly, holding the phone away from his mouth to greet the delivery guy. Not wanting to keep him, I say goodbye, but he stops me from hanging up. Hey, wait, yeah, don't worry about Arrow. I'm sure he's just fucking with me, he soothes, but I don't think he believes that any more than I do. He drops his voice to a whisper. I love you. Even though he's said the words every day for the last couple of weeks, his hushed declaration still makes my heart to skip a beat. I smile slightly as I picture him speaking quietly into his phone so the beer man can't overhear. I love you, too, I answer. Bye. After I set my phone down, I stare at Jessica's desk for several more minutes, wishing I had asked her more questions yesterday about Arrow's behavior. I've never seen Arrow visibly nervous or skittish the way Edward described. He's always cool and cocky. But now I wonder what he was like when he came in. I wonder what he said that made Jessica so upset, and I wonder where he is now. On edge, I jump when the office phone rings and swallow nervously before I answer, hoping I don't hear Arrow's voice come through the receiver. Fortunately, it's not him, but the caller has to repeat his name and number 3 times while I try to write down a message. Got it, Agent Morris. May I tell Mr. Volturi which case this is regarding? I ask, breathing rapidly into the phone. He knows. We've spoken before. His answer is clipped, his tone somewhere between brusque and outright rude. But not wanting to make any enemies at the DA or the FDA or whatever agency the man is an employee of, I'm extra polite as we hang up. Turning toward my computer screen, I email the message to Arrow. Then, still wondering where he is today, I log into his calendar, expecting this week to open in all its daily, color-coded glory. Instead, the schedule for the rest of the week is blank white except for the black outline time slots. No orange court dates, no green appointments, no purple brief filings. Mouth gaping, my stomach begins to churn again as I skip to next week. And the week after, and the week after that. His whole calendar, which was crowded and bright only yesterday when I looked at it, is empty. What the hell? I whisper, my heart racing. Edward's first instinct was right. There has to be something going on. And whatever it is, I'm afraid it's going to mean trouble for Edward and me. Intending to call him and tell him what I've found, I pick up my phone, but quickly change my mind. Alarm bells are ringing in my head and, for once, I'm going to listen to my gut reaction and get out of here. With a shaking hand, I grab my coffee cup and stand, moving so jerkily that my chair rolls backward to the edge of the plastic mat and tips over onto the carpet. I spare it a glance, but don't stop to set it upright again. Rushing to the kitchen, I switch off the coffee pot, dump the contents of both my mug and the carafe down the sink, and then turn on the water to rinse them. In my haste, the carafe slips from my hand and lands in the porcelain sink, shattering as I try to catch it. Ouch, shit, I cry out when a shard of glass slices across 2 fingers of my left hand, sending blood dripping into the sink. Switching the warm water to cool, I hold my hand under the faucet and watch the red-tinged stream run toward the drain, not surprised by the rippling wave of nausea that follows. The sight of blood usually has that effect on me. As beads of sweat break out across my nose and upper lip, I bend forward, resting my elbows on the edge of the counter. After a moment, the lightheaded feeling subsides enough for me stand up again. I turn the faucet off, and then stand on my tiptoes to reach the folded paper towels on the shelf above the sink. Startled by the sound of hard-soled shoes on the linoleum floor behind me, I freeze, poised on the balls of my feet with my right arm in the air. I'm afraid I know exactly who's wearing those shoes. You know, Isabella, I once heard that a dancer's legs are powerful enough to squeeze the life right out of a man, Arrow murmurs, confirming my fear. His footsteps are slow and deliberate as he advances across the floor. Yours certainly look capable of doing just that. Lowering myself to stand flat-footed again, I close my eyes briefly, knowing I need to stay calm and level-headed despite the ice-cold panic flooding my veins. When I open them again, I pat my hands dry, and then fold a second paper towel into a narrow strip, wrapping it around my throbbing fingers. Gingerly, I use my right hand to apply pressure to the cuts, watching a dark stain appear on my makeshift bandage. In spite of his comment about the strength of my legs, they feel shaky and weak right now, and I take a deep breath, bracing myself for whatever is coming. Stopping right behind me, he peers over my shoulder. You've injured yourself, he observes, stating the obvious. Not too badly, I hope. I'm fine. Excellent news because I believe an opportunity has presented itself with just the two of us in the office today. If you'd care to negotiate, I'm certain we could reach a deal for Cullen to buy both of the buildings he wants. Although this is the basic path I expected this conversation to take, his statement causes the hair on the back of my neck to stand on end. As I fight not to outwardly react, my heart beats in double time and I shudder when he leans against my back, clamping his hands around my upper arms. You have the power to give him everything he desires. All you have to do is wrap those strong legs around me, Isabella. Revulsion surges through my body, rejecting both the idea and the imagery of Arrow's proposition. I flinch as my stomach cramps up, and I use every shred of my self-control not to vomit into the sink. I wouldn't want to hurt you. Praying it will buy me the time I need to think, I draw the words out and lift my intonation. If his enormous ego is still unchecked, he'll perceive my answer as flirtatious, presuming that all his lies and manipulations have finally worn down my resistance. There's an easy solution for that dilemma, he replies smoothly. He slides his left hand down my arm, closing his fingers around my wrist. While my mind races, searching for a solution to this dilemma, I let him move my arm. He wraps it across my waist, using both of our arms to hold me in place against his chest. He skims his other hand down the right side of my body, and then back up to cup my breast. You do your best and I'll tell you exactly how good it feels. Without moving my head, I lower my eyes and watch Arrow's stubby fingers fondle my flesh. Boiling with anger, I curl my right hand into a fist, bend my arm and swing it back as hard as I can, feeling the resistance as my elbow jams into his ribs. He grunts, stumbling a step to the left. Did that feel good? I seethe as I try to pull away. Although he releases my breast, he tightens his grip on my trapped wrist and yanks ruthlessly, spinning me around to face him. When I see his right hand coming toward my face, I squeeze my eyes shut, assuming he's going to hit me. Instead, he grabs a handful of my hair, digging his fingers into my scalp and pulling viciously. My eyes pop open as pain shoots along my skin and down my spine. Gasping, my mouth hangs open and I involuntarily step closer to him to lessen the pressure. Do you think I'd be so careless as to leave a mark on your face, Isabella? And no, I stammer, tears springing to my eyes. This way it's your word against mine. But you're smart enough to know that, aren't you? He snarls, bending down so that we're nose to nose. Never underestimate your opponent. With one arm immobilized, I raise my other hand to Arrow's chest, trying to push him away. My efforts have no effect, though, except to make him chuckle snidely. Let me go, Arrow. I won't tell anyone. My statement seems to make him angrier. Rearing back, his nostrils flare and he tugs my wrist again, drawing my arm down diagonally across my body as I struggle to get loose. Another burst of pain shoots through me when he squeezes firmly, making me cry out. Using his leverage, he moves several steps to my left, shoving me back against the refrigerator. Panting, really looking at him for the first time, I'm shocked by his appearance. His shirt is dirty and wrinkled. His hair hangs loose around his face, not slicked back in his normal style. As he breathes into my face, I smell a mixture of coffee and alcohol. Actually, I think maybe this time you should tell Cullen. I'd gladly take a beating from him to ensure that he spends some time locked up. No, no, please. The plea springs from my lips automatically, without thought. My only concern is protecting Edward. Closing my eyes, I remember the way he smiled at me this morning when he kissed me goodbye in his kitchen. Was that only 3 hours ago? I know what I need to do and I'm devastated that it will hurt him. With my heart in my throat, I meet Arrow's beady-eyed gaze and tell him what he wants to hear, that he wins. I'll do it. I'll do what you want. Just leave Edward alone. No more bluffing. Isabella, he spits, literally. I'm disgusted, but I don't want to shift his focus by wiping my face. What I'm planning to do will either work or really piss him off. And if it isn't successful, I know what will likely happen to me. No one's coming to rescue you today. Holding my wrist tightly, he twists my arm until I beg him to stop, and then slides his hand to my wrapped fingers, gripping the wounded area cruelly. The resulting flash of white-hot pain steals my breath, silencing my voice. Inside, terror and fury combine with pure adrenaline. Without second-guessing myself, without looking down to perfect my aim, I raise my knee as quickly as I can, ramming the soft tissue of his balls with all the force I can muster. At first, I worry that I've failed because he doesn't move, but then his eyes widen, he inhales with a hiss, and he lets me go, bending forward to cup himself. Blinded by tears, I punch with my right fist and connect solidly with his cheek and nose. As he falls to his knees, I back away from him, edging toward the doorway. Never underestimate your opponent, Arrow. Throwing his unsolicited advice back in his face, I wish my voice was stronger, wish I was speaking through clenched teeth instead of broken sobs. Go to hell, asshole. He coughs loudly, looking up at me. Swallowing, I try to ignore the blood seeping from one of his nostrils. Fuck you, you little bitch. Tell your boyfriend the deal's off. I won't sell him either one of those buildings. We don't want anything that belongs to you, I state, hoping that Edward will feel the same when I tell him what I've done. Growing braver with each step I take away from Arrow, I lift my chin, glaring down at him. Just so we're clear, I'd never wrap anything of mine around you and I quit. Unsure how long he'll be incapable of giving chase, I rush to my desk to grab my phone and purse. At the door, I flip the deadbolt, fresh fear filling my chest when I realize that Arrow had locked us in just like he did at my studio 2 weeks ago. I don't pause to look behind me as I yank the door open and race outside to my truck, driving out of the parking lot as quickly as I can. Finally, stopped at a red light almost 2 miles away from the law firm, I think it's safe to call Edward. When he answers, I try to talk, but have trouble speaking around the lump in my throat. What's wrong, baby? Are you okay? Arrow, I choke. Looking down, I see several dark red stains on my blouse. Dried blood is smeared on my hands and the steering wheel, the sight of it turning my stomach. I don't know if I'm talking to him or myself when I continue. I'm okay. I'm okay. Fuck. Are you at the office? I'll be right there. He sounds like he's starting to panic, so I swallow and try to speak coherently. No. Coming there, I say, pausing to take a deep breath. 5 minutes. All right. Hang up and drive. When I pull into the parking lot, Edward is leaning against the outside wall of the full moon, smoking. Although I'm relieved to see him, I'm also nervous. Puffing my cheeks out, I exhale slowly. How mad will he be at Arrow? Mad enough to do something drastic. And how angry will he be with me for totally blowing his chance to buy the buildings? He flicks the cigarette to the ground, walking toward my truck and opening the driver's door as soon as I stop next to his car. Jesus Christ, ballerina, he exclaims while I set the brake. What the fuck did he do to you? His harsh demand is offset by the way he reaches for my face, cradling my jaw tenderly when I turn sideways on the seat to face him. As soon as I look into his worried green eyes, tears pool in mine. He and I was so scared, I stammer. Shivering from the cold or maybe the residual fear, I suddenly realize that I left my coat at work. Edward shrugs out of his leather jacket and puts it around my shoulders as I mumble a thank you. Whose blood is all over you? Mine, I answer quietly, looking down at my hands. For once, my stomach doesn't react. Maybe I'm becoming accustomed to the blood or to the constant nausea. I cut myself, and then Arrow came in. He's not gonna sell you either of the buildings. And I'm gonna get arrested. Edward huffs in disbelief, pissing me off. Snapping my head back, I stare icily at him. I'm not joking, Edward. Sorry, baby, he says softly. He wraps his arm under my knees to shift my legs to one side, and then steps closer to hug me. I bury my face in his chest, gripping the fabric of his shirt with my uninjured hand. How about giving me the unabridged version of what happened? Although I hear his heart pounding under my ear, he remains quiet while I tell him everything I remember. His back arches slightly when I describe how Arrow touched me in the physical fight that followed, but he doesn't interrupt, only tightening his arms around me and pressing his lips against the top of my head. When I finish, I exhale loudly. I'm so sorry. For what? You just spent all that money on the remodel and now it's my fault that Arrow. None of this is your fault, and I don't give two fucks about the money, he interrupts, pulling back to look at me. I recognize the fear in his eyes, the emotion in his gruff voice. When you called Jesus, Bella. Waiting for you to get here was the longest 5 minutes of my life. I reach up, curling my right hand around his neck and tugging until he bends down to rest his forehead against mine. We hold still for a moment, breathing, comforting each other. Then, pressing my lips to his, I murmur his name, whisper that I love him. He doesn't answer me out loud, but he moves his mouth with mine, kissing me urgently until he moans and pulls away. Always trying to fucking kill me, he teases, knowing that will make me smile, and it does a little. Leaning down for one more kiss, he takes my left hand and holds it up to examine it. We need to get these cuts cleaned and bandaged. He did this to your wrist. Studying the purple marks on my skin, I shrug. I guess. Fucking asshole, he mutters. He keeps his voice low, but I can hear the anger under the surface. You need to call Claire, ballerina. I nod when he raises his gaze to meet mine. Back to reality, the reality where I may need a lawyer, may be charged with assault. Just like Arrow said, it would be his word against mine. Afraid he'll see the distress on my face, I cover by twisting away from him to check my reflection in the rearview mirror. He chuckles once in amusement while I try to wipe away the mascara smudged under both of my eyes. You look fine, baby. I'm a total mess. You're beautiful, he contends, wrapping his hands around my outer thighs. I turn to roll my eyes at him, but his are downcast. I hear him swallow before he speaks again. Bella, I'm so fucking sorry that I didn't protect you today. Edward, I object, gripping his arm with my right hand. I should have known that he would head straight for you. How could either of us have guessed that? He was hardly around last week. And you didn't know I was alone at the office. Goddamn, Bella, quit making excuses for me, he fumes through gritted teeth, glaring at me with fiery eyes. Wrenching his arm from my grasp, he scrubs his hands roughly across his face. I'm trying not to fucking explode here, but I want to hunt the bastard down for saying that shit to you, for having the fucking nerve to put his hands on you. You can't, Edward, please, I beg, remembering the way Arrow delighted in the idea of Edward being locked up. It'll just make things worse if you go after him. A gust of cold wind ruffles his hair and causes goosebumps to erupt on my bare legs. He drops his hands, resting them on my knees. The sides of his jaw twitch several times before he opens his eyes and looks at me. I don't want to fight. Let's go inside. It's fucking freezing out here. Nodding mutely, I pick up my purse and get out of the truck, walking beside him toward the side door of the bar. He holds it open for me, placing his hand on my lower back as I pass. Inside, several televisions are turned on to sports channels and classic rock music is playing over the sound system, but the bar is empty. After suggesting I go wash my hands, Edward takes his coat and my purse while I go into the bathroom. When I come back out, Emmett is walking down the steps from the second floor. Hey, Tiny, he greets, waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. What are you doing here so early? Punched my boss. Quit my job. You hit Volturi? He asks, eyebrows raised. He holds his fist toward me when I nod, and I bump it lightly with mine. Sweet. He's a douche. You all right? He points to the blood stains on my clothes, looking concerned. Yeah, it's just a cut, I answer, turning to walk toward where Edward is sitting at the bar. I'll go to the studio and change in a minute. The fuck you will, Edward declares. He doesn't look our way as he continues rummaging through the first aid box. You're not going over there alone. I wasn't planning to, I retort, irritated by his assumption that I haven't learned anything from what happened this morning and by his bossiness. I'll take Emmett with me. Bella, Edward. I mimic his heavy sigh and exasperated tone, making Emmett snicker quietly. Cut him some slack, Tiny. Leaning down, he whispers his advice as I veer away to sit down on the barstool next to Edward's. I pick up the bottle of ibuprofen Edward pushes my way and pour 2 pills into my hand. Behind the bar, Emmett fills a glass with ice water and sets it in front of me. Can I go get your stuff from next door while he patches you up? After I swallow the pills, I nod sheepishly, embarrassed by my immature outburst. He holds his hand across the bar for my keys, but I'm not sure where Edward put my things when we came inside. Here, there's a key to her place on my keychain, Edward mutters, pulling them from his front pocket. He glances at Emmett as he tosses the keys across the bar. I'll be right back. The cooks are in the kitchen, so you two keep it clean, Emmett teases, whistling as he walks toward the side door. You have a key to the studio on your keychain? I ask, placing my left hand on the towel Edward laid out on the bar top. His fingers are gentle as he spreads antibiotic cream on the cuts. Yep, when Arrow locked himself in with you, I had to use the key you gave Rosalie to get inside. I kept it. He pauses to look up at me. I told you that. Oh, right. We're quiet as he puts small butterfly bandages across the cuts to pull the broken skin back together. Watching him, I recall how he comforted me on that day so long ago when Arrow first propositioned me. Warmth blooms in my chest at the memory of wearing his hoodie for the first time, being kissed by him for the second time and knowing that I was falling hard and fast. I spin my stool toward him. We're sitting in the same spot we did last fall when I came here after Arrow kissed me. Remember? I remember, he answers quietly, still bent over my injured fingers. We were sitting one stool farther to the left that day, though. Smiling slightly, I lift my right hand to his shoulder and slide it toward his neck. With the lightest touch, I trace my fingers over the 3 moles just above the neck of his shirt. It's one of my favorite places to kiss. He shrugs his shoulder when I hit a ticklish spot and his lips curl upward a bit at the corners. I'm sorry I snapped at you. Turning his head, he looks at me, and then raises up to peck my lips. We're both a little rattled right now, baby. I'm sorry for snapping at you, too. He finishes bandaging my fingers, and then closes the lid of the first aid kit. Swiveling his stool to face me, he traps my knees between his. What do you want to do now? This. Standing up from my stool, I wind my arms around his shoulders, shutting my eyes when he pulls me close. Completely wrapped in him, I feel my tension melt away a little more with each silent breath. After a moment, I open my eyes and see Emmett through the window. He's walking back across the parking lot with the duffel bag I asked him to get, his cell phone pressed against his ear. When I tell Edward, he groans, holding me more tightly. Shit, I bet he's calling Rosalie. And Rosalie will call Mom, he grumbles. Neither one of them can keep their fucking mouths shut about anything. They would have found out anyway, I reason. Yeah, but now my mom's gonna fucking show up here in 20 minutes to check on you, he replies. Although he sounds grumpy, I know he likes it when his mom stops by and he knows how much it means to me that she cares about me, too. You know they won't leave us alone all afternoon, ballerina. So if you're gonna kiss me, you'd better do it now. For the first time since early this morning, I laugh out loud, leaning back to look in his shining, green eyes. Realizing he's trying to make me feel better, I slide my right hand into the hair at the nape of his neck and then I follow his advice. When Alice arrives several hours later, we walk to the studio together. As we warm up in the smaller dance room, I tell her what happened with Arrow. She hugs me, soothes me and doesn't say she told me so, although I know she will eventually. While I'm running through a turn sequence, we hear someone knock at the door, but it's too early for students to arrive. It's probably Rosalie, I call as Alice walks out to answer it. She said she was coming over. Switching to my weaker leg, I prep, pirouette, and then begin turning a la seconde. I've made 4 revolutions when I spot Alice and 2 men in the doorway behind me. Falling out of my turn, I stumble as I look at their sober faces in the mirror. These men are here to see you, Alice says, her voice more high-pitched than normal. Swallowing nervously, I nod. Walking to the rear of the room, I'm self-conscious about being dressed in booty shorts and a tank top, but I try to look confident as I approach Alice and the two suit-wearing visitors. Miss Swan, suit number 1 asks, showing me his badge after I confirm my identity. I'm Lieutenant Murphy, Seattle PD. This is Detective Green. We'd like for you to come down to the station and answer a few questions. Fear grips my chest, making it hard for me to breathe. Inhaling rapidly, I instantly regret not leaving Claire a detailed message on her cell phone or sending her an email when I couldn't get in touch with her earlier this afternoon. Fucking Arrow. This is just like him, having me hauled in when he's harassed me for months. He knows I was only defending myself this morning. Can't we just talk here? I pled. I'm afraid if I let them take me downtown, I'll never get out. No, miss, we'll need you to come downtown. Okay, I mumble, understanding that refusal isn't an option. Can I have a sec to get dressed? They agree, but follow me back to the office, searching the pockets of my hoodie and sweats before I go into the bathroom to put them on. When I pick up my purse, Lieutenant Murphy asks to look through it. Once he has, he zips it closed, but he doesn't give it back, advising that he'll hold it during the drive to the station. My classes, I say, turning toward Alice while Detective Green holds the front door open for me. I'll handle it, and I'll go tell Edward. I nod as our eyes meet, both filled with tears. Ask him to call Claire. Anxious and cold, I sit alone at the table in the interview room. My legs bounce uncontrollably. My arms are crossed over my stomach, hands pushed inside the opposite sleeves of my hoodie, trying to get warm. I haven't taken even a sip from the cup of tap water Lieutenant Murphy brought me after I declined to answer any questions without my lawyer. Since I'm not wearing a watch, I don't know how long I've been in here. Realistically, it's probably only been about an hour since I got into the backseat of the unmarked sedan, but it seems like much longer. Looking around the room again, I study the bare, beige walls. In one corner, a video camera is mounted near the ceiling, pointed directly at me. I stare at the red light over the lens, counting the number of times it blinks until I reach 300. Then I lower my eyes, deciding that if the police are watching me, I undoubtedly look either defiant or crazy. Although I'm reluctant to relive the events of this morning, I go over them in my head several times, memorizing every detail I think may be important. And I worry about what will happen in here, what's happening at the studio, where Edward is. Lost in thought, I jump when the door opens and Claire walks in, followed by the men who drove me here. Claire winks as she sits down beside me, but it doesn't calm my jitters much. Gentlemen, I presume you have a good reason for hauling my client down here this evening, she begins as they settle in across the table from us. We have some questions to ask Miss Swan in conjunction with her employment at the law firm of Arrow Volturi, Lieutenant Murphy answers. Shifting around in the uncomfortable chair, I scoot closer to the table and fold my hands on top of it. He asks a series of mundane questions. My name, address, work and personal history since moving to Seattle. Claire lets me answer, but becomes increasingly frustrated when they don't get to the point of this interrogation. This is biographical information, guys. In fact, I'm sure you knew the answers to most of these questions before you asked, she argues. Quit wasting my client's time. Either ask the questions you brought her here to answer or let her go. Fine, Lieutenant Murphy allows, leaning back in his chair. Miss Swan, it appears a very serious crime has occurred. A very serious crime. How much trouble can I be in for hitting one asshole? A search warrant was executed at Arrow Volturi's law office 3 hours ago. We've taken possession of various files and all the computers from the office, Detective Green advises curtly. Do you know what a client trust account is? Yes, it's the account where settlement and escrow money is held until it's paid to the clients. If you have any pertinent information to offer about your involvement with the client trust account, now is the time to come out with it. Frowning, confused, the words are out of my mouth before I can stop them and before Claire can stop me. What does this have to do with me punching Arrow today? Claire's hand clamps on my forearm, silencing me immediately, but Detective Green looks just as baffled as I am. I don't have any information about a physical altercation. He leans forward, putting his elbows on the table and locking his gaze with mine. Have you ever handled the funds in Volturi's client trust account? No, I haven't. From the corner of my eye, I see Claire turn to look at me, and her fingers tighten around my arm. Miss Swan, we have substantial evidence that funds have been misappropriated from that account, Lieutenant Murphy interjects, sitting up straight again. And we believe some of that money may be in your possession. What? I breathe. Can you explain why you deposited $750,000 in a bank in Forks during the same month that you began working for Aero Volturi? He inquires, his voice gaining volume. It isn't necessary for him to talk so loudly, I'm already pretty intimidated. Before I can answer, he pulls a sheet of paper from the file folder he brought into the room with him, sliding it across the table to me. Looking down, my mouth drops open when I realize it's my trust fund statement. This money, it's mine, I mumble. It's quite a coincidence that you have a lot of money hidden away in a small town bank, Detective Green muses, and at the same time, more than $5 million is missing from Aero Volturi's client trust account. $5 million, I gasp, my eyes darting to Murphy's face. Turning to Claire, I shake my head. I thought I was in trouble because I knocked the crap out of Aero earlier today. Gentlemen, I'd like a few minutes alone with my client, Claire says, remaining composed despite my skyrocketing alarm. She waits until they leave the room before she turns to fully face me. Bella, level with me. Do you know anything about the money? No, I insist, grateful that I didn't handle any of the firm's money. It was only Aero and Jessica. Oh, my God, Aero must have known about the investigation. That's why he was acting so weird. He must have suspected he was going to be caught. Struggling to organize my jumbled thoughts, I explain to Claire what's been going on with Aero and what happened today, showing her the bruising on my left wrist. We discuss my duties at work and who handles the firm's finances. I tell her about my dad's accident and the money I received several months after his death. She coaches me a little on how to answer the questions she thinks they'll ask, and then grabs my right hand. I gave you some latitude to answer the detectives before because I thought your reaction clearly demonstrated your innocence. I'll continue that if you're comfortable with it, but I won't let you veer too far off course. If I grab your arm again, it's time for you to clam up. Got it? Once I assure her I do, she gets up to call the police back into the room, muttering under her breath, Jesus, I hope they fry the fucker. For the next 90 minutes, I talk almost non-stop. Cheerfully, I share the details of my dad's death. I also relate several of the incidents I've had with Aero and admit that I don't know Jessica well enough to guess whether or not she would help Aero steal money from his clients. Lieutenant Murphy nods often as if he believes me, saying that they'll confirm my story with the insurance company and bank tomorrow. And when you do, we'll welcome your phone call notifying my client that she's been cleared of any involvement. With your apologies, Claire states firmly, packing her notepad away. I think we're done here for tonight. Right, fellas. They agree, giving back my purse and saying they'll be in touch as we leave the room. I mumble my thanks before Claire and I turn the opposite way to walk down the hallway. They may ask you to come back for more questioning after they talk to Jessica, she says quietly. Don't answer anything without me being present. I won't. It's going to be okay, Bella. Try not to worry. I'm trying, I maintain, but my anxiety level is rising again. The emotional tug of war that played out all day has left me a tangled mess inside. I feel raw, ready to snap, and I cross my arms over my chest to hold myself together. Exiting the hallway through double doors, I see Edward sitting in a chair against the wall. When he sees us coming, he immediately stands and walks forward, wrapping his arms around me. I lean into him, but don't hug him back. I'm not really paying attention as he and Claire talk quietly until she tells him that he'll probably be questioned, too. No, I croak, backing away from him to look at Claire. Not because of you, Bella. Or, at least, not just because of you, she explains. I know she's attempting to alleviate my distress, but it feels like no matter what we do to push him out, Aero's reach extends further and further into our lives. He's Aero's tenant. He was preparing to buy one of the buildings. All of Aero's business dealings will be relevant to the case. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I feel tears prick the back of my eyes and know I'm going to lose it soon if I don't get out of here. Edward must sense my growing agitation because he picks up his leather jacket and coaxes me into putting it on. I watch as he pulls on another coat he brought with him. During the drive to the condo, I stare out the passenger window, not speaking except for an occasional mmHmm when Edward asks if I'm all right. The knowledge that Edward is going to be dragged into this chaos combined with the steady throbbing of my injured fingers leaves me with little desire for conversation. I shut my eyes, hoping my mind will go blank, too. But my head won't quit asking questions that I'm not sure I want to answer. What impact will this turmoil with Arrow have on Edward's business? On mine? What will Arrow do when he discovers I've cooperated with the investigation about the missing money? With all the trouble I'm causing, how much longer will Edward stick around? By the time I hear Edward lower his window to let us inside his building's garage, the emotional weight in my chest is so heavy that it's a physical ache. In the past, I would lock myself in an empty studio when I felt like this, losing myself in dance for hours, until the pain subsided enough for good feelings to bubble to the surface again. I wish I could do that now, but I think I'll hurt Edward if I ask him to take me to the studio and he wouldn't let me stay there alone anyway. He parks and turns off the car, prompting me to open my eyes and look out the window again. I'm surprised to see my truck parked next to us. How? Alice gave me your extra keys. Emmett and Rosalie brought it over. I think they brought us food, too. Touched by what my friends have done, I'm too choked up to say anything as we get out of the car. Once we're on the elevator up to his floor, I finally look at him. Thank you, Edward, for everything, I whisper. I didn't do much, ballerina. With a shrug, he turns his head my way. Yes, you did, I insist, reaching for his hand. Slipping my fingers between his, the flash of desire I feel is immediate and just as overwhelming as every other emotion I've experienced today. I'm sorry you got stuck at the police station all night. Where else do you think I'd be? I don't know, I murmur. I don't want to think anymore. Stepping in front of him, I lift up to kiss him, hooking my left elbow around his neck. Although he seems surprised by my eagerness, he responds quickly, moving his lips with mine. Within seconds, I get my wish. I'm not thinking. Losing myself in him, I forget everything except how much I love him, how much I want him. I scrape my teeth along his lower lip, then pull it into my mouth, sucking until he groans. When the elevator bell dings softly, he wraps an arm around my waist, backing me out the doors as they open. Turning us in the direction of his condo, he breaks the kiss to look around, and then bends down to pick me up. I wrap my arms and legs around him, panting into his ear while he walks to his door and unlocks it. Get the door, he orders once we're inside. After I slam it shut, he presses me against it, kissing me again as he locks the deadbolt. I hear his keys land on the wood floor just before he slides his hands to my ass, holding me in place as he rocks his hips into mine again and again. Craving the release, craving him, my body jerks each time he grazes my clit through the thin material covering me, sending sparks of pleasure through me. After a moment, he sets me down. His gaze stays focused on mine as we hurriedly shed our coats. Bending down to kiss me again, he unzips my hoodie roughly, and soon it and my tank top join the jackets on the floor. He yanks his shirt off, and then rests his palms against the door, leaning into me. Moaning into his mouth, I thread my right hand through his hair as we kiss passionately. Heat radiates between our bodies, and I let my hand drift down to spread wide across his chest, creeping lower. When I rub my hand over the front of his jeans, he pushes forward. Fuck, he breathes against my lips as I stroke him. He moves one hand, ghosting it lightly across my collarbone, nudging the straps of my bra off my shoulders. His fingers trace the skin just above my bra, and then he lowers his head to kiss along the same path. When I arch into his touch, he gives me what I want, closing his hand around one breast and his mouth around the other. I look down, watching him, more aroused with each flick of his tongue across the lace covering my nipple, each gentle squeeze of his fingers. Gasping, I enjoy the heightening passion, but I'm too impatient to wait much longer for him. I leave my aching left hand hanging at my side and reach for his belt with my right, loosening it from the buckle, and then unfastening the button of his jeans. But Edward shifts away before I get my hand inside. He looks up at me for the briefest second before dropping to his knees. Kissing across my belly, He tugs my pants, shorts and underwear down all at once, lifting my right leg to pull off my shoe and clothes. Skimming his hand up my thigh, he slides it between my legs, groaning quietly as he pushes 2 fingers inside me. His hot breath beats against my skin, my legs tremble, and just when I think I can't take much more, I feel his tongue scrape over my clit. Oh, God, oh, my God. Sucking air in through my teeth, I reach for his hair, digging my fingers in as he continues his sensual torment. When I get too close, I pull his hair hard enough to get his attention, unsure he'll understand my breathy wishes. Not this way, up here. Standing again at once, he licks my bottom lip, tasting of me. I hear the metal zipper of his jeans just before he lifts me, plunging inside with one deep thrust. Relief speeds through my veins once we're joined, but it doesn't last. I want more. Jesus, ballerina. His husky voice rumbles through my chest when he pulls out and slams back in forcefully. You feel so fucking good. Unable to answer, I whimper, letting my mouth fall open as we move together, the steady pace quickly turning frantic. Each time he drives into me, the door rattles in the jam. With each thrust, I hear his belt buckle clang rhythmically against the wood and feel his fingers digging into my skin. Clutching him, I race closer and closer to the edge. Finally, I cry out as pleasure rips through me, spreading wildly in wave after wave. Edward follows right after, holding still as he pulses inside me. After whispering my name, he rests his forehead against the door. Slowly, as the daze of my orgasm recedes, I'm aware that my pants and underwear are hanging from my left ankle, the button of Edward's jeans is digging into my thigh and I think one of my fingers is bleeding after I gripped his shoulder tightly as I came. Still, I sigh contentedly. I love you, too, Bella. His lips brush against my shoulder before returning to mine, kissing me slowly, sweetly. Something smells good, I state, twisting my head away to speak. He lowers me to the ground, and then smiles at me. I think it's our dinner. Are you hungry? Yeah, but I want to take a shower. No, a bath. Lifting my left leg, I pull off my shoe and let my clothes slide to the ground. Will you come with me? I never really liked baths, he hedges, pulling up his pants. I'll be wet and naked. Until today, he amends, chuckling. Start the water and I'll be right there. I'm not as comfortable walking around without clothing as he is, but I head down the hallway in only my bra, knowing he's watching. While the water is running into the deep whirlpool tub, I look at myself in the mirror and cringe. Even though I reapplied my makeup this afternoon, I cried most of it off at the police station. My eyes are red and swollen. Most of my hair has fallen from the bun I put it in to teach. I look awful, but I feel great. Crap, I mumble, examining my splotchy face and neck while I fix my hair. I need dimmer lighting. Remembering that there are candles in Edward's closet, I go get several and set them on the vanity, hoping I'll look better this way. Just after I've lit them and climbed into the tub, Edward comes in, carrying a plate, a bottle of water and 2 beers. I swallow the 2 ibuprofen pills he gives me with a few sips of the water, and then he hands me half a cheeseburger and a beer. Fresh out of champagne and strawberries, he remarks apologetically, taking off his pants and climbing in with me with his own half a burger and beer. This is so good, I moan, chewing my first bite. And way more romantic than fruit, if you ask me. Thank you. While we eat, we talk a little, but he doesn't ask me about what happened this afternoon and evening, although I'm sure he wants to know. I finish my burger and most of my beer, and then set the bottle on the wide rim around the tub. Closing my eyes, I sink farther down into the hot, swirling water. This is nice, ballerina. I mean, considering that we're sitting in a pool of our own filth, he quips several minutes later, nudging my thigh with his foot. Reaching underwater, I grab his toes, and then skim my fingers along his arch, laughing as he squirms. I'm ready to tell you about today, I announce, sliding my hand to wrap around his ankle. Hanging on to him, I keep my eyes shut as I relay the story, beginning with the moment I saw the detectives in the mirror. He asks a few questions, but for the most part, he lets me talk uninterrupted. I finish by telling him that I still don't know if Arrow will file a police report for what I did to him this morning. You've had a rough fucking day, baby, he says quietly. Not my best day, not my worst either, I muse, slitting my eyes open a little to find him smirking at me. I raise one curious eyebrow at him. What? Who would have thought you'd be the first one in this relationship detained by the cops? He jokes, holding his hands up defensively when I splash him. He copies my gesture, except he's more effective. He douses me with water so that I'm sputtering through my laughter. What a relaxing bath, I say sarcastically, pushing the wet hair out of my face. The best way to relax is to have fun, he asserts. Or have sex. But we already did that. Ballerina, what we did wasn't sex, he declares lowly, holding my gaze. That was fucking. Watching his eyes darken, I feel my face heat, but not from embarrassment. I liked it. I did, too, he nods, reaching over to turn off the whirlpool motor. He stands and gets out, wrapping a towel around his waist before holding a hand toward me. But it was over too fast. Come on, let's try it slow. My hair's wet, I protest half-heartedly. I don't fucking care. He kisses me as I climb out, and then helps me dry off. After pausing to blow out the candles, he leads me to his bed. The sense of urgency we felt earlier has lessened. We don't rush as we explore each other's bodies, letting the pressure build slowly with gentle caresses and whispered words. The pleasure, when it comes at last, is all-consuming. It's much later, when we're lying face to face under the covers, that he frowns and I reach over to trace the vertical line between his eyebrows. What's the matter? I fucking hate everything you've gone through with Arrow, he replies. I hate what he's done, what he's tried to do. But if you'd never gone to work for him, we probably wouldn't have met, I finish as he nods. I've thought the same thing, Edward. But I wouldn't trade what we have for anything. Me neither. And that makes me a selfish asshole. No, it doesn't. I'm fine, I insist. I actually think I did pretty well with him today. Jesus, Ballerina, you were fucking fantastic. I'm so proud of you, how you handled Arrow, how you handled everything. I'd really like to have 5 fucking minutes alone with him, though. No way. One of us being charged with assault is enough. He won't do it. He's got no grounds, he responds. I scoot toward him, resting my face against his chest and tangling my legs with his. I'm scared. I know you are, and I don't know what we'll have to go through before it's all over, he says, stroking his hand along my spine. But when it's over, you and I will still be here together. Promise. Yeah, I promise, Ballerina. We're getting pretty good at this relationship shit, I observe, knowing it will amuse him that I sound like him. It does. He laughs, and when I look up at him, my heart is so full that I think it might burst. I agree, baby, he murmurs when I stretch up to kiss him. I agree. The next day, Edward is called in for questioning as expected. After making me promise to stay at the full moon with Emmett, he gets to drive himself to the police station, not be carted away in the backseat of an unmarked car like I was. He hasn't returned by the time classes start, so I leave the blinds open in the dance room. Toward the end of my first class, I breathe easier when I see him pull in and park. Since it's dusk, I know he can see into the bright studio when he gets out of the car and looks my way. He holds his phone up before turning to walk inside the full moon. The last 10 minutes of class tick by slowly, and as soon as the students leave the room, I grab my phone from the stereo shelf to read the text from him. It went fine. Quit worrying. See you at 9. With a laugh, I set my phone down again and twist the blinds closed. When classes are over for the evening, I'm not surprised to hear a key in the lock at the side door. It opens as I'm walking toward it and he comes inside, striding purposefully toward me. Hey, he smiles, sliding one arm around my waist. Before I can answer, he kisses me. Alice is still here, I mumble against his lips when his hand wanders to the top of my ass. She's in favor of groping. She fucking talks about it all the time. He laughs, but he pulls away and hands me the styrofoam cup he brought. Thanks. You're in a good mood. I'm in a great mood. I heard some very interesting information at the police station today, he says, watching my mouth as I close my lips around the straw and suck. Realizing he's paying attention, I lick the drops of Diet Coke from the top of the straw, then take another long, slow pull, sucking my cheeks in. His jaw goes slack, his eyes lift up to meet mine, and I can't help the smirk that tugs at my lips. Quit fucking teasing me, Ballerina. Who's teasing, baby? Smiling, he leans down to me again, talking between kisses. I'm trying to tell you something and you're distracting me. Putting my hands against his chest, I press him away gently. Okay, spill it. What's going on? Arrow doesn't own these fucking buildings, yours or mine, he says, nodding when my mouth drops open in shock. What the, how did, I stammer, struggling to understand. Then who does? His very, very angry wife. The end. We will continue in next story. Thanks for watching.